Hello, good morning po.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma'am. Welcome po sa last day ng ating training.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir. So, ready na po ba sa last day ng training natin?
Yes po.
Yes po.
Okay, I think complete attendance na po tayo. And nandito na din po yung ating magiging speaker for today, ang last day ng ating training. Sir Arman, good morning po.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning po.
Morning po, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Okay. Before we start anything, before we start discussions, let's start with the day with a prayer. So let's pray. In the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, thank you for this day, for giving us life. Lord, thank you for the resources na meron po kami ngayon. Ang aming gadgets, energy, kuryente po, and our internet connection. Lord, we ask for your guidance throughout the day. May you give us the strength, the knowledge, the skills, the endurance, and the resources po, Lord, to make this day a successful and fruitful one po, Lord. Lord, we also ask for your protection, not only for us, but also for our co-workers and for our families and loved ones na naiwan sa aming mga tahanan. This we all ask po in Jesus' name. Amen. In the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Sir Louis, iba po yung batch last Tuesday, compared to this one?
Yes, sir. Mindanao po yung last time, sir. Ngayon po, Bisaya.
Okay. Sa Visayas naman. Last, meron po ba rito yung naka-attend na po ng last 2019 na training? Kasi bumisita tayo sa Tacloban. Meron po ba rito? Baka may mini reunion tayo. Meron ba?
Wala, sir. Wala.
Wala. So, this is a complete different batch. Okay, sige po, let's start. Hindi ko na po, I would not request each and everyone to introduce themselves at napakarami po natin. Instead, I'll just introduce myself. Yan, okay. First, I would like to compliment everyone kasi alam ko nasa mga workplaces kayo and you're wearing your face mask. So very good po. At may COVID pa rin. That's part of our DOLE COVID protocol under Joint Memorandum Circular 20-04. Okay? Please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba yung ating slides? Chat box, type yes or no sa ating chat box para alam pa rin kung sino pa yung nagpe-pay attention sa ating slides. Okay? Chat box po, yes or no, Y or N, okay na yun. Okay, 36 responded. So 39, yan. Yung iba kasi parang may delay. Minsan nagtanong ako, tapos in-unmute ko yung isang participants, naririnig ko pa yung sarili kong nagsasalita sa background nila. Baka may delay lang. Anyway, thank you for confirming. My name po is Arman Dominic Izingapan. I am a DOLE accredited BOSH practitioner. Ang expertise po natin ay power plant operations. Since nasa power generation industry, we also gain certification from the Department of Energy. Currently, the head po ng health and safety sa 200 megawatt Subic Solar Power Plant dito po sa loob ng SBMA. And the senior officer for Mindoro para po sa safety, Mindoro Geothermal and Biliran Geothermal. 2016 received the Outstanding Safety Professional Award given by the Safety and Health Association of the Philippine Energy Sector and by the Department of Energy. 2017 received the similar award. 2018 received the Hall of Famer, and 2021 received the Gold Award for achieving a 5 years awarding certificates. Okay, and I would be discussing the following topics. Kanina medyo natagalan ako at hinahanap ko yung ating syllabus. Okay, we would start our discussions with Module 11. So mga OSH legislations po to, mga rules, laws, penalties, yan. Pag hindi po tayo nakakasunod sa occupational safety and health. Element 1, OSH legislations. We would talk about the 1978 standards at yung Yellow Book. Yan, ito pong hawak ko ngayon. Hindi na po natin isa-isain to, but yung pinaka-major features po niya, mga sections po ng ating Yellow Book. Next, after the Yellow Book, didiscuss din po natin yung Department Order 198-18. So yung Element 1, two-part po yan. Yung Yellow Book at yung DO 198-18. Okay? Then after that, probably we need a health break kasi 10 o'clock na yon. Element 2, we would be discussing the Employees Compensation Program. Okay? What are the benefits na marireceive ng isang manggagawa if nagkaroon ng workplace accident or workplace illness? Okay? Manggagaling to sa government, hindi sa company. After that, kung wala na pong time to discuss any topics, we will have our lunch breaks. Element 3, we would go sa OSH development. Ano yung components ng safety and health program? I hope meron na kayo sa inyong mga workplace. Different workplace, different OSH programs. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng sabihin natin nasa head office po. Kailangan meron tayo mismo sa ating workplace. Next, 2:30 to 3:30, yan po, special module po to required by DOLE. This is the COVID-19 and the workplace. Probably we are very familiar kung ano po yung mga mandatory protocols sa ating workplace. So let's try to review kung alam na natin. Review and let's try to reflect kung nakakapag-comply ba tayo dun sa mandato ng DOLE in terms of workplace prevention sa COVID. Okay? Next, around 3:30, we will have our health breaks to be followed by our post-test, re-entry planning, general evaluation, and the closing. I think magkakaroon ng parang graduation ceremony, if I'm not mistaken, Sir Louis. Okay? So yan po, yung magiging takbo ng ating discussion. Takbo ng ating araw. Okay, so let's go po sa first topic natin. OSH legislation. Tulad po kanina, please confirm sa ating chat box. Yan. Nakikita po ba? Yes or no? Since hindi tayo face-to-face, wala akong interaction sa inyo po mga ma'am and sir. Kaya kahit sa chat box man lang sana. Okay, 37, 38 responded out of 54. Probably yung iba sa inyo nag-share na lang ng gadgets kasi nasa isang workplace. Baka ganun yung setup. Anyway, let's discuss OSH legislation. Saan po ba nagmula yung occupational safety and health standards natin? Ang pinakaugat po ay nasa PD 442, Presidential Decree 442, known as the Labor Code of the Philippines. Yeah. Sikat na sikat ang Labor Code in terms of the workers' welfare. Pero ano po ba to? It was enacted noong 1974 and ang primary goal po niya is to protect the workforce or protection of the labor. Okay? Di pwede daw naapi ang ating mga workforce, okay? Ang ating mga workers. Dahil po, sabi nga ni Dole, na-acknowledge nila that the employees, okay, the workers are the building blocks of our economy. Okay, tayo daw po ang bumubuhay, sa atin nagsisimula yung paglago ng ating ekonomiya. Next, promote employment and human resources. Kailangan po pantay-pantay, walang bias in terms of workplace treatment. And ensure industrial peace. Ano naman yun? Sa labor code po, hindi po pwedeng nakakaangat lang yung rights ni worker. Or baliktad, nakakaangat naman yung rights ni employer. Kailangan po patas. Okay? Dapat po harmonized yung relationship ni worker at ni employer. Okay? Di na po natin iisa-isahin yung labor code. Napakarami niyan. So, ang occupational safety and health po, for the medical and dental services, makikita natin yan sa Book 4, Title 1, Chapter 1. Okay? Sa occupational safety naman, Chapter 2. What's the difference between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2? Ang main goal po niyan is, Chapter 1 is illness prevention. Chapter 2, injury prevention. Okay? Yung sa standards, para po maiwasan ang pagkakasakit ng empleyado, Chapter 2 naman po, maiwasan ang mga aksidente at magkaroon ng injury. Okay? Inote ko lang po yung Article 128 sa Labor Code natin. This is the visitorial and enforcement power ng ating Secretary of Labor. Okay? Di ko na po isa-isa yan. Napakahaba kung babasahin natin. Okay? I-summarize ko na lang po. Under Article 128 ng ating Labor Code, yung ating DOLE Secretary at ang kanyang representative, yung mga DOLE inspectors natin, they should be granted access sa ating premises and documents. Kahit anong oras pa po yan. When they conduct inspections, dapat papasukin sila sa ating establishment. Sir, meron pang documentation sa guard, safety and health orientation, lalo pag sa power plant, sa construction, okay lang din po yan. Hindi yan mapo-perceive as hindrance. Okay? It's part of the company protocol. Susunod po si Dole yan. Okay? But the bottom line, kailangan po silang papasukin, kailangan sila i-entertain. Now, they want to have documents regarding SSS contribution, regarding safety and health programs natin, regarding accident records, they have the right to ask for that. Okay? The company should provide. Okay? According to Article 128 ng ating Labor Code. Also, under this article, they have the right to order a work stoppage or suspension ng operations of any unit, department, or kung kailangan po buong company. Okay, example, meron pong high rate ng infection ng COVID-19 sa isang workplace kasi yung mga tao doon hindi na nagpa-practice ng minimum public health and safety standards. So they could shut it down. inhumane yung trato sa mga workers doon. They could shut it down. They could stop the operations. Okay? So anong mangyayari naman, sir, pag they issue a work stoppage order? According kay Department Order 183-17, yan. Once na nagkaroon po ng work stoppage order, expect 24 to 72 hours. No? Papatawag po ng ang term nila ay mandatory conference sa company. Okay? Diyan po mapapaliwanag yung ating company kung bakit nagkaroon ng ganong conditions and ano po yung mga mitigations para po maiayos yung kalagayan ng mga manggagawa. Okay? Yan. Ito naman po is just a simple evolution, flow ng ating development ng ating OSH standards. Sabi natin, nag-start yan sa Labor Code, sa Book 4, yan, Title 1 sa Medical, Dental, Title 2 is Occupational Safety. However, ang batas, hindi basta-basta po ma-implement. Bakit? You need guidelines. Okay? You need standards. Kaya po, from 1974, 4 years after, meron na po tayong Yellow Book. Ang tawag ng mga safety dyan, Yellow Book, kasi obviously, majority ng color ng libro ay color yellow. Next, 1978, decades after, lumabas po yung DO 198-18. Yan po yung didiscuss natin sa second part. Bakit kaya may department order pa? Kasi kung babasahin natin yung Yellow Book, wala pong penalties. Okay? Sabi sa Yellow Book, kailangan may PPE yung mga workers natin. By the way, ang mask po natin is a PPE. And according kay Rule 1080, it should be free of charge para sa mga empleyado. Right? What if kung hindi nagbibigay ng PPE si company? Sa construction, yung hard hat, dapat libre yan. What if kung hindi sila nagbibigay? What will be the punishment? Di malinaw. Okay? Yun yung medyo kulang dun sa ating Yellow Book. Kaya po, yan nga, nilabas na yung DO 198-18, which is PPEs, 50,000 na po yan per day. Okay? Punishment. Wala pong ganong penalty na nakastate sa ating Yellow Book. Although meron po, pwede daw suspend yung operations. However, what if kung may dalawang worker lang na hindi naka-PPEs? Medyo mabigat nga naman yun na ipastop yung buong kumpanya na may 1,000 workers. Di ba? Okay? Kasi maapektuhan din po yung mga workers. So yan po, naglabas na administrative fine under DO 198-18. Okay? Sige po, both pag-uusapan natin, Yellow Book and DO. Let's go first kay Yellow Book. Sa Yellow Book po, we have 3 types ng rules. 3 types. The first rule po natin, the first type is the administrative rules. Okay? From Rule 1000 hanggang Rule 1050. Okay? Rule 1000 hanggang Rule 1050. And we will discuss some, not all, some lang po kasi napakahaba yan. We could take all day just to discuss all these rules. Technical rules from Rule 1060 hanggang Rule 1940. If you want to know ano po yung minimum workspace natin, okay, para masabing hindi masikip pa, excluding yung COVID-19 protocol natin na 1 meter social distancing. Okay? At normal operations natin, walang COVID. Ano yung minimum space ng bawat empleyado? Makikita natin yan. Rule 1060. Sir, hagdan, meron po ba? Kasi parang ang taas ng hagdan namin. Yeah. You could also see that sa Rule 1060. Hanggang gaano kataas ng hagdan? Handrail. Okay? Butas sa pader, butas sa sahig. Ano yung tolerable? Okay? Ano yung acceptable? Yan. Kita natin sa Rule 1060. Hanggang Rule 1940 naman po, yan yung mga fire safety natin. Gaano kataas yung fire extinguisher from the floor? Okay? Yan, makikita na. Very specific sila dyan. May measurements. And we have one type ng rule that pertains sa occupational safety and health. Occupational health, sorry. Ito po yung requirement for our nurses, first aiders, doctors, and even the medicines. Okay, I'm sure si Mercury Drugs hindi tayo magkakaroon ng violation sa medicine kasi napakaraming gamot sa inyong establishment. Okay, later discuss din po natin yan. Fast forward ko lang to. I think meron ako. Yan, okay. Kanina kasi duties of employer lang dito. Pero sabi ko nga kanina, si labor code dapat industrial peace. So, in-skip ko po to para po ilabas ko rin. Okay, siningit ko na yung duties of workers. Hindi po pwedeng susunod si company pero wala tayong pagagawa kay worker. Kailangan patas po. Sige, side-by-side discussion tayo. Duties of employer and duties of worker. Sa employer, provide a place of employment free from hazardous condition. Okay? In general, it is the responsibility ng ating company para po pangalagaan yung kanyang mga manggagawa. Okay? So, kailangan gumawa ng policy, dapat po gumawa siya. Okay? Of course, nandiyan si safety officer to advise, to guide our employer. Okay? So, ngayon po, mayroong mga policies. Si company, ano naman ang duties ni worker? Cooperate with the employer in carrying out the provisions of these standards. At kung meron pong hazard, dapat po i-report ni empleyado sa kanyang supervisor o kay safety officer natin. Okay? Hindi po natin i-Facebook live. So it won't solve anything at first. Okay? Magkakaroon lang ng forum shopping. Hahaba lang yung comments but it won't solve anything. Okay? So discuss it with the safety officer and establishment para po makorek agad. Okay? Next, trabaho po ng ating kumpanya to give complete job safety instruction to all workers. In return, the worker should follow those instructions. Okay? Sir, what if ganun? Merong instruction, merong standard si company. Hindi sumunod si worker. Na-aksidente. May marireceive po bang benepisyo siya? Both from the company, sa company, well, kung mabait ang company, sige, tulungan talaga. Pero may marireceive po ba siya under the government, let's say ECP, Employees Compensation Program? The answer is no. Okay? Kasi papalo yan sa gross negligence. So, pag may gross negligence, nagkaroon ng aksidente, wala pong benepisyo. Okay? Madi-discuss natin yan later sa ECP. Requirement of the employer, comply with the requirements of the standards and use only approved PPEs, devices, and equipments. Okay? Dapat provided lahat yan ni employer. Okay? Ang trabaho naman ni worker, ayusin naman po ang paggamit. Gamitin at ayusin ang paggamit ng mga na-issued na PPEs. Okay? So yan po, side by side. Hindi pwedeng yung duties lang ng employer ang fina-flash natin. Dapat duties din ni worker. Patas, kumbaga. Ayan, okay. Sige, i-skip ko na po. Parehas lang din po dito. Sa gitna ko pala siya naisingit. Duties ni employer kanina at duties ni worker ngayon. Okay? Let's go some rules sa yellow book. Sabi ko nga, hindi natin nga i-discuss lahat kasi buong araw po yan. So let's go straight kay Rule 1030. By the way, 1020, Rule 1020, that is registration of establishments. And I'm sure Mercury Drugs already complies with that one. Okay, certification yan. Registration of establishment, Rule 1020. So check po natin yung mga certificates na natin nakahang sa mga walls kung meron na. Otherwise, we need to comply with Rule 1020. Sir, per branch po ba yun? The answer is yes. Okay? Per branch. Now let's go Rule 1030, training of personnel in occupational safety and health. Ito po yung ating safety officers. Kayo po. Ano po ang magiging function natin? Ayan, advise the employer, supervisor, and workers regarding sa occupational safety and health. Take note, advise the employer. Okay? Ibig sabihin po, hindi lang kayo ang mag-i-implement po ng occupational safety and health standards. Katuwang po dapat si managers at si supervisors. Ano po yung ni-spell? Per PR. Clear ko po Sino yung nagsusulat? I hope hindi yan nagpaparamdam. I hope tao from our Zoom room yan. Okay, going back. Another duty ni safety officer is to investigate accidents. Okay? Nagkaroon ng aksidente, sino po ba nagre-report within the organization? Si safety ba? The answer is no. Si immediate supervisor. Bakit? Si immediate supervisor po nakakalam kung anong trabaho ang pinagawa niya at kung kanino niya ito pinagawa. Okay? So, i-report niya within the organization lang. Malalaman ngayon ni safety officer. Ngayon, mag-iimbestiga ngayon si safety officer. After investigation, discuss sa OSH committee, ano yung naging findings natin, at i-report kagad kay DOLE. Okay? That should happen within 24 hours. Next po, coordinate safety training programs. Okay? Para may kailangan na safety training si mga workers natin kasi maraming aksidente or maraming insidente na nangyayari sa ating workplace. What's the difference between accident and incident? Meron po ba? Ano po ang pinagkaiba ng aksidente sa insidente? Meron yun. Hello?
Hello?
Yes po. Okay. Makakapasok lang siguro at nakangit.
Hello, sir.
Yes po. Yan. Si Ma'am. Sheila.
Yes, yung accident po, bali short siya, sudden and unexpected event na nag-result to the unwanted outcome. Yung incident po, unexpected, usually unpleasant thing that happens po.
Ulit-ulit, Ma'am. Yung incidente. Ulit, Ma'am. Naka-mute kayo.
Incident po, unexpected siya, and usually unpleasant thing that happens.
Okay, that is accident. Tama, Ma'am? Yan yung accidente.
Hello, sir?
Hello, Ma'am. Yan. Accidente po yan, Ma'am. May unpleasurable outcome or result. Okay, sige, clarify ko yan Sige po, when you say the difference between accident and incident, both are undesired. Walang may gusto, walang may plano. Kasi kung may nagkagustong mangyari yon or may nagplano, ang tawag po doon ay krimen. Okay? Krimen na po yan under Rule 1790 ng ating revised penal code. Okay? So what's the difference between accident and incident? Both are unplanned, unwanted events, pero si aksidente, nag-result po siya sa injuries, damage to property, environmental impact, or work stoppage order. In short, mga undesirable effects. While si incident, wala. I'll give you an example. sa ating workplace, sa construction site, nahulog yung martilyo. Tumama lang sa sahig kasi walang sasakyan, walang tao na dumaan. So anong tawag po natin doon? Meron pong insidente. Ngayon, nahulog yung martilyo, meron nandun nakapark yung sasakyan ni boss, yung BMW. O nandun yung worker, tinamaan ngayon sa ulo, nagkaroon ng injury. Ang tawag na po natin dyan ay aksidente. Okay? So yan po yung example, the difference between accident and incident. Okay? Both are should be investigated. Yung incident, kahit wala pong nasaktan or damage to property, pwede pong maulit. Okay? Kung hindi po iimbestigahan. Clear po tayo? So kahit wala pong nangyari, walang resulta, sorry, kailangan pa rin pong imbestigahan. Okay, sige, going back. Conduct safety and health inspection and act as secretary ng Health and Safety Committee. Okay, very innate sa trabaho ni safety officer to inspect. Sir, sa amin, sa establishment namin, Mercury Drugs, sa loob lang mismo ng air-conditioned areas namin. Although meron kayong mga separate compartments, kailangan po ini-inspect pa rin yan ni safety officer. Okay? Clear tayo. Ha? Of course, pag males, wag nyo na-inspect yung female CR and vice versa. Yun lang siguro yung difference. Okay? But every area ng ating workplace, kailangan po ni inspection ni safety officer. Sir, wala kaming, anong inspect natin sa office? Look for your cables. Okay? Yung computer natin, mga saksakan. Baka nga naman merong nangat-ngat na ng mabait. Okay? Pwedeng pagmulan niya ng kuryente, makuryente or pagmulan ng apoy. Safety officers, as Secretary ng Health and Safety Committee, we mentioned that. Tayo po ang nag-take down notes. Nagko-call ng meeting. And we maintain accident record system. Okay? O kahit may nurse po tayo sa ating establishments, we help them in maintenance ng ganong records. Kasi sila rin po nagre-record ng nagkasakit or may ginamot sila. So, pwede po tayo magtulungan in maintaining an accident record system. Now, let's go kay Rule 1040 naman. Okay? 1030, roles ni safety officer. 1040 naman po, hindi lang si safety officer. May mga kasama na siya. Ito na po yung committee. Ano yung Health and Safety Committee? Is a group of employees and management that plans and develops policies in all matters pertaining to safety and health in the workplace. Okay? So, hindi lang talaga nag-isa safety officer. May mga kasamang empleyado at representative ni management, which is the chairman of our BOSH committee. Ang grupong yan, sila po ang gagawa, mag-develop at mag-i-implement ng mga safety and health policies sa ating workplace. Okay? Meron pala ganyan, sir, BOSH committee. Kailan po dapat nagkaroon kami niyan? Okay, that is 1 month, within 1 month from the date that business starts operating. Okay, I hope meron na. And reorganize every year. Bakit ka lang mag-reorganize, sir? Pwedeng may nag-resign, may nadagdag. Okay? And yung mga workers natin, aside from yung mga officials, may workers representative, kung pwede natin silang palitan naman. Not in a negative way. Of course, kailangan give chance to others to participate sa ating policy-making body. Okay, so we need to reorganize. Sir, what if nagkaroon kami ng OSH committee ngayon, after 3 months, nag-resign yung isang member. Okay, so kailangan po bang mag-reorganize ulit, mag-submit kay DOLE ng documents? The answer is yes po. Okay, sir, after a month, nag-resign yung nurse. Submit ulit tayo kay DOLE. Inform them regarding our OSH committee composition. What if kung wala kaming OSH committee naman, sir? Totally wala. That's 40,000 pesos per day. Per day po yan, ha? Sir, kailan mag-i-start yung per day na yan? Nalaman ni Dole na wala kayong OSH committee, bibigyan kayo ng araw. Let's say, na ngayon kayo nahuli na walang OSH committee. By Wednesday, dapat meron na. Pag pumalo po yung Wednesday at wala pa, yan na po. Diyan na mag-i-start yung per day hanggang ma-comply natin. Okay, napaka-hapdi, 40,000. Yan po yung bago sa DO 198-18. Kasi dito sa Yellow Book, dinidiscuss natin, wala pa. Okay, wala tayong nakikita. Kaya sinasabi ko na po kung ano yung magiging penalty as per DO 198-18. Okay? Ano po ba ang composition ng ating OSH committee? The chairperson should be the highest ranking official sa ating establishment. Okay? Ba't hindi si safety officer, sir? Kasi si highest ranking ang masusunod palagi. Kahit gumawa na po ang committee ng isang policy, okay na kay committee, tapos pagdating kay manager, okay, hindi pala, di baliwala yung napag-usapan. Okay? So, dapat kasama siya sa committee. Kaya before ilabas ng OSH committee yung policy, okay na lahat. Approved na sa kanya. Member po natin, depende. Yan, later, sa DO 198-18, makikita natin kung sino-sino po yung dapat na composition. Depende po kasi yan sa risk level ng ating establishment. We have low, medium, or high risk. Different risk rating, different composition. Okay, mamaya po. But for the meantime, our members, department heads, supervisor, foreman, workers, company physician, nurses, or first aider, kung ano po meron tayo. Okay? Of course, our secretary shall always be the safety officer. Sabi nga natin, Rule 1030 kanina, di ba? Siya po ang secretary ng Health and Safety Committee. Ngayon, sir, sabi niyo kailangan mag-submit kay Dole. May form po ba siya? Yes po. Yan. I think may typo lang si Dole form dito kasi A, B yung nasa left, A, B tapos B ulit. Okay, but that's minor naman. How to fill up this form? Straightforward naman. This is the RSO or the Report on Health and Safety Organization. Kaya kung tinanong kayo ni Dole, nasaan yung RSO nyo? So this is the form for that. Okay, dapat po receive or naka-email na yan kay Dole. Straightforward, name establishment, address, nature of business, ilan ang male, ilan ang female per shift, ano po yung mga company policy na na-establish natin, at ano po yung composition ng ating OSH committee. Sir, ano yung lalagay namin sa type? Nakalagay, tapat ng letter B, yung unang letter B. Yan po ay kung low risk, medium risk, or high risk establishments tayo. Okay, sir, paano namin malalaman naman yun, sir? Mag-high rack po kayo. I think first day, diniscuss sa inyo kung ano yung high rack. How to do high rack? Yan po. They justify. Establishment to declare their workplace low risk, sir. Pero kailangan justify dyan ang high rack. Low risk, hindi mas uunti yung requirements natin sa safety. Pero pag tinignan yung high rack example, construction, nakalagay low risk. Bakit? Patingin nga ng high rack mo. Scaffold. Pag nahulog to, first aid lang ba? Sigurado patay yan. Okay? Hotworks, welding. Hindi pa pwedeng first aid lang ang mangyari dyan. Okay? As tumataas po yung pwedeng maging injuries, yan, dapat tumataas din po yung risk rating. Clear po tayo. Hindi dahil sinabi ni company na low risk kami low risk. You need to justify. Titingnan po yung high rack ninyo. When we say high rack, kasama yung risk assessment. Paano tayo mag-conduct ng risk assessment? By the way, what is high rack? Baka nakalimutan na. Hazard identification, risk assessment, and controls. Narinig natin, risk assessment. How do we conduct risk assessment? We're looking sa probability and the severity, the likelihood, and the consequence ng isang aksidente. Pag mataas ang consequence, mataas ang severity, mataas ang inyong risk assessment. Okay? Sige, coming back. So we mentioned composition ng ating OSH committee. Yung sa pangalawang B. So I think this is letter C na siguro. Technical information, a brief description regarding our operations. Okay? Signed by the highest official sa ating workplace. So di na natin kailangan yung head office para po pirma to. The highest official po sa ating workplace. Okay? Sabi ko nga po, after a month, nag-resign yung isang member. Okay? Or nag-iba tayo ng safety officer na kasi nalipat siya sa ibang branch. Pinagpalit sila. You need to resubmit. Sir, 2 weeks pa lang yun You need to resubmit. Basta po nagkakaroon ng changes sa ating BOSH committee. Okay? What are the duties ng ating committee? We plan, develop, accident prevention program. Take note, committee hindi lang safety officer to. Group of employees, kasama po ang management. Dapat gumawa ng programs, ng plano, accident prevention. As a committee, we should also inspect the workplace kung meron pong unsafe condition. We also review the reports related to safety and health. So sabi ko kanina, mag-imbestiga si safety officer before i-report yan kay Dole pag-usapan sa OSH committee. Okay? Hindi yung gagawa ng report si safety officer. Sasabihin kay Dole, pupunta ngayon si Dole to verify the report, sasabihin naman nung manager, ay hindi sir, hindi po ganyan na nangyari. Okay? So hindi nagko-coincide yung mga interpretation, yung narrative natin dun sa aksidente. So committee should discuss the reports before siya i-submit kay Dole. Meron po bang sinasubmit? Yes. Ano yung Dole/BWC/IP-5? Yan po yung kanina. Yung RSO natin. Report on Health and Safety Organization. Okay? So, ilang copies po ba yan? 2 copies. Sasubmit sa regional office. Yung isang copy kasi mapupunta kay Bureau of Working Conditions. Okay? Kailan po sinasubmit yan? Within 1 month after the organization. Kung nagpalit kayo, dapat within 1 month, mag-resubmit kayo. Okay? Next po, minutes of the meeting. Wala pong form si Dole. The company has the liberty to use yung inyong mga templates, minutes of the meeting. Sinasubmit po rin yan kay Dole. 2 copies, at least on a quarterly basis. However, because of COVID, both documents could be submitted via email. Okay? So, ang challenge na lang po, alamin natin po yung email address ng pinakamalapit na Dole sa inyo. Okay? Tulad po sa amin dito sa SBMA, di Dole RO3, kung meron, Visayas nga pala lahat. Okay? Dole RO3 oshreport@gmail.com. So you should know yung email address po ng nearest Dole satellite or regional office sa inyo. Okay? Next, Rule 1050 na. So we started with Rule 1030. Nag-1040 tayo. Ngayon, 1050. Clear ko po ang drawings. Ano yung 1050? This is the notification and keeping of accident and or occupational illness. Okay, the employer shall maintain and keep an accident or illness records which shall be open at all times for the inspection to authorized personnel. Okay, sounds familiar? This is Article 128 ng ating Labor Code. Diba kanina? Sabi natin sa Article 128, Dole and his or her representative has the authority to inspect and yung establishment should get access sa premises and documents. All Work accidents, illnesses resulting to disabling injuries shall be reported kay Dole. What are these disabling injuries? Get ko po ha. Okay. Ano po yung mga disabling injuries na yan? So we have three. Yung po yung fatality. We have three. First is the permanent total disability. Na-discuss na sana yan. I hope. Okay, if not, ano yung permanent total disability? When I say permanent, pwedeng naputol. Hindi natutubo yan. Okay? Or nawalan po ng function. Example, nabulag. When we say total, two body parts or body function ang nawala. Example, both eyes, nabulag. Permanent total. One arm, one leg na paralyzed in the event of occupational related stroke. Okay, na stroke. Half body, paralyzed, permanent total disability. Okay? While si permanent partial, ganun pa rin. Permanent, pwedeng naputol or nawala ng function. Partial, one body part lang for body function ang nawala. Kumbaga kanina, both eyes ngayon, one eye lang yung nabulag. So that is permanent partial. The third one po is the permanent total, temporary total disability. When it's say temporary, ibig sabihin gagaling din. Babalik din po yung function. Example, fracture, nabalian ng paa. Nabali yung buto sa paa o sa kamay. Temporary kasi mag-heal din po yan. Pero total kasi po hindi siya maka-report back to work and perform official function. Okay? May company kasi po, nabalian ng paa, ng buto ng paa. Ang gagawin, padadala yung service ng company, tapos pababalikin sa establishment. Sir, anong gagawin niya? Labor natin yan, worker natin yan. Hindi, taga-receive lang siya ng document sa opisina muna. So will it suffice para po matanggal yung temporary total disability record ng company? The answer is no. Bakit? Naka-report back to work siya, pero he or she could not perform official function. Okay? So dapat po perform official function. Okay, clear po tayo ha? Temporary total disability. And of course, you need to report agad within 24 hours fatality. Namatay. Kung yung disabling cases nga, kailangan report agad within 24 hours. Ano pa kaya yung namatay, di ba? So these are the cases that we need to report immediately to DOLE. Report kay DOLE, ha? Ibig sabihin, may template po ba tayo? Yes, merong work accident illness report kay DOLE template. Pero, kung sinabi nilang within 24 hours, pwede po yung narrative reports, yung template ng company natin, i-submit kagad kay DOLE. This is informing, just informing them na nagkaroon kami ng disabling injury or fatality. The accident record, accident report form ni DOLE, to follow na po yan. Okay? Kasi you need to investigate nga naman. Who could investigate and report within 24 hours? Okay? Mahirap yun ha. Okay? Ano yung sinasabi niyo, sir? Yung investigation report, ito po. Lawyer's Work Accident Illness Report. O yung tinatawag nating WAIR. Okay, yan po yung DOLE form niya, DOLE/BWC/OHSD/IB-6. Okay, so very detailed naman po to. Ano yung ininging info, bigay lang po natin. Kung wala, NA. Okay? Nakalagay, sir, this report shall be submitted by the employer of every accident or illness in the regional having jurisdiction on or before the 20th day of the month. Of course, this is just the accident report, investigation report. Pero sabi ko nga kanina, yung mismong narrative report template ni company within 24 hours kung record ni DOLE, yun po ang gagamitin natin. Okay? Next, another report. Kasi sa Rule 1050, report to eh. We need to submit the computation ng ating frequency rate at ng severity rate. How could we compute for the frequency rate? Yeah. The number of disabling injuries or illnesses. Yan yung sabi natin, yung 3 types. Permanent total, permanent partial, temporary total disability, plus fatality, of course. Ilan po yan? Times 1 million. Divide by man-hour natin or the employees' hours of exposure. Sir, first aid case. Sugat lang kasi. Okay, nahiwa. Kasama po ba siya dyan? The answer is no. Bakit? Hindi siya disabling injury. Next po, we compute for the severity rate. Parang parehas lang po kanina, pero this time, total days loss. Okay? Ilang araw po yung actual na nawala si worker. Sir, how about yung disabling, yung fatality? Sir, namatay yun. Matatakot naman kami pag biglang bumalik yan sa trabaho. Paano kaya yun, sir? So, i-charge po natin siya as 6,000 days. 6,000 araw. Ganun din po yung sa permanent total disabilities. Okay? 6,000 days. Multiplied by constant 1 million, divide by man-hours natin or the employees' hours of exposure. Ano ba yan, sir? Yung timeline na employees' hours of exposure mula January 1 hanggang last day of December ng nakaraang taon. Okay? If you are to report it ngayong 2022. Dapat tapos na yung January po ang reporting. Okay? The following year, the previous year po ang data natin dyan. Hindi po yung current year kasi hindi pa tapos eh. Okay? May form po ba tayo niyan, sir? Frequency rate and severity rate. Severity rate po, yan po. This is what we call the AEDR or the Annual Work Accident Illness Exposure Data Report. Okay, isang page lang po to. Name of establishment, nature of business, address, exposure data. What year po? January to December 2021. Number of employees. Ilan po yung hours work nila in total. Ilan po ang disabling, ilan ang non-disabling. Ilan po yung computation ng frequency rate at ng severity rate. So if you would observe, yan po. Yung mga data sa nandito, yan po yung hinihingi natin dito kanina. Okay? So ito po yung form niya. Ilan po ang submission niya before po matapos ang January. Okay? January. Yan. Ano ulit yung what year? Ito po yung accident investigation report. Okay? 2 copies, regional office, isa sa Bureau of Working Conditions. On or before the 20th day of the month. Okay, but please take note, nagkaroon po ng memo si Dole last March requiring po yung submission ng ating what year. Ito po nga accident investigation report natin. Ang deadline na po niya, last day of the month. Okay? Paano po tayo magre-report? Via Dole ERS. Online ERS. Okay? So type lang po natin sa Google, Dole ERS. Okay? Tapos lalabas po yung portal doon. Click natin. Doon na po yung reporting natin. Ha? Okay? So that supersedes ito yung dinidiscuss natin na 2 copies, 20th of the month. Okay? Via online na po because of COVID-19. At mas mabilis po ang reporting. See, you don't have to print. You don't have to go sa kanilang regional office. Okay? Via online na. Next po, AEDR. Ano yung AEDR? Yan po yung Annual Exposure Data Report natin kanina. Clear ko lang po drawing. Yan. So this deadline still remains on or before the end of the January of the following year. Okay. Next. Clear na po tayo ha. Sige, next. Rule 1060. So I hope na nakikita natin yung flow. Okay, 10, 30, 40, 50, 60 naman ngayon. Marami po itong Rule 1060. Sabi ko nga, kahit yung taas ng stairs, yung step ng stairs, handrails natin, workspace requirement, nandyan po. Pero yung pinaka-basic po tayo, building premises shall have adequate fire, emergency, and danger signs and safety instructions of standard colors and sizes visible at all times. Okay? So ito po. Lahat ng establishment, applicable to. Signages. Okay? Sir, di natin i-discuss. Wala tayong slide yata niya. Okay, 1070 na. Sige po, you could just write it down. Ano po yung mga standard colors natin according kay Rule 1060 at sa kanyang Table 2 na nasa next photo ng ating yellow book. Okay? If you are pertaining to danger, pwedeng may mamatay, danger, stop, or you want to indicate yung mga firefighting equipments natin. Gusto natin, ito yung fire extinguisher. Ano yung signage? It should be color red. Safety reminders natin, tulad ng wearing of face mask. Color green. Color green. If you want to indicate physical hazards meaning pwede kang mauntog, pwede kang madulas, pwede kang bumangga, the color is yellow. Okay, of course, yung mauntog, minsan may color black pa tayo nakikita, di ba? Yung stripes, palitan, yellow, black, yellow, black, yellow, black, yellow, black. Okay? Minsan may nakikita rin tayo sa mga malls. Pag basa po yung sahig, pwede tayong madulas, color yellow yung kanilang standee. So that conforms with Rule 1060, standard colors. Okay? Next, what if kung may mga moving parts na pwedeng sumabit si worker o kaya madurog pa yung kanyang body part? So the color is orange. Orange po. Example, sa manufacturing, maraming mga machines doon. Pag binuksan nila yun, maraming moving parts. So, orange dapat ang signage. Next po, ito, bihira yung nakaka-comply. Meron pong facility na under repair or under maintenance. Nakikita ko ito minsan sa restaurant. Sira yung CR. Pero bakit ganun ang kulay? Okay, according kay standard, color blue po dapat. Okay? But may nakikita ko minsan yellow, tapos under repair daw. Should be color blue. This facility is under maintenance. Minsan yun nakasulat eh. Color blue po yan. Okay? Next, housekeeping. Dito po ang trash can, dito po ang basurahan, nakalagay. Or traffic mismo. You want to indicate, delineate, dito po ang parking. Should be color white. Okay? Color white. Kung may words po na ilalagay, o yun po, pwedeng color black yung font kasi hindi rin natin makikita. Kung white yung background, white yung letter. Okay? Next, the last color for our standards, color purple. Ano yung purple? Radiation po, kung meron tayo sa ating workplace. Okay? Just a quick summary. Tingnan po natin yung mga nasulat natin. Red, yan po ay yung danger. Stop. Fire protection equipments. Okay? Green is for safety reminders. Yellow is for physical hazard. Pwede tayong untog, madulas, bumangga. Orange is for kung may removing parts. Blue, if kung may under repair, under maintenance, the facility or equipment. And purple is for radiation. Okay? Reference nyo, sir, Rule 1060, Table 2. Okay? Ng ating yellow book. Now, let's go po kay Rule 1070 naman. Ito po, mahaba rin itong rule na to eh. But the difference between Rule 1060 and 1070, when we say 1060, yan yung mga physical hazard, nabanggit natin. But for Rule 1070, ito naman po yung mga threshold limit sa hangin, sa tubig, okay? Sa lupa. Yung pwedeng makasakit sa tao. Okay, these are the threshold limits for our toxic, sa mga carcinogenic substances. Okay? Kung meron pong smoke, let's say carbon monoxide, ano po yung pinakamataas niya? Okay? So for 8-hour shift, 500. I think nagkaroon po ng news wherein isang rider ng MRT na monitor niya yung carbon monoxide. Okay? Monitor niya yung carbon monoxide. Ang lumabas daw, it is 3 times daw yung dami ng carbon dioxide sa loob ng MRT. Okay? For an 8-hour shift. So, saan niya nakuha yung 3 times yung dami ng carbon monoxide? Sa Rule 1070 po. Binase niya kay Rule 1070. Okay? Next, let's go kay Rule 1080. Ito naman po yung personal protective equipment and devices. So, all personal protective equipment shall be of the approved design and construction appropriate for the exposure of the work to be performed. When we say approved design and construction, ito po yung may mga test certificate coming from the BOSH Center or kung may government agency na nag-approve. Okay? Example, BOSH Center, doon po yung hard hat. May mga test result po yan. Safety shoes. Other agency, example, DOH, na-prove nila yung mga types ng mask na susuotin natin for COVID-19. So yun lang dapat yung ini-issue ni company. No person shall be subjected or exposed to a hazardous environmental condition without protection. Okay? One good example po natin ngayon, COVID-19. COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, yung positive agent niya, ay isang biological hazard. May ganyan sa ating workplace, each protection should be provided for the employees. Okay, under Rule 1080. Who will be charged for the expenses ng ating PPEs? Ito po, the company employer shall at his own expense furnish his or her worker with protective equipments for kung anong body part yan at kung anong hazard. Okay? Pinaikli ko na lang po kasi ang haba eh. Clear po tayo dyan ha? Rule 1080. So, free of charge yan, sir. Yes, sir. However, sabi nga natin kay Dole, hindi po pwedeng pabor lang lagi kay worker. Dapat po, industrial piece. Patas lang. Okay? So, meron po tayo, may nilagay tayong note. Free of charge, di hingi lang ng hingi si worker. Okay? Bigay lang ng bigay si employer, hindi po. Pwede pong i-deduct ngayon si worker dyan. Deductions for the loss or damage of personal protective equipment shall be governed by the Article 114, Book 3 ng Labor Code of the Philippines and Section 14, Rule 8, Book 3 ng kanyang implementing rules. Okay? Ano ba yung nakasaad dyan, sir? Sorry, wala dito sa next slide. Okay. Under Section 14, Rule 8, Book 3 ng Omnibus Rules Implementing the Labor Code, we have 4 conditions. You could write it down. Okay? 4 conditions to satisfy para po ma-deduct si worker. Maging lawful po yung deduction. First, we should establish na meron pong negligence. Negligence. By the way, not just for PPEs and other deductions siguro sa ating mga workers. May negligence. Ngayon, paano po natin ma-establish yung negligence? Dapat meron tayong clear instruction how to use and care for that PPE or for that equipment. Okay? Dapat po naka-black and white yan. Hindi pwedeng sinabi ko, sir, na bawal yung ganito, na dapat ganito yung dapat po documented yan. Okay? Sample, meron bang sa office, calculators, mga ganyan. Pwede masira. Pwede ba i-deduct sa kanila? Yes. Okay? Under this rule po, pwede rin po. But you need to establish negligence. Yung pwedeng laging nawawala yung calculator, bigay ng bigay si office. Okay, sir, nawala yung kaha. Pwede ba yun? Sure, of course not. Okay? Okay, you need to establish negligence. Next po, meron po tayong binigay tayong opportunity kay worker to explain or justify na dapat hindi siya i-charge. Example, sa construction, nawala yung hard hat niya. Negligence, kasi sinabi natin na bawal iwala yan. Second po natin, nagbigay ng opportunity. In-explain ni worker. Okay? Written document, ha? Sir, hinirap po kasi yung hard hat ko ni engineer. Si engineer ang nakawala. Okay? So, kung dinaretso natin deduction yon, it will be unjust kasi hindi pala siya nakawala. So, you need to give opportunity kay worker to explain or justify yung kanyang naging action. Okay? If kung hindi po katanggap-tanggap, hindi valid yung kanyang explanation, the third one, kung magkano po yung i-charge natin, yun lang po dapat ang amount. Paano yun, sir? Minsan kasi, example, safety shoes. Kasi wala akong maisip na pwedeng i-charge sa industry ni Mercury. Safety shoes, 2,500. Sir, bakit charge ako ng 3,000? Sir, may shipping fee. Lazada or Shopee. Okay? Hindi po kasama yon. Exact amount lang po yung dapat nating i-charge. Sir, nag-diesel, nag-toll gate para lang bilhin yung mga PPEs na yan. Hindi po. It should be the exact amount of the lost or damaged item. Okay? Wala pong kasamang ibang charge. The fourth one, the last one, ito po ang magdidictate how much could we deduct per weekly salary. It should not exceed 20%. 20%. Okay? 20%. Okay, what if the workers' weekly salary is 5,000? Ang sabi ko kanina, PPE is 2,500. Na-satisfy yung first, second, third condition. Ngayon, i-deduct siya. Dineduct sa kanya yung 2,500. Will it be just? Yes or no sa ating chat box. Tama po ba na chinarge siya kagad ng 2,500 if ang kanyang weekly salary ay 5,000 pesos? Yes or no? Chat box. Yan, okay. Very good. Bilis po yung sagot at clear. The answer is no. Bakit? That is 50% ng kanyang weekly salary. Okay? Clear po tayo, ha? So, ano dapat yung week 1 niya? Ano ang naging salary niya? Anong deduction niya? Should be 20%, 1,000. Okay? The following week, 1,000, and the third week ng kanyang salary, it should be 500. Okay? Sige. Next po. This is Rule 1080. Ano pa yung mga significance natin? Yan. I think this is the last rule natin. Yung basic rules natin. Okay, so far. Yes po. Go ahead po. Hi, ma'am. Okay, siguro baka napindot lang ni ma'am. Sige po, let's go kay Rule 1960. This is the last rule natin for the OSH legislation. Occupational Safety and Health Services. Coverage po, all establishments, whether for profit or not, kahit po NGOs, kailangan sumunod pa rin. Government or its political subdivision. Government-owned or controlled corporation. Okay? So in short, all. Kasama po yung government projects natin. Okay? Dapat po meron silang services para po sa health ng ating mga manggagawa. Ngayon, let me just emphasize ang occupational illness. Okay? Occupational illness. Kasi unlike occupational injuries, madali pong ma-distinguish kung work-related siya, occupational injury nga sir eh. If it happens sa workplace, nangyari yan, na-injured si worker sa kanyang workplace, occupational injury. Okay? Pero ang occupational illness, hindi po. Okay, we have two. This one is just the second. Kaya ito yung pinakamalabo eh. So kaya ako nilagay dyan. The first one is kung related po yung kanyang sakit doon sa kanyang work conditions or working environment. Okay? Example po, varicose veins. Okay? Makita natin yung ugat-ugat, malaking ugat sa hita. Yan, hindi yan minamasahe, di ba? Kasi pwede magkaroon ng thrombophlebitis daw. Okay? So yan po, kung laging nakatayo nga naman yung worker, let's say security guards or clerks, of course, magkakaroon sila niyan. That could be considered an occupational illness. Okay? The next condition is, ito po, the fact that disease occurs among a group of exposed person with a frequency above the average morbidity of the rest ng kanyang population. Okay? Meaning on a community level, community level po. Example, dengue. Could we consider it as an occupational disease? Dengue, sir, dito ako nilagnat sa workplace ko. Occupational illness. Hindi po. You need to satisfy this one. Okay? Kasi lahat pwede magka-dengue regardless of occupation. Hindi yan work-related illness. Okay? So, paano po yan? Tingin lang po sa akin muna sa camera. Huwag muna sa slide. Okay? Example, this is your workplace. This is your community. Okay? Ito po yung cases, ha? If your workplace has a higher number of cases compared sa inyong community, that could be considered as an occupational illness. However, what if kung maraming nagkakadengue sa inyong community at merong nagkakadengue sa inyong workplace, could we consider that as an occupational illness? Yes or no? So sa community, yung numbers ng cases, at ito yung sa inyong community, sa inyong workplace, ganito lang. Could we consider that as an occupational illness? Yes or no? Sa ating chat box. Community, workplace. Occupational illness ba? Dengue? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Yan. Okay, very good. And yung nasa ating chat box dito. The answer is no. Sir, naramdaman ko dito sa loob ng ating workplace. That's the difference between occupational injury sa occupational disease. Sa injury, within the workplace, pasok yan. Pero kay occupational illness, you need to satisfy this one, yung condition set by the International Labor Organization noong 2010. Okay? If it's not work-connected, dapat pasok siya dun sa frequency above the population. Okay? Unless ito pong cases na to ay naka-house mismo sa company. Let's say may staff house or merong barracks. Okay, obviously, that is the facility ng inyong establishment. Therefore, yung lamok na kumagat po dyan ay nasa loob ng inyong establishment. Okay? Kino-consider kasi, nagkaroon ng case si worker sa workplace, baka nga naman yung lamok nang galing doon sa bahay, nang galing doon sa tindahan, kaya kasi ang taas sa community. Okay? Mas mataas ang possibility na yung lamok na yon ay nasa bahay, nasa tindahan, nasa kay BFF, okay? Nasa tambayan. Okay? At hindi sa workplace. Sige, going forward. Emphasize ko lang po, Rule 1963. Kasi minsan may mga establishments tayo. I'm sure yung Mercury, hindi naman ganun karaming empleyado per establishment that would require a clinic. Okay? Pero just in case, i-require isang establishment na magkaroon ng clinic, pero walang space. So ano po ba yung pwedeng maging exemption? So ito po, Rule 1963. Hindi ko na po babasahin. Explain ko na lang, ha? We have the 525 rule. 525. Okay? If your establishment is within the 5 kilometers radius ng isang clinic or hospital, or yung kanyang travel time ay within 25 minutes, yan. Pwede pong mag-establish na lang tayo ng relationship dun sa clinic na yon in the form of memorandum. Okay? Memorandum of agreement, memorandum of understanding, na sila po ang magiging takbuhan na clinic just in case na magkaroon na injury sa ating workplace. Okay? Ganun naman kasi kalapit lang. But of course, kailangan po may first aid treatment kung pa rin sa establishment. When you say clinic, yan po yung may kama. Okay? Pwede pong alagaan si worker sa kanyang basic medical needs. Oxygen, temperature check. Okay? Monitoring ng kanyang health. Clear po tayo, the 5-25 rule. Yan, for the purpose of this rule, the employer shall enter into a written contract with the hospital. Ito po, dental clinic. Kasi mahirap nga naman, required tayo ng isang dental clinic, tapos dental chair, magkano pa yun, sir? So, kung within 5-25 po tayo, within 5 kilometers or 25 minutes ang travel time, yan, pwedeng magkaroon na ng written contract with the dentist, dental clinic, the dentist. Okay? Ano bang ilalagay dun sa contract na yun, sir? Na lahat po na dadalhin na worker doon because of their injuries or occupational illness shall be treated and i-charge or at the expense of the company. Okay? Okay, next. Number 1. Okay, Rule 1963 pa rin tayo. Every employer covered by this rule shall in his workplace at least minimum quantity of medicines, medical supplies, equipments, and medical faculties or personnel listed sa Table 47 ng medicines. Okay? Supplies and facilities for the use of the workers employed in the establishment should conform with Table 47 daw. Hindi yung, meron po ba kayong first aid? Meron po. Papakita yung isang pedicure, manicure. Yun na po yung mismong gamot nila. Hindi. May minimum number po tayo. May minimum inventory. Mamaya papakita po natin yan. Number 2. Just in case meron po tayo, may nakalista sa Table 47 na obsolete na po or merong mas maganda ng substitute. Yan. Po pwede na po yan. Basta po okay naman po sa ating mga occupational health professionals. Example, sa table po, meron pa yatang toothache drop. Okay? Ginagamit pa ba yun? Siguro bihira na. Kasi sir, pag masakit ang ngipin, you just drink painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs such as yung ating mefenamic acid. Okay? Number 3. Yan. Just in case mabawasan po yung inventory natin sa table 47, kailangan mapalitan kagad. Ayan, nasa baba nga po. Shall be replaced with the same quantity immediately after use or consumption. Hindi po excuse kay Dole. Meron ka bang paracetamol? Yes, sir. Bakit wala na rin? Ay, sir, nagamit kasi last week. So, hindi po excuse yun. Kailangan na replenish kagad pagkagamit. Ano yung table 47 na yan? Ito po. Screenshot. So if you would notice, may range po ng number of workers sa taas. Yan po yung susundin natin. Example, if my establishment has 500 workers, pasok siya sa 200 to 600. So ano po yung mga dapat na laman ng aking clinic? So dapat merong 120 cc or ml ng topical antiseptic, 240 cc ng antiseptic eye wash, isopropyl alcohol, 500 cc. Yan po, toothache drop. Pero sabi ko nga, kung meron kayong substitute for that, under Rule 1963, it will do. Okay? Susundin po natin yung nakasaad dito. Regardless kung sa tingin natin, hindi naman po magkakaroon ng ganyan. Tulad ng burn ointment. Sir, mababa naman chance na pwede may masunog. Still, you need to prepare this medicine in case of emergency. Okay? This is for medicines. This is for medical supplies. Yan. So ito, 1 to 12. Ito naman, 13 to 28. Medical supplies. Okay? So clear po tayo at table 47 yan. So pag sinabing nasaan po ang inyong medical supplies, huwag yung sa isang maliit na box lang. Kasi I'm sure, hindi kasya lahat to doon. Magaling na yung magkasya ng ganito. Okay? Especially kung kailangan ng stretcher. How could you fix, insert that in one bag? Okay? Next. Rule 1964. Establishment po natin, dapat may first aider. Sir, ano po ba yung number of workers kung kailan tayo magre-require ng isa first aider? Okay? If ang establishment, meron pong at least one, siyempre sir, may isang empleyado yan. 1 to 50. Yan. Kailangan natin ng isang first aider. Sir, pwede po bang dual function? Safety officer at the same time, first aider? Pwede po. Supervisor, sir, slash first aider po pwede. Sir, cashier. First aider. Pwede rin po. Okay? Basta po able to read and write. And kailangan po nakapag-training ng first aid. Not just sa Philippine National Red Cross. Meron na kasing memo si Dole. Pwede na rin po tayo magkaroon ng first aider certificate galing kay BFP, Bureau of Fire Protection, DOH. At meron na rin po mga accredited na first aid training facilities or safety training organizations. Okay? Next, if our workplace ay mayroong empleyado 51 to 99 personnels, magre-require na po tayo ng occupational nurse, occupational health nurse. Requirements sa ating occupational health nurse, of course, dapat registered nurse siya. At the same time, meron po siyang at least 50 hours basic training in occupational nursing conducted by the Bureau of Working Condition, Regional Office, UP College of Public Health, or by ONAP. Ano yung ONAP, sir? OHNAP. Occupational Health Nurses Association of the Philippines. Okay? Yun sa ONAP po, I think 48 hours lang. So still, that will suffice according kay Dole. Okay? But for other trainings, aside from ONAP, 50 hours po yan. Sir, yan po ba yung BOSH for nurses? Yes po. Iba yung BOSH ng safety officer. Iba yung BOSH for nurses. Ha? Baka po merong nurse dito. Tapos, sir, yan na pala. Ito na yun. Ito yung BOSH. Hindi po. Iba pa po yung sa occupational health nurse. If our establishments has 100 pataas na, yan, magre-require na po tayo ng physician. Physician, dapat po may lisensya, of course. Sinong gustong magpagamot sa doktor na walang lisensya? At dapat po may training din siya sa basic training course in occupational medicine conducted by the BWC at ng UP College of Public Health. Okay? Tandem po to. Kung require kayo ng occupational physician, ganon din po sa dentist. By the way, ito sa doctor pa rin. Sorry. If our establishments has more than 2,000 workers, napakarami na po, kailangan po merong master's degree na po yung ating doctor. Okay? Sa industrial health or occupational health. Ngayon, sabi ko, in tandem ang doctor at dentist. Kung ni-require na po kayo ng doctor, sigurado, re-require na kayo magkaroon ng dentist. So dentist, kailangan po, again, lisensyado pa rin. At meron pong training, basic training course in occupational dentistry conducted by the Bureau of Dental Health Services ng BOH. Sir, madalas naman po, wala pang mga ganyan training. Doctors, nurses, dentists, at kahit po yung empleyado namin. So, binibigyan po kayo ng 6 months para po makapag-comply. After the employment, 6 months. Number 1, yan po, 6 months para kay nurse, physician, dentist. Yung number 2 po, 6 months din po para kay first aider. Okay? So, kung nakapag-employ kayo ng isang nurse, wala pang basic training for nurses, occupational health nurses. Yan, 6 months po ang palugit na binibigay ng standard. May sinasubmit po ba in terms of occupational health? The answer is yes. Ito po yung ating annual medical report. Okay? May form po ba? Yes po. DOLE/BCC/OH-47A. Okay? Sorry, wala tayong sample niyan. Napakahabang document. Listahan po yan ng mga sakit. From symptoms pala hanggang sakit. Headache, toothache, allergic dermatitis, gastroenteritis, lahat po ng possible na maramdaman ni empleyado sa loob ng establishment natin. Nakalista po doon. Ngayon, fill up na lang ilan na nagkaroon ng toothache for the whole year. Nagkaroon ng headache, gastroenteritis, contact dermatitis, lahat po. Okay? 2 copies po yan. Or via email, pwede rin. Deadline po natin on or before the last day of March. Okay? Of the following year, of course. Bakit kaya? Kanina, sir, January, yung annual report. Ngayon naman, annual medical report, March. Para po may time na magpa-medical si empleyado. Okay? Any question po? Question. Regarding sa ating BOSH legislation, the first part. Okay, wala po. So we could proceed sa next part ng ating OSH legislations, which is the DO 198-18. Nasaan siya? Okay, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? What are the key points ng RA 11058 at ang kanyang IRR? Department Order 198-18. Okay, yan. So far, so good yung ating chat box. Mabilis pa rin yung flow. Pero medyo bumagal. Siguro medyo napapagod. Okay? It's understandable. We've been discussing for an hour and a half. Okay, sige po. Thank you for confirming. Ano ang pinagkaiba ni RA sa DO? So, si RA po 11058. This is the law. Okay, signed by the President noong August 17, 2020. 18. Okay? So, ang title po niya, An Act Strengthening Compliance with Occupational Safety and Health Standards and Providing Penalties for Violation thereof. Okay? So, lahat po ng i-discuss natin, most of it are already nasa yellow book, pero binibigyan po natin siya ng administrative fines kung hindi masusunod. Plus, yung ibang standard po, hinigpitan lang dito. Okay? Si batas, hindi ang basta-basta kayang i-implement without the guidelines or the implementing rules and regulations. So, ito po yung si DO 198-18. Okay? DO 198-18. So, it was signed on December 6, 2018, published noong January 9, 2019, under Article 5 po ng Labor Code. Maghihintay po tayo ng 15 days after publication sa dalawang newspaper that circulated in general population. So, inabot po siya ng January 25 na po. Okay, ang kanya effectivity because of the Article 5 ng Labor Code. Okay? So, ang title niya, DO 198-18. Pero if you would notice, 2019 na siya in-enforce. Sinabutan ng pagpapalit ng taon. Declaration of Policy. The state affirms labor as a primary social and economic force and that a safe and healthy workforce is an integral aspect of nation building. Ito po, yung government ina-acknowledge na yung ating mga manggagawa ang building blocks ng ating society at ng ating ekonomiya. So kung healthy po, malakas ang ating general workforce, matatag po ang ekonomiya. Kaya po, ginagawa ng government yung kanyang mga policies, rules sa protection ni worker. Coverage po, applicable to all establishments, projects, sites, including mga nasa economic zones, and all other places where work is being undertaken in all branches of economic activity except public sector. Okay, so private lang po itong DO 198-18. Okay? However, yung sa public, sir, Batandaya, wala silang ganyan. Meron po. Kasi po si DOLE, hindi niya pwedeng bigyan ng fine si another government agency or i-penalize yung isang official. Okay? Unless dadaan po sila sa Civil Service Commission. Kaya po merong joint memorandum si DOLE, DOH at Civil Service Commission regarding sa occupational safety and health standards for the public sector. Okay? Di po natin di-discuss to, pero if you have the chance to read itong joint memorandum na to, parehas na parehas po sila no DO 198-18. Walang special treatment. Nagkaiba lang ng memorandum orders. Okay? So what are the features? Yan. Definition of terms lang po. Kasi as safety officer, madalas natin ito maririnig. Imminent danger. It is a situation by a condition or practice in any place of employment that could reasonably be expected to lead to death or serious physical harm. So kahit anong condition po to or behavior or practice na manggagawa na mataas po ang chance na makasakit siya or pwedeng may mamatay. Okay? Imminent danger po ang tawag. Example, sa Valenzuela nagkaroon ng gas leak, ammonia. Of course, yan, pwedeng mahilo at mamatay yung tao. That is what we call imminent danger. Worker, electrician, nagkukumpuni ng, let's say, control box. Live wire po ang hinahawakan pero wala siyang PTEs. Okay? Yan, imminent danger din po yan. Worker, gumagawa sa mataas na lugar, walang PPE. Pag nahulog, patay. Imminent danger ang tawag. Okay? By the way, According kay Herbert William Heinrich, I think this was discussed on day 1 sa inyo, accident is either caused by unsafe act or unsafe condition. Okay? Bihira yung unavoidable. Okay? 2% lang. According kay Herbert William Heinrich, accident caused by unsafe condition, how many percent po? Review na rin. Later may exam tayo.
10% po.
Chatbox na lang ma'am para lahat makasagot. Chatbox po. See kung sino nakaka-recall pa. How many percent ng aksidente ay caused by the unsafe, ano sabi ko, act? Okay, very good. 88%. Okay, very good. 88% po ng aksidente ay caused by unsafe act or unsafe behavior. 10% is caused by unsafe condition. And the 2% is caused by force majeure, acts of nature, unavoidable, such as earthquake, typhoon. Okay? Sino may sabi? Herbert William Heinrich. Others pronounce it as Heinrich, but it is Heinrich. Next, employer. So any person, natural or juridical, including the contractor, subcontractor, and principal employer who directly or indirectly benefit from the service of the employee. Okay, alam na namin yan, sir. Employer, siya yung aming boss. Siya yung aming company mismo. Yung nag-hire sa amin. In-emphasize ko lang po dito yung directly or indirectly benefit from the service of the employee. Okay? Meron po kasing company, sila yung client, sila yung principal, at meron pong manpower agency. Ngayon, what if kung may nangyari po dun sa tao ng manpower agency, liable po ba si principal? The answer is yes. Okay? Nakalagay po dito, directly or indirectly benefit from the service of the employee. Okay? So may pananagutan pa rin po yung principal. So yung welfare po ng principal, hindi lang dun sa kanyang manggagawa. Okay? Sa kanyang direct employees. But lahat po ng tao na nasa establishment niya. Okay? Example, security guards. Sa construction industry, kumukuha yung construction firm ng security guards. Ngayon, naatrasan ng, let's say, dump truck yung security guard. Sino po mananagot? Is it the agency? Hindi lang po. Okay? But the construction firm itself. Directly or indirectly benefit from the service of the employee. Dito po sa Philippines, uso yung pakyawan. Okay? Pakyawan. What if yun ang na-aksidente? Wala silang direct relationship between dun sa nagpagawa at dun sa namamakyaw. So, sino magiging responsible? Si nagpapagawa pa rin. Directly or indirectly benefit from the service of the employee. Okay? Palusot lang po ng employer yon na i-label na pakyawan. Okay? Definition of terms pa rin. We have the low risk, medium risk, high risk establishments. Pag sinabi natin low risk establishments, a workplace where there is a low level of danger or exposure to safety and health hazards and not likely or with low probability to result in an accident, harm or illness. Okay? In-highlight po natin low level of danger or exposure. When we say risk assessment, kasi dito low risk, medium risk, high risk. When we say risk assessment, ano po ang tinitingnan ulit natin? We have two things. That is the probability and the severity. Likelihood or the consequence ng isang aksidente. Probability and severity ng isang aksidente. Okay? Probability or likelihood, severity or the consequence. ng isang aksidente. Kung mababa po yung probability, mababa po yung severity ng isang aksidente, ng possible na aksidente, low risk establishment po kayo. Medium risk, pag moderate exposure, moderate risk, moderate yung probability, moderate yung severity. At pag sinabi nating high, of course sir, high po ang probability, high ang severity. Also, yan, a workplace wherein the high risk po tayo a workplace wherein the presence of hazards or potential hazards within the company may affect the safety and health of workers, hindi lang po sa loob, pati po yung tao na nasa labas or nakapalibot po sa kanyang establishments. Okay? Example, refilling ng LPG. Yan, pag sumabog, hindi lang sa establishment nila. Dama yung mga katabing establishment or bahay. Construction site. Okay? So, those are high-risk establishments. Okay, next po. Ayaw mo ba yung options mo? Excuse lang, yan. Para ma-delete ko. Hindi ko ma-delete. Okay, now let's go po sa sino po ang magsasabi kung low, medium, or high risk establishments po. Ito ay nakabase sa Labor Advice 24-2019. Okay, ano po bang nakasulat doon? The establishment shall be responsible in determining its own level of classification. Yeah. Low, medium, or high risk po tayo. Based sa hierarchy po natin, conducted by the company. Kung low risk ang nilagay nyo, you need to justify. Okay? Kung low risk nga kayo. Sabi natin, risk assessment, mababa dapat ang probability at mababa ang severity ng inyong possible na aksidente. Okay? So clear po tayo, it is the establishment. But of course, inspection ni Dole. Sige po, next. Sa DO 198-18 po at sa RA 11058, may mga rights po si workers na nakasaad. Compared po sa Yellow Book na wala naman. Okay? Dinagdag po to. Workers' right to know. The worker, including sa mga new hire, shall be provided training and information sa lahat ng types of hazards in the workplace sa language po and dialect that workers can understand. Training and information materials shall be made readily available and accessible to workers. Okay? So lahat po ng instructions dapat po naiintindihan po. Klaro kay worker. Sir, not necessary Tagalog, pwede mag-Bisaya. Yes po. Pwede magkapagpangan. Yes po. Okay? Especially sa language po. I'll tell you an old safety joke that highlights yung dialect or language. Okay? Pwede kasi magresulta rin yan sa aksidente. Yan, sakto po. Lahat ay Bisaya. An old safety joke to emphasize language, importance of language. Sample, ito ay isang mabigat na bakal. It is being carried by a Tagalog sa harap. Nakikita ako sa camera. At Bisaya sa likod. Okay? Sabi nung nasa harap, Brad, ang bigat. Ang sabi nung Bisaya, bitaw. Bitaw. So, ang gagawin nga naman ng Tagalog, ibitawan niya. So, what happens? It becomes an accident. Okay? Yan yung old safety joke pag pinag-uusapan yung communication safety. Okay? So, the instructions, information materials should be in the dialect that can be understood by the worker. Okay? If you need to adjust the language, why not? Kailangan po maintindihan niya. What if kung hindi tayo nagbigay niya? Health and safety orientation. Iba po yung work orientation. Ha? Pwedeng pagsabayan. Isang araw na lang yon. Pero dapat po hindi mawala ang health and safety orientation. So what if hindi tayo nag-conduct niya? Nalaman ni Dole, despite given the instruction na mag-conduct tayo ng safety and health orientation, hindi nagawa ni company, that accounts for 20,000 pesos per day. Okay, penalty under Section 29 mismo ng DO 198-18. Ito po yung mismong screenshot sa presyo, administrative fine. Next, we have the worker's right to refuse unsafe work. Worker has the right to refuse, the right of refusal to work without threat or reprisal from the employer if, as determined by DOLE, an imminent danger situation exists. Ngayon, hindi naman lagi pong nandyan si DOLE. Okay? Kasi po, inuutusan na siya. Pag tumanggi siya, hintayin pa niya yung DOLE para makatanggi. Hindi po. Kaya po nandyan ngayon si safety officer. Yan. Yung second bullet. As a preventive measure, the safety officer may follow his or her own determination and without fear of reprisal, implement a work stoppage or suspension of operation in case of imminent danger. Okay? Pwede pong magpatigil ng trabaho si safety officer without being terminated. Tinanggal sa trabaho. Pwede po ba yun? Well, according kasi sa Labor Code Article 282, okay, Article 282, if you are terminated by the employer, if kung may serious misconduct, meron po ba doon? Alam niyo, delikado. Stop work tayo. Is it a serious misconduct or willful obedience? The answer is no. Is it gross and habitual negligence? No. Lalo na po, it is not fraud or criminal activity. Okay? So wala pong grounds para po ma-terminate si safety officer by just implementing a work stoppage order kung nagkaroon ng imminent danger. Okay? Clear po tayo. Sir, but if in the event na contractual, delikado, example, electrician, since wala pong gloves, walang binigay ng protection sa kanya, nag-refuse. Okay? Pwede po ba siyang i-terminate? Hindi po. Just in case the company terminates his or her contract, ngayon po, i-compute ngayon ni Dole yan. If it is deemed unlawful, i-compute po yan. How many months sana? Kailangan siyang ibalik. Okay? 2 months siyang hindi nakapagtrabaho, babayaran po yung 2 months niya. Ngayon, terminate siya for good. Good for 1 year pa sana yung kanyang kontrata, babayaran na ng company yung another 1 year pa sana. Okay? Which is very advantageous sa worker pag gano'n. Ito pala. Termination by employer, Article 282. Naunahan ko na. Kasi po nakalagay dito, without fear of reprisal, kasi pwedeng i-terminate, patatanggal kita. Okay? Kasi hindi ka sumusunod sa akin, that is willful disobedience. Pero hindi po papasok yan doon. Under Article 282, pwede lang ma-terminate kung may serious misconduct, willful obedience, gross habitual negligence, fraud or willful breach of the employee's trust, reposed to him, commission of a crime, or other causes analogous to the foregoing. Okay? So another 283, wala lang dito. Pwede mag-terminate lang si company if installation of labor-saving devices, kasi automated na, hindi na kailangan ng manpower. Redundancy, 2 position, pero isa lang yung function. Retrenchment, nalulugi na talaga tulad ng COVID-19. Doon lang po pwede mag-terminate outside Article 282. Okay? Next, workers' right to report accidents. Kanina sabi natin, magre-report kay DOLE si Health and Safety Committee. Madalas yan si Safety Officer. Okay, ngayon po, under DO 198-18, pati po si worker meron ng karapatan mag-report directly kay DOLE. Okay, may mga companies po kasi iniiwas sa liabilities. Kaya wag na lang i-report yung aksidente. Ayun, kahit sino po sa manggagawa, kahit yung kanilang representative tulad ng kamag-anak, they could report kay Dole mismo. Next, workers' right to PPE. Yan. Employer, contractor, subcontractor shall provide his worker PPEs. Sorry, wala sa type. Free of charge. Okay? Ayun po, ano yung mga PPEs na kailangan? So, second bullet po tayo. It is the safety officer magdi-determine kung anong PPE ang required. Ngayon, failure to provide appropriate PPE sa mga high-risk activities. Example, may pagagawa po tayo sa taas, yung mismong signboard natin. Nasira, that is 6 meters, sabihin na natin. Kailangan mag-provide tayo ng full body harness. Para kung nahulog, oops, may tali siya. Okay? What if kung hindi nag-provide si employer, pwede pong mag-refuse yung empleyado. Delikado nga naman umakyat na walang full body harness. That will give rise sa right to refuse unsafe work. Time check, we still have 10 more minutes para sa ating break time. What if hindi tayo nag-provide ng PPEs or nag-charge po ng PPE? May equate po yan sa 50,000 pesos per day. Bawat araw po. Bakit kaya per day na yung mga penalty ni Dole? Kasi po, may mga establishments na kunwari, magpo-provide sila ng PPE. Ang worth ng PPE ay 200,000. Kung ikaw nga naman si company, magkano yung penalty kung hindi tayo bumili ng 200,000 pesos? Sir, 50,000 lang. O sige, yun na lang. Mas makakamura tayo. Okay? So, pwedeng ganon yung maging palusot ni company. Hindi binili yung 200,000 pesos, kinuha na lang yung fine na 50,000 pesos. Kaya po, per day yan. Okay? To force the company to provide the occupational safety and health devices. Okay? And trainings. Minsan sinasalo na lang yung penalty kasi mas makakamura pa. Ngayon, per day na po yan. Okay, next. Safety signage and devices. Yung signage natin, hindi lang po nakatarpaulin yan. Pwede tayo mag-print lang. Let's say, reminders regarding wearing a face mask. Social distancing. Yan. All establishments, projects, and sites, and all other places where work is undertaken shall have safety signage and devices to warn workers and the public regarding po sa hazard doon sa workplace. I hope, naka-visit naman po tayo sa ibang mercury drugs. Yan, we could see wearing a face mask, social distancing, not just reminders pati sa floor. Meron pang mga markers pa yan eh. So very good po. Those are example ng compliance natin with the DO 198-18 at sa COVID prevention ni Dole. Safety signage shall be posted sa mabilis po, madaling makita at sa location and language understandable to all. Okay? Hindi dahil Chinese establishment sila, Chinese company, Chinese character lang. Well, kung nandito sila sa Philippines, it should be written in English or Tagalog. Okay? Hindi preference ni company. Dapat po maintindihan na nakakarami. Majority. Kung pwede double language, why not? Next po, appropriate training and certification sa paggamit po ng mga equipments. Okay, example, ating mga welders, dapat may NC2 from TESDA. Electrical engineers sa mga planta, dapat may PRC. Nurses, yan, dapat po may PRC. Otherwise, yan, pag nahuli, may 40,000 pesos na penalty. Okay? So from that, may I just add? Kung meron po tayong mga professionals dito, occupational health, connected, kaya sa engineering, kung meron man sa ating participants, ito pong BOSH training, pwede pong ipasok natin as CPD points. Okay? CPD points. Ilan pong points yan, sir? CPRC lang po makakala. Okay? But ginagamit po yung BOSH training natin 4 CPD points. BOSH information. Employer, contractor, or subcontractor shall provide adequate and suitable information regarding sa safety and health standards and appropriate measures, including probable location of those workers for the prevention and control of the hazard. Example po, mga work permits, confined space, yan, lockout, tagout system, chemical safety data sheets. Yan po sa atin, we're handling chemicals, we're handling medicines. Dapat po meron tayo manual. Okay? Kahit po sabihin natin standard operating procedure sa pag-dispense ng gamot, pag-issue ng gamot, yan, it's a satisfaction of this rule. Okay? Kung wala po, that's 40,000 pesos. Penalty. Time check, 4 minutes pa. Next po, safety and health programs. So lahat po ng establishments dapat po shall ensure that the core element ng BOSH program are integrated sa company. Okay? Policies. Could I skip this one? May you allow me to skip? Kasi po meron tayong separate presentation regarding sa mga core elements. Okay? So we will discuss this further later after lunch. Yung mismong mga core elements. Okay? But for now, what if kung wala tayong BOSH program or hindi siya DOLE approved sa company lang, that's 40,000 pesos per day. Okay? Again, ulitin ko ha. Later po, may separate discussion tayo dito. What are the parts? Next, BOSH committee. Sabi natin kanina sa RSO, Report on Health and Safety Report, Organization Report, meron dong type, low, medium, or high risk. Kasi doon po magbabase yung ating BOSH committee. If our establishment ay may less than 10 workers, or kung tayo ay nasa low risk establishment based sa ating hierarchy, 10 to 50 workers, pwede po ang composition natin ay at minimum, pwede tayo magdagdag. Pero at minimum, the chairperson should be the highest official, whether the company owner or the manager. Secretary, of course, safety officer. Sabi natin, siya ang secretary ng BOSH committee as per Rule 1030 ng Yellow Book. Member, at least one worker. Sir, pwede bang, since siyam lang kami, pwede ba yung may-ari, pwede ba yung supervisor, siya ang ating safety officer? O pwede. Yeah. The safety officer of the workplace may also be the owner, manager, or his or her designated representative. First aider, ganun din po. Okay? Pwedeng dual function. What if kung medium risk tayo to high risk? Yan. Okay? Or low risk tayo, nasa 50 plus naman na workers. Napakarami na nun. So ito po yung susundin natin. First, ano pa yung composition? We have the ex-officio chairperson. When we say ex-officio, ibig sabihin by virtue of their office. Kung yan po ang position nila, the employer, siya po kaagad automatic ang ating chairperson. Okay? Wala tayong pag-uusapan. Ikaw ang highest official, ikaw ang chairperson, ikaw ang ex-officio. Chairperson. Okay? Secretary, safety officer. Bakit hindi siya ex-officio? If our establishment has 2, 3, or 4 safety officers, we need 1. Okay? So, hindi automatic na ikaw ang safety officer o ikaw na secretary. What if kung 2, 3 kayo? Sino sa inyo? Okay? But kung nag-iisa siya, of course, ex-officio, siya ang safety officer. Ex-officio members, yan. Kung meron tayong first aider, nurse, dentist, physician, At kung may safety officer po yung ating contractor, automatic sila dapat ay member ng ating OSH committee. Okay? So, with that, I'll stop for a while. Kasi it's already 10 a.m. Okay? Based sa ating schedule, we are scheduled for a 15-minute break. Okay? 15 minutes lang po Be back by 10:15. 10:15. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning po.
Morning.
Okay, let's assume. If you're taking coffee, snacks, okay lang po. Sige, just continue eating or drinking your snacks. Just continue with our discussion. Before the break, we discussed yung OSH committee compositions po natin. So next po, what if kung wala tayong OSH committee? Sir, meron naman kami pero bakit kami binigyan ng notice ni Dole? Baka po hindi tayo nag-submit ng Report on Health and Safety Organization or RSO, yung mismong form kanina. Okay, hindi pa pwedeng sa atin lang yan. We need to submit it to Dole. Otherwise, ako, based sa kanilang records, wala pa tayong Health and Safety Organization. Okay? So, kailangan po mag-submit pa rin tayo para hindi tayo magkaroon ng notice. Next, Safety Officer. Okay, the number and qualification ng Safety Officer shall be proportionate to the total number of workers, equipment, size of work area, and such other criteria as may be prescribed by DOLE. Okay, in case of contractor, subcontractor, dapat meron silang sariling safety officer din. Okay? Bakit kaya in-underline yung total number of workers and equipments, size of work area? Okay, ito po kasi, dati, ang setup po, binibilang lang yung number of workers. Sample sa isang company may 50 workers sila, 50. Yung 20 po nasa branch A nila, yung 10 sa branch B, isa sa head office, isa sa warehouse po nila. Dinadaya ng employer yan. Mag-deploy sila isang safety officer lang. Bakit? 50 lang po yung aming workers. 50. Pero that is iba't ibang area pala. Tinotal lang nila. Okay? So nakakalusot sila before. Kaya ngayon sa DO 198-18, total of number of workers, po pwede. Equipment, or even the size, meaning branches natin. Okay? Or facility. So yung kanina po sinabi natin, dapat may isang safety officer dito sa 20, branch A nila, 10 sa branch B, 10 dun sa sa head office nila, isang safety officer pa rin. At yung 10 tao sa warehouse, isang safety officer pa rin. So in short, 4 dapat. Okay? Ang safety officer nila according kay DO 198-18. Ano yung equipment, sir? This pertains to the heavy equipment. Kung merong truck, cranes, excavators, backhoes, mixer, yan, for every 10 unit of those, kailangan may isang safety officer din. Okay? So ano po ba yung number of workers na dapat meron sa isang safety officer requirement? Yan po. Okay, I'm sure na-discuss ko sa inyo yung role of safety officer. Na-discuss po ba? Yes or no? Chat box. Na-discuss po ba? Okay, yes. Okay. Thank you for responding. So, hindi ko na po i-expand to, Anyway, we just follow the table. Self-explanatory lang naman si table natin. What if kung kulang? Yan na lang siguro pag-usapan natin. What if kung kulang yung safety officer? Kung kanina siguro sabi, required sa atin, 2 safety officer. Pero isa lang yung na-provide natin. Pag nalaman ni Dole, yan. Meron tayong notice of violation, 40,000 pesos po yan. Okay? Per day. Kasi kung 40,000 pesos, okay na, ay di, yan na lang, penalty na lang. Kaysa magbayad pa sila ng another safety officer, di ba? So, per day po yan, 40,000. Next po. Yan. Occupational health personnel and facilities. Ito po yung mga doctors, nurses. Anong rule tayo kanina? when we are talking about nurses, we are talking about occupational health, nasa Rule 1960, yung general requirement. 1963, yung mga nurses, doctors, and first aider natin. Okay? Pero wala tayong na-discuss what if kung kulang. Diba? Kasi wala naman talaga sa yellow book nun. But dito po sa ating DO 198-18, ayan po, 1 to 9, 1 to 50 rather. Kung medium to high establishment po tayo, yan, isang first aider, 51 to 99 po, kailangan na po natin ng occupational health nurse. Kung lower establishment naman po tayo, 1 hanggang 99 na empleyado, good tayo sa isang first aider. Pero kung mabot ng 100, yan po, magre-require na tayo ng isang nurse. Okay, para sa low risk lang po ito, ha. So, susundin na lang po natin yung nasa table. I think I don't need to further expand yung ating discussion with the table. Susundin lang naman kung ilan yung number of workers sa requirement ng first aider, doctors, and nurses. Okay? Sir, ang question lang siguro is, sir, what if kung, let's say, 500 workers, pero sir, tatlong shift kami. Okay? So, hindi po solid one shift yung 500. Okay? Kung total number of workers po natin is 500, pero may tatlong shift po tayo, ang requirement, isang full-time nurse, one part-time dentist, and two part-time physician. Yung nasa medium to high risk po tayo. Saan natin ilalagay yung mga full-time na yan? Tatlong shift po tayo. Ilalagay natin yan sa highest number of worker na shift. Okay? Paki-mute lang po. Hindi ko may-mute. May dalawa po tayo. Hindi ko ma-mute. Isa pa. Isa pa po, hindi naka-mute. Okay, yan. Thank you po. So clear po tayo dun, ha? Sundin lang natin yung number of workers sa number of occupational health professionals. Kung may shift po, shifting, ilalagay natin siya sa highest number of worker na shift. Okay? Ganon din po yung kanilang mga kagamitan. Okay? Yung kanilang facility. Sabi natin kanina, for medium to high establishment, 1 to 50 first aider ang requirement. So dapat po 1 to 50 rin, meron tayong first aid treatment room. Okay? Ngayon, 51 to 99, magkakaroon po tayo ng nurse. Dapat po, meron din siyang clinic. 100 to 500, yan, dalawang bed capacity clinic na po tayo. At sa first aid treatment room, additional po ng isa kada 50 manggagawa. Okay? Kung sa 500 po na workers, ilan na po dapat ang naidagdag natin? Okay, you have 100, 150, 200, 250, 350, 450, 5. You should at least have 8 additional first aid treatment. So ito po yung pang first aid natin. Okay? Ngayon sir, kailan po magre-require ng hospital? More than 1,000 workers po tayo. Pero sir, applicable pa rin po ba yun? 525 rule natin sa Rule 1963 kanina. Yes po. If our establishment could not accommodate yung ganyang karaming bed clinics as required by the standards, or mismo magkaroon ng mini hospital sa ating establishment, yan, pwede tayong magkaroon ng Memorandum of Understanding, Memorandum of Agreement with the nearest clinic or hospital. Okay, marami pong gagawa niyan kasi especially sa manufacturing, more than 1,000 workers sila. may accredited hospitals na. Okay? Yung mga workers. Okay? Kung gusto nila magpa-check up, may nararamdaman, pwedeng pumunta na doon. I-charge na lang po doon sa company. Okay? Basta pasok po siya sa 525, 5 kilometers or 25 minutes travel time. What if kulang yung nurses natin? Kulang yung first aider? Wala po tayong doktor? Yan. 40,000 pesos. Tulad po ng kanina, kulang ng safety officer, 40,000 din. Okay? Next po, safety and health trainings. Nire-require po pa rin ng DO 198-18, yung mga trainings. Letter A po, summarize ko na, explain ko na. Yan po ay training required for our safety officer. Okay, dapat po kinukuha ang BOSH or COSH training, depende sa industry, sa isang DOLE accredited training organization na. Okay, may expiration po ba ang BOSH or ang COSH trainings? Wala po. Some training organization may expiration daw. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Dapat po wala. Okay? That is for safety officers. Na-discuss na po ba sa inyo to? Day 1, role of safety officer? Yes or no? Okay, thank you for responding. Yes, na-discuss na daw noong day 1. Okay, kasi nag-day 1 ako sa kabilang batch. We discussed this already. Okay. Sige po, thank you po sa pag-respond sa atin sa chat box. Skip na natin yan. We go na po kay B. Kung A kanina, training required for safety officer. Dito naman po sa B, training or requirement po natin sa mga workers. Kailangan nag-undergo dapat sila ng BOSH seminar. Okay? Yung DOLE BWC, Bureau of Working Condition, meron po silang nakaset na module sa kanilang website. Yan po yung kailangan i-discuss sa ating mga workers. 8 hours po yan. Sir, 8 hours, stop operation kami yan. Pwede bang hati-hati, sir? The answer po is yes. Okay? Basta po documented. Pwede po per topic, let's say 1 hour or 2 hours per day. So kung 2 hours per day po yan, 4 days natin i-conduct. Okay? Kung 1 hour lang po ang available sa atin, that is 8 days na natin i-conduct to. Okay? Dapat lang po recorded. Ano yung dinidiscuss at sino po yung umate. Okay? Sir, sino po magko-conduct niyan? Dapat po bang safety training organization din tulad ni RBA? Po pwede po. Yan. Or pwede po yung ating mga safety officer ng establishment. Hindi naman po necessary DOLE accredited BOSH training organization. Okay? Please take note, the workers BOSH seminar, kasi po wala sila sa kanilang mga workplaces, should be at no cost ng worker and considered rin po as compensable time. Dito lahat naman nasa workplace, okay? Kasi po, yung ibang batch, hindi po mercury drugs, yung iba po naka-rest days sa kanila. Yung pinag-take po sila no training na to or pinag-leave. Pwede po ba yun, sir? Hindi po. Lahat po ng trainings related sa safety which is required by the government, by law, or the company should be compensable time, compensable working time. What if hindi tayo nag-provide ng mga ganong trainings? May first aider po tayo, expired na yung kanyang first aider certificate. Yan, kailangan ipatrain ulit natin. May safety officer po tayo, may BOSH, pero every year required po ang safety officer na magkaroon na at least 16 hours ng training sa safety. Kahit ano po, ladder safety, electrical safety, Basta po cumulative 16 hours per year. Okay? Kung kulang po, yan. Pwede tayong magkaroon ng 25,000 na penalty. Next po, report. Yan, na-discuss natin to kanina. What are the reports? Requirement reports, AMR, Annual Medical Report. Deadline, recall lang po deadline natin, sabi kanina, end of March ng following year. Ang data, yung previous year. Okay? Annual Medical Report, end of March. BOSH Committee Reports, quarterly at least. Pwede tayo mag-submit monthly, pero at least quarterly nagsasubmit tayo ng mga minutes natin. Okay? What year? Employer's Work Accident Injury Illness Report. Okay, sinasabit po yan. End of the month. With or without accident, sir? Yes po. May na-aksidente, disabling cases, report kagad kay DOLE. Kahit po yung mismong template ni company, basta malaman kagad ni DOLE within 24 hours. Ngayon po, itong Work Accident Injury or Illness Report, end of the month. Okay? Walang aksidente, sir. NA lang lahat natin. Ang importante, nagsasubmit po tayo on a monthly basis. Next, AEDR natin. Ito yung may frequency rate at severity rate. Deadline po natin, end of January ng following year. What if we failed to submit? Yan, meron tayong 30,000 pesos penalty. Sir, hindi pa kami nag-submit na nung January or ng annual medical report nung March. Pwede ba bang mag-submit? I would advise to submit now kaysa pumunta si DOLE at malaman nila hindi pa nakakapag-submit, pwede kayo ma-penalty. Okay? Kung magsasubmit po tayo ngayon, hindi naman po nila pwede nilang sabihin, oh, ngayon na kayo magsasubmit, ito ang penalty. Hindi po. Okay? Hindi naman retro-dated yung ating mga penalties. Okay? So, submit na po natin kung hindi pa tayo nakapag-submit. Next po, Workers' Competency Certification. So, ito po yung nabanggit natin kanina. Yung mga OSH trainings, pwede pong gamitin as CPD points to be assessed by the PRC. Okay. What if yung ating mga personnel, electricians, mga nasa critical occupations, we have electricians, heavy equipment operators, welders, ano pa ba? Scaffolders. That equates to 40,000 pesos na penalty. Okay? Kung wala silang NC2. At nagko-continue silang mag-operate or magtrabaho sa ating mga workplaces. Next po, Workers' Welfare Facility. Okay, all establishments, sites, and other places of work shall have the following welfare activities to ensure humane working conditions. Dapat po may sapat tayong drinking water. Okay? Next, adequate sanitary and washing facilities. Well, this is subjective. Pag sinabi natin adequate. Okay? Pwedeng adequate sa akin, pero kay Ma'am Marilyn Bailon, hindi adequate. At kay Ma'am Camille Etang, baka hindi adequate. Yung CR, pwedeng adequate kay Sir Jonas, pero hindi naman adequate kay Ma'am Melodina. Okay? So, subjective. So, ano po ba yung standard para isa-isa yung ating masasabing adequate or inadequate? Well, magkaiba po sa male at sa female. May slide ba tayo dyan? Okay, wala. Okay, so you could just write it down po. In terms of adequate sanitary and washing facilities, sinusunod po natin yung Philippine Sanitary Code for Industrial Hygiene. Okay, hindi yung Occupational Safety and Health, hindi po yung yellow book, ha? Yan. According sa Philippine Sanitary Code on Industrial Hygiene, magkaiba ang male at sa female. Let's go first sa females. Females. For the first 100 females, sa unang 100 na female workers natin, kada 20 po or fraction nun, magre-require tayo ng isang CR. So, ibig sabihin, sa 100 po na female workers, kailangan natin ng at least 5. Okay? In excess of 100, every 30 naman. Okay? Every 30. Clear po tayo ha? For the first 100, every 20 or fraction po nun. In excess of 100, every 30 female workers or fraction po nun, we need to add 1. Now, I have a question. The chat box po ang sagot. How many CR do we need? When you say CR, ito po yung cubicle ha. Baka mamaya isang CR pero may 50 naman na cubicle sa loob. So it will suffice. Okay? How many cubicle? How many facility? If meron tayong 150 female workers, how many CR dapat meron? 150 po. Ayan, yung iba siguro nangungopia na lang kasi pare-parehas ng sagot. I'll tell you, 5 is wrong. 5 is wrong. 2 is wrong. Biruin mo, 150 na female, dadalawang CR, maghahati sila. Ulitin ko po yung standard ha. For the first 100 female workers, every 20, kada 20 po niyan, isang CR. So sa isang daan pa lang, 5 na. In excess of 100, every 30, kada 30 po na female workers, isang CR ulit tayo. Okay, ang question, 150. Okay? So the answer po ay 7. 7. Bakit? Sabi natin, first 100, kada 20, so we need 5. So may excess po tayo na 50. In excess of 100, every 30 naman daw, or fraction po nun. Ika 130, 6 na. At may sobra pong 20. Magdadagdag tayong panibago. Another CR. So we need at least 7. Okay po? So the answer is 7. Ngayon, let's go kay males. Kay male naman po. Okay? Sa male po, for the first 100, every 25. 25 female. Ibig sabihin, sa unang 100 male workers natin, you need at least 4. Okay? Kasi kada 25 po eh. In excess of 100 male workers, magdadagdag tayo every 40 ng isa. 40 ng isang CR. Okay? So the same number. The question is, how many CRs do we need if we have 150 male workers? Male, 150, 150. Kung ang standard po natin, for the first 100, sa unang 100, kada 25 po na male workers natin, isa. Ibig sabihin, sa 100, 4 na kagad ang kailangan. In excess of 100, every 40 po or fraction nun. Okay? So may sobra tayo na 50. So ilan yung dadagdag natin sa 4 pa? Okay? So the answer po ay 6. 6. Bakit? Sabi natin, first 100, 4. Ngayon, excess of 100, every 40. Ito yung ika-140. Eh, may sobra ng 10 kasi 150 po yung question eh. Okay? May sobra pang 10, still another CR tayo. So, we need at least 6. Okay? I hope that is clear po ha. regarding sa standards pertaining sa Workers' Welfare Facility, ang ating CR. Next, suitable living accommodation as may be applicable kung naka-house po. Separate sanitary and washing facilities and sleeping facilities sa male and female. Hindi pwedeng pagsamahin. Okay? What if kulang po? 40,000 pesos po yan per day. I think that this is the few last parts ng ating presentation. All other occupational safety and health standards na hindi po natin na-discuss, we shall revert back kay 1978 WOSH standards. Okay? Ano hindi natin na-discuss? Sir, Rule 1060 natin, yung color ng ating mga signage, yes po, ganun pa rin. Rule 1070, threshold limits, ganun pa rin. Rule 1080, PPEs, yun pa rin po. Okay? Balik tayo sa dati. Ngayon, sino pong mananagot ng mga 40,000, 30,000 kung nagkaroon po ng violation? Is it the company alone? The answer is no. Okay? Initially, yes. Pero, after the investigation, kung sino po yung may pagkukulang. Okay? So, nakalagay dito, joint and solidarily liable. The employer, project owner, contractor, subcontractor, if any, and any person who manages, controls, or supervises the work being undertaken shall be jointly and solidarily liable for compliance with the OSH standards, including po yung mga penalties natin. Okay? So may administrative fine sa supervisor din kung siya po ang nagsusupervise at pinabayaan niya. Okay? Pinabayaan niya ang ganun yung condition ng kanyang mga subordinates. Clear po tayo dyan, ha? Ngayon po, pag may namatay, paano yan, sir? Or may na-disabled, may administrative fine na nga po si supervisor or si branch manager or the highest official, meron pa po siyang criminal liability. Kasi may injury at may death na po na pinag-uusapan, which is under Rule 1790 ng Revised Penal Code, that is imprudence resulting to kung ano po nangyari, serious physical harm or homicide. Okay? So may pagkakakulong po yan ng at least 6 years. Rule 1790 ng ating Revised Penal Code. Okay? Ayun po, payment ng mga workers in the event na kailangan ipatigil ang kanilang operasyon dahil po may kapabayaan ang kumpanya. Okay? If the stoppage of work due to imminent danger occurs as a result of the employer's violation or fault, may kasalanan po ang kumpanya, the employer shall pay the affected workers their compensation wages during the period of such stoppage of work or suspension of operation. May sahod pa rin si empleyado kahit stop work because of a violation or fault. Okay? Sir, what if kung walang fault naman si company? Let's say may bagyo, may baha, force majeure or acts of nature, wala pong compensation na dapat ibigay kay worker unless meron pong CBA, Collective Bargaining Agreement with the company and the worker. Okay, clear po tayo. Example, bagyo. Regular po, bagyo. Regular empleyado, hindi makapasok. Okay? Pasok po ba rito? Hindi. Hindi po mabibigyan unless merong leave si regular employee natin. Okay? So what if nakapasok na? After 6 hours, delikado na, kailangan ipauwiin. Malakas na masyado yung bagyo. May mare-receive po ba? Yes. The employee is entitled sa full salary. Okay? For that day. Pero kung less than 6 hours ang kanyang tinrabaho, kukumputin lang po yan based sa actual number. Okay? If less than 6 hours. Pero kung usapan po natin, stoppage of work because of violation or fault ni employer, buo po ang sahod ni empleyado. I hope that is clear. Next po, prohibited acts. Any willful failure or refusal of an employer, contractor, or subcontractor na sumunod po sa ating mga OSH standards. Yan po, mabibigyan po siya ng administrative fines. Yung mga pinapakita nating amount. Okay, the total list, ayan po, mismong screenshot from the DO 198-18 documents. Okay, from registration of establishment, nabanggit natin, Rule 1022 kanina. Kung wala po tayo, 20,000. The rest po, I think, naisa-isa na natin kanina yan. Sir, what if kung walang fire extinguisher yung isang establishment? According to Fire Code, RA 9514, every 250 square meters, kung wala pong partition, kailangan ng fire extinguisher. Ngayon, sir, wala po. Saan natin ilalagay na penalty yan? Wala kayong na-discuss. Doon sa pinakababa, nakalagay doon, compliance to other occupational safety and health standards. Okay? 40,000 pesos po yan. Ngayon, umulit si company. The same violation, may plus 50% pa. Okay, so magpapatong-patong po yung penalty sa mga companies na hindi sumusunod. Separability clauses. So if any part, section, or provision of this rule shall be held invalid or unconstitutional, the other provisions not affected by such declaration shall remain in full force and effect. Okay? Let's say, babaguhin na natin yung sa requirement ng mga safety officer. Hindi na po siya magiging valid kasi may revision si Dole. Sabihin na natin kahit yun lang po yung tatanggalin natin. But the rest, kailangan pa rin sumunod. The rest of the discussions, we need to follow it. Okay? Nothing in this rule shall repeal any issuances which have more stringent measures issued by other regulatory agency for the achievement of safe and health working conditions for workers. Okay? Kung may mas mahigpit po na government agency regulations, yun po ang susundin. Example po sa Department of Energy, nabanggit natin, sabi ni Dole dito, pwede po mag-dual function si safety officer. Pwedeng si nurse, at the same time siya si safety. Yan. Si branch manager at si safety, pwedeng isang tao lang. Ngayon po, kay Department of Energy, pag safety officer, yun lang dapat ang trabaho niya. Okay? So, yun po ang susundin natin. Hindi na po yung dual function na pinagyaga ni Dole. Okay? Ganon din po sa mining, sa MGB. Bawal yung dual function ng safety officer. At the same time, siya yung engineer. Kay Dole po pwede, but MGB says no. Susundin natin si no. Okay? All regulations, rules, and other issuances or part thereof which are inconsistent with this rule are hereby modified or repealed. Kung merong mas maluwag naman na policy compared sa na-discuss natin, pwede nating sabihin na modified na po yun. Okay? Bakit? Sa Yellow Book po, may makikita tayo nakalagay part-time safety officer. Yellow Book 1978 standard. Pero kanina, wala tayong na-discuss. Lahat po full-time na. It's either SO1, 2, 3, or 4 lang. Okay? So considered yung part-time na condition as modified. Okay? Full-time na lahat. I think this is the last slide. These are the signatories ng ating RA 11058 at ng ating DO 198-18. Okay? Any questions po? Questions regarding sa ating DO 198-18 before we proceed sa ECP? May questions po? If not, we'll go sa next po. Okay, none. Yes po, meron. Naka-unmute. Meron po ba? May nag-unmute si Ma'am Amor. May questions po?
No po, sir.
Okay. Napindot lang siguro ni Ma'am. Okay, if kung wala na pong question, we'll proceed kay Employees Compensation Program. Please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Employees Compensation Program or ECP. Okay, thank you po sa 33 na nag-respond. So let's discuss Employees Compensation Program. By the way, before we discuss any benefits, let me be clear. Ito pong ECP ay benefit from the government, okay? From ECC, which is an arm of DOLE. Hindi siya benefit, iba po yung benefit sa SSS or GSIS. Ipa-file lang po natin siya kay SSS. I-issue lang po yung mismong benefit ng SSS, but this is coming from ECC. Okay? Implementation, ECC, Administrative Procedures, SSS or GSIS. Okay, let's discuss. Work contingency prevention is not a 100% guarantee against work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Okay? Ibig sabihin po, kahit anong ganda daw ng safety and health implementation natin, hindi natin mape-prevent yung injuries, work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Okay, I would agree. Sabi nga natin kanina, 88% is caused by unsafe behavior. Makorek natin yan, 88% lang. 10% unsafe condition. Makorek din natin yon, 98% lang. We still have 2% which is acts of nature, unavoidable, or force majeure. Okay? Aside from that, papasok pa lang yung worker or pauwi na po yung ating empleyado na aksidente. Yan, hindi covered yan ng health and safety implementation natin. But still, it could be considered work-connected. Okay? So with that, hindi natin nga masasabing 100% na guarantee. Hindi po magkakaroon ng aksidente. Kaya po merong Employees Compensation Program. Okay? ECP is designed to provide employees and their families with income benefits and medical and other benefits in the event of work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Okay? Ulitin ko iba pa po yung sa SSS benefit, iba pa tong ECP. So work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Okay? So ibig sabihin, dapat po work-connected. So hindi po lahat ng diseases, dahil naka-employed lang po tayo, pwedeng i-compensate na. Only diseases caused by work or the working environment is compensable. Example, sexually transmitted disease, STD. Nagkaroon si worker, pwede bang i-file sa ECP? Hindi po. Okay? Kasi hindi yan work-connected. May listahan po na 33 occupational diseases and specific conditions. na makikita po sa ECC website. Hindi po natin isa-isahin yung EC33. Okay? Instead, ang didiscuss lang po natin yung benefits. So if you want to check kung ano po yung mga occupational diseases na yan, visit the ECC website. Okay? Sir, we check the ECC website, wala po doon yung sakit. Pero we are sure we could connect the sickness sa nature of his work or sa kanyang working environment. Pwede bang ipasok sa ECP? The answer is yes. Okay? Basta ma-establish po yung causal connection. The compensability of the injury. Yan. The injury and the resulting disability or death to be compensable. The injury must be the result of an accident arising out of or in the course of employment. Okay, ibig sabihin, pag proby po, may marireceive po ba siya? Proby pa lang. Yes po, may marireceive. Kahit first day pa lang ng trabaho na aksidente na. Okay, kapapasok pa lang na aksidente na. Sir, hindi ba kailangan ng contribution ni worker dyan? Hindi po. Ang SSS lang po ang nanghihingi ng contribution ni empleyado. But for ECP, ang nagbibigay po niyan ay si company. Bibigyan po si company ng 1 month sa pag-employ po, after ng employment ni worker, 1 month para magbigay ng kanya contribution. Okay? So, sagot na po yan ni company. So, no need to worry para kay worker. First day pa lang, na aksidente, may benefit kagad. Yes, sir. Nag-file ng resignation nung Monday. Okay, normal resignation lang Monday. Na-aksidente ng Tuesday. May mare-receive pa rin po ba? The answer is yes. Bakit? According kay Labor Code, may 30 days pa po si empleyado na nag-file ng resignation. Okay? So meron pang employer-employee relationship. Okay? Unless yung kanyang resignation ay effective immediately. So yun, wala na pong employer-employee relationship. Okay? Now let's talk sa 8 instances where injury and the resulting disability can be compensable. First, happen at the workplace. Ito yung pinaka-basic. Na-injured po siya mismo sa loob ng workplace niya. Okay? Example, manufacturing, naputol yung kamay. Kinain ng makina, naputol. So, compensable? The answer is yes. Next po, what if yung mga drivers po natin, truck drivers, service drivers, purchaser, liaison officer, safety officer, kasi minsan pupunta kay Dole, na aksidente, wala sa workplace po yan Okay? So, pasok siya sa number 2. Happened while performing official function. Okay? Next. Sir, may kailangan bilhin. Wala yung ating purchaser. So, inutusan ni supervisor si worker. Bumili nung material na yun. Na-aksidente. Pasok ba yun, sir? Kasi hindi siya nangyari sa workplace at hindi official function yun nung na-aksidente. Hindi talaga siya purchaser. So, pasok naman po siya sa number 3. Outside of workplace but performing an order of his employer. Okay? So, yung immediate supervisor is a representative ni employer. Okay? So, pasok pa rin siya. Next po, number 4. Ito yung out of the 8. Ito yung pinaka hindi ganong ka-popular. O unti nakakaalam. When going to or coming from work. Papasok pa lang. Wala pa mismo sa company's premises. Or pauwi. Okay, malapit na sa bahay na aksidente. May marireceive po ba siya sa ECP natin? The answer is yes. Okay? Pero may condition po to May condition. Kailangan po ang mula bahay, which is point A, going kay company, point B. Point A to point B and vice versa lang po. Okay? Walang ibang biyahe. Sir, magpapagas lang na aksidente. Pasok ba dyan sa number 4? The answer is no. Kailangan po uninterrupted po yung kanyang travel. Sir, pauwi pa lang, namalengke, bumili lang ng ulam saglit, na aksidente. May marireceive po ba? The answer is no. Kasi yung pagbili ng ulam ay hindi work-connected. It is a personal activity. Okay? So, kailangan po point A to point B and point B to point A lang. Clear po tayo, ha? Sir, naghatid lang. Sir, nagsundo lang. Hindi po yun work-connected. May question po?
Yes, sir.
Yes po.
From branch, then pumunta ka, pero pauwi ka na the time. But then it happens lang parang mag-ano ka, diretso ka na sana, pero malasakit lang po sa work mo. Drop by po sa other branch. Then happens na accident po.
Okay,
Ano?
bakit tayo pupunta sa kabilang branch mo?
Really, let's say may ipadala po sa other branches.
Okay.
Uwi po siya pauwi sa bahay.
Okay, so pasok pa rin siya ma'am dun sa happen while performing official function. Okay, kung may nagutos naman po sa kanya, yung number 3 naman.
Okay. Sige po. Thank you, sir.
Ang ano po doon, that is also a work-connected activity. Okay, ang tinatanggal po natin dito, yung personal. Bibili ng pagkain, magpapagas. Okay, wala namang ano yun. Hindi naman connected yan sa mismong trabaho. Okay, it's just an accessory but not a necessity ng kanyang trabaho. Okay? Next po. Nagugutom. Okay? I'm sure sa Mercury Drugs, walang canteen sa loob. Wala pa akong nakikita sa lahat ng branches. Maraming pagkain pero hindi naman canteen yun. Okay? So, bibili sa labas ng pagkain si empleyado na aksidente. I hope walang mangyari sa Mercury Drugs. Na aksidente ganun. Nangyari, sir, may marireceive po ba? Hindi siya nagpa-perform ng official function, wala sa workplace, at wala pong nag-uutos sa kanya. Okay? Pero number 5 po siya. While administering the personal comfort. When we say personal comfort, yan po yung insatisfaction of gutom, uhaw, naiihi, nadudumi. Okay? Construction site. CR. Barado yung CR, kulang yung CR, nadudumi na yung worker natin. Lumabas ngayon, na-aksidente. May ma-receive po, yes. Administering the personal comfort. Okay? Next, while in a company shuttle bus, yan, of course, shuttle bus or services, company services as an extension of the facility ni company. So, pwede siyang pumasok as workplace na rin. Okay, so check tayo, number 6. Number 7 po, company-sponsored activities. Pinadala po yung worker sa isang training na aksidente. May ma-receive? The answer is yes. Okay? It is a company-sponsored activity. Sir, how about outing? Team building. May ma-receive po ba pag na-aksidente? Yes po, provided wala po yung term na negligence sa part ni worker. Example, team building, land-based activities. Pero nalunod. Okay? May negligence si empleyado? Yes. Bakit? Land-based ang activity. Pero bakit siya lumangoy? Bakit siya nag-swimming? Right? Hindi included yan sa company activities. So, may negligence, hindi pwedeng pumasok sa ACP. Pero kung land-based, nagtatag of war as part ng team building, paghila, naitungkod yung kamay, nabali yung kamay, yung buto, sorry. May ma-receive? Yes po. Kasi company-sponsored activity yan. Okay, clear tayo dyan, number 7. And number 8 po, death of an employee due to assault. Basta po in performance of his or her function. Example, si worker, madalas sa construction Si foreman, may inutos po or pinagalitan niya si worker kasi mali yung gawa. Okay? That cost them time, money, or even materials. Ngayon, nang dilim yung paningin ni worker, bigla siyang hinampas ng martilyo, namatay. Okay? May ma-receive po ba sa family ni foreman? The answer is yes. Death of an employee due to assault. Okay? So these are the 8 instances kung saan pwedeng mag-file ng claims. However, meron din pong exempting circumstances. So, pwede pong ma-void, pwedeng ma-reject yung mismong claims. If, number 1, intoxication. Sabi natin kanina, coming to or from work. May papunta pa lang sa trabaho, but it turns out may hangover pa. Or pang night shift siya, uminom muna. Okay, may happy-happy sa bahay. Papasok na aksidente, the same, wala pong mare-receive. Okay, next po, notorious negligence. Ito yung sinabi natin kanina, outing. Tapos land-based, nalunod, notorious negligence. Sir, ano ba pinagkaiba ng notorious negligence sa simple negligence? When we say simple negligence, nandyan lang po yung essence na nakaligtaan lang, nawala sa isip. Very good example sa construction. Kalimutan lang isuot yung hard hat. Okay, kamamadali. Okay, that is simple negligence. Pero kung ilang beses na po pinagsasabihan, si foreman, si engineer, or si worker, may suotin yung hard hat, pag wala yung safety officer, tinatanggal. Ngayon na aksidente. Okay, that is habitual negligence, which is synonymous with notorious negligence. Okay, so pwedeng hindi maka-receive ng benefit. The third po last po natin is the willful intent to injure oneself or another. Okay, kasi po hindi na aksidente yan pag may willful intent. Sabi nga natin, if it's planned or wanted, it's already a crime. Hindi na siya aksidente yan. Ngayon po, who would want to injure themselves? Yan yung unang-una kong tanong nung nakita ko itong slide na to. Well, yung picture po sa baba. Okay? emphysema, COPD, isa yan sa, or stroke, sama natin stroke. Those are occupational diseases na pwedeng ipasok sa ECP. Pero po if yung nagkiklaim po ay heavy smoker or may nicotine content po sa kanya blood chem, considered po na void ang kanyang claims. Bakit? Smoking. We all know it is dangerous to our health. Ngayon, nag-smoke siya. So, hindi po work-related yung kanyang emphysema o yung kanyang stroke o yung kanyang COPD or the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Okay? Hindi siya work-related but because of smoking. Personal choice lang pala. Okay? So, pwede ma-avoid po. Hindi ma-accept. Or ma-approve yung kanyang ECP. Okay, clear po tayo dyan, ha? Sige, next. What are the benefits sa ECP? We have list of income benefits, medical benefits, care allowance, death benefits, rehabilitation services. Take note, ha? Hindi dahil na-injured, lahat po yan marireceive. Depende po sa naging disability. Okay? Temporary total disability, bibigyan na natin ng death benefit? Of course not. Okay? Depende po sa disability. Let me just emphasize, under the ACP, it is not the illness or the injury that is compensated. Okay? It is the incapacity to work o yung tinatawag nating disability, kaya hindi po makatrabaho. Okay? Ang kinocompensate. It is not the injury, but the disability that is being compensated. Okay? So, I have a question. Tingin muna sa camera po. Tingin muna. Okay? For example, ito na lang. Usually, we have 5 fingers. Functional fingers. Some employees or workers, meron silang excess. Okay? May pang-anim. Dito or dito. What if kung yan po yung naputol? Will they receive benefit for that lost body part? Yes or no sa chat box. Naputol yung excess na finger. May marireceive po bang benefit for that lost body part? Hospitalization, yes po. Pasok talaga yan sa ECP. Hindi siya makakapasok, may marireceive pa rin siya na per day benefit, yes po. But my question is, that lost body part, excess na finger, may marireceive po ba? Or that is permanent partial disability benefit? We have yes, we have no, majority is yes. Okay, gusto ko manggaling sa inyo yung correct answer. Okay? Sige po. Sumasagot pa? Okay, ano ba yung tamang sagot? Gusto ko sa inyo manggaling. Okay? For example, this is a tool. Okay? Ginagamit sa trabaho. Kailangan niyang hawakan yan. Nung naputol po ba yung kamay, nag-iba po ba yung hindi na po ba mahawakan? Nagkaroon po ba ng disability kaya hindi niya na mahawakan nung naputol yun? Yes or no? Okay? Hindi na ba siya makapag-function to use the tools? Yes or no? Of course, you need to recover. May tahi pa yan. What if gumaling na po yan? Nawala po ba yung kanyang grip? Nagkaroon ba ng disability? Yes or no? Chat box. Okay, so that's the correct answer po. It is a no. Bakit? Sabi nga natin dito, under the ECP, it is not the illness or the injury that is compensated. Okay? It is the incapacity to work. So kahit po na-injured siya, pero kaya niya pa rin po magtrabaho, hindi basta-basta makakuha ng ECP. Kasi may means of income pa siya. Okay, clear po tayo ha. Hindi dahil may injury, may mare-receive. Okay? Kino-compensate po ay yung disability. Sige, next. Types of disability. Yan, sabi natin, dito mag-base yung benefit eh. Okay, we mentioned this earlier. Temporary total disability. Temporary, ibig sabihin, gagaling pa. Pero it prevents the worker from reporting back to work and perform official function. Okay, tulad the example, fracture. Permanent total, 2 or more body part or body function ang nawala, such as nabulag or na-paralyze isang arm, isang leg, or both legs, or both arms. Okay, while permanent partial, total, nawala ng function or naputol yung isang body part. Okay? So, ano yung benefit for temporary total disability or TTD? Yan. Meron po siyang daily benefit, income benefit. Magkano yan, sir? It ranges sa 240 to 480. Depende po yan sa system. Okay? May range po yan dun sa ECP. Hindi po dahil 2,000 pesos per day yung sahod, yun din po yung mare-receive. Okay, hindi po. Kung ganun po, maximum is 480 pesos per day. Hanggang 120 days po yan. Sir, mayroon pang SSS benefit. Mare-receive pa rin po ba yun? The answer po is yes. Yan yung tinatawag natin na double recovery program. Okay, both ECP and SSS ang mare-receive. Iba sa kaso ng GSIS. Okay, pag public official, pagtatrabaho po sa government na aksidente, may package na talaga po for ECP at SSS. Ay, ECP at GSIS. Okay, iisa lang po yung benefit package na ma-receive. Okay, but for SSS, ulitin ko, double recovery program, both ma-receive. Paid from the first day of disability, hindi kung kailan po na-file. Ngayon po, let's go kay permanent total disability. Yan. Sabi natin kanina, both eyes na bulag kasi both body, two body parts or body function ang wala. Okay, meron po siyang pension for life. Pero pwedeng masuspend niya, matigil, sorry, if namatay nga naman. Okay? Or masuspend po yan if hindi na siya pupunta sa mga medical examination, hindi nagpapasa ng medical report, naka-recover because of rehabilitation. Example, a stroke. Okay? Permanent total disability. But because of rehabilitation, okay, therapy, bumalik. So matatanggal na po yung kanyang PTD benefits. Or upon being gainfully employed. Nagkaroon na po ng trabaho. sabi nga natin kanina, ang kinocompensate that is the incapacity to work. Ngayon, may capacity na po siya to work kahit meron pa pong physical impairment. Okay? Ngayon, benefit naman po for lost body part. This is the temporary and permanent partial disability. Okay? For each body part, yan, may kaukulang pension po yan. Example, the thumb is 10 months, index 8, middle is 6, ring 5, little finger 3. Okay? Bakit mahal kaya si... May question po? May question? Okay, wala po yata. Baka napindot lang. Okay, bakit kaya mahal si thumb? Okay, just try holding your pen without your thumb. Okay, pwede yan, matanggal. Okay, siya yung nagsiserve as the locking mechanism pag nagagas tayo. Okay? So, hindi ko na po isa-isayin yan. Ninote ko na lang. Ang pinakamalaki po ay one arm. Okay, braso. Above the elbow, kahit below the shoulder, considered na po yan as one arm. 50 months. Pension. Medical benefits po sa lahat po ng type ng disability. Yung ward services, pasok sa ACP, medical attendance by an accredited doctor, surgical expense benefits, and reimbursement ng cost ng medicine. Wala, tinakbo si worker ng kanyang mga kasamahan, may kailangan bilhin. So yung mga binili po, pwede pong reimburse. However, meron pong limit. Okay? Example, sabi natin, ward services, pwede po ipasok sa ECP. If the worker requested na dalhin po siya sa mas komportable, let's say private or semi-private room, yan po issue-shoulder na ni worker. Okay? Yung dagdag po, shoulder na ni worker. If nag-hire po, ward, nasa ward nga po, kaso naboboring, kaya nag-request ng TV, ng Wi-Fi, ng radio, ng baba. Okay? Any appliances or comfort po, shoulder na po yan ni injured worker. Okay? Pero yung mga appliances or equipments that is necessary for his or her recovery, ipapasok pa rin yan sa ECP. Availment ng mga private duty nurses or caregiver services. Yan. Hindi po pasok yan sa ECP. Charge na yung kay worker. May however, just in case puno po yung ward services, yung ward, ang next na available ay private, okay? O kaya naman po, critical or very sensitive yung lagay po ni injured worker, kailangan ilipat po siya sa private room. Yan po, issue shoulder na ni ECP. Bakit? Kasi po hindi naman personal preference. Okay, it is a necessity ng kanyang pag-recover. So, pasok pa rin siya sa ECP. Ngayon po, pagdating sa reimbursement, hindi po magbabase sa resibo. Magbabase po yun sa quantity at sa price based sa Universally Accessible Cheaper Quality Meds Act number 2008. Okay? Minsan kasi ang resibo 2,200. Lagyan na isang zero sa dulo. Naging 2,000. So hindi po. Magkano? Ilang paracetamol yan? Magkano yung SRP? So yun po ang susundin. Next. Although hindi pasok po yung mga private duty nurses, yung mga nag-aalaga po kasi kamag-anak ni disabled worker, may monthly allowance pa rin po sila worth 1,000 pesos per month. Update ko na po, hindi na 575. 1,000 pesos na po yan. Okay, per month. Death benefits, ito yung benefit na walang gustong makakuha. If you want to receive the death benefit, could you raise your hand? Meron po ba? Of course not. No one wants to die. Okay? So monthly income benefit pension to beneficiary, immediate family, plus 10% po for each dependent child, not exceeding 5. Ibig sabihin, kung may 5 anak, dependent child, maximum po is 150% ng pension ang marireceive. Ngayon, gaano katagal po yan? They shall receive an income benefit paid at the beginning of the month of death of the member and will continue for as long as they are entitled to. Usually, that is 5 years. But of course, tumatanda din po yung mga dependent child. Okay? Baka this year, dependent child po yung 17 years old. Pero by next year, hindi na po. Okay? So, bababa po yung kanyang, yung family income benefits. Pero kung maliliit pa talaga po yung mga anak, yan, hanggang 5 years may ma-receive. Next po, physical therapy. Rehabilitation appliances. Pwede po yung shoulder ng ating ECP. Mga hearing aids, crutches, wheelchairs. Meron din pong pa-training, CECC, for reskilling, para po makapasok ulit sa ibang trabaho. Or magtayo ng business. Training for entrepreneurship. Meron pong 20,000 pesos na startup package na binibigay si ECP. So ECP is being implemented by three agencies. First, the ECC, which is a branch of DOLE. They are for the policy and appeal case disposition and program coordination. Kanila yung policy po. Ngayon, for administrative process and settlements ng claims, yan po sa SSS for private sector, GSIS naman po for public. Requirements, may form po. Usually, meron na sa hospital yan. If not, we could download it sa ating mga website. Then, kailangan po i-attach din yung job description para po masabing work-related yung activity prior to his or her injuries at yung medical hospital records to establish naman po na may disability nga na nangyari. Hindi lang injury. Sir, may ganyan pala. I know someone, okay? May worker po kaming na-aksidente. 2 years na. Pwede pa bang makapag-file? The answer is yes. Kasi po merong 3 years prescriptive period ng filing. Okay? So yung mga na-injury ng 2019, yan, pwede pa po mag-file. Pero yung na-injured, na-disabled po ng 2018, pababa, mahirapan na po because nag-lapse na yung prescriptive period. In summary, the Employees Compensation Program is a good program concretizing the state's concern for the Filipino working man. It has benefited more than 3 million workers and their families to the tune of over 20 billion pesos. Nakalaki. ECP is enjoyed only by those with employee-employer relationship. This slide came from ECP. ECC, sorry. Kaya ayoko munang tanggalin. Instead, naglagay po ako updates available. Kasi may nabalitaan tayo last year. Okay, additional benefit. Later, coverage entitlement to benefits begin on the first day of employment. Ito po yung kahit first day lang na aksidente. May ma-receive pa rin. Excuse me, medyo natuyo na yung lalamunan. Sir, may senaryo. Naging pabaya yung company. Hindi nakapaghulog ng ECP. Ano mangyayari po sa benefit ni worker? Okay, matatanggal po ba or hindi siya mabibigay sa worker? Okay, the answer po is mabibigay pa rin. However, yung mga benefits na yan, i-charge na po ni ECC sa company. Plus interest because of the penalty. Okay? Ganon din po sa SSS. Hindi po naguhulog ng SSS si company. Na-accident si worker, may marireceive pa rin na SSS benefit. Pero charge na po yan kay company natin. That is according po sa labor code. Bakit po sunod-sunod yung pumapasok? Yan. Kaya ang dami nang pop up sa screen po. Baka nahirapan po sa signal siguro. Ito po yung sinasabi natin kanina. Update available. Bakit? Sabi kanina dito, enjoyed only with those with employee-employer relationship. However, yan. It was broadcasted noong February 14, 2021 sa PTV. TV, sorry. Nakalagay dyan, self-employed members ng SSS may dagdag benepisyo na rin sa ECP program. Okay, screenshot na natin. These benefits, self-employed tulad ng partners, single proprietors, sila nga naman yung boss. They are working, pero wala silang employer. Bakit? Sila na mismo kasi ang boss. Sila na ang employer itself. Freelance sa mga actors, directors, scriptwriters, news correspondents, professional athletes, coach, trainers, jockeys, even our fishermen and farmers. Yan, basta po naguhulog sila ng SSS kung saan pwedeng doon po rin yung part ng kanilang ECP benefit. Yan po. Okay? May ma-receive na rin. Saan po ba ang ECC? Sa third floor ECC building, 355 Central Hill J. Puyat Avenue. Sa Makati po yan. Okay. That is very far kasi nasa Visayas nga. Ito po yung kanilang website, email address, contact numbers. Okay? Pwede po natin screenshot just in case. Huwag naman sana a co-worker or person that we know would need this information. Okay? Question po. Question. May tanong po ba so far? Oras po natin ay 11:30. Ang scheduled lunch break po natin ay 12. We still have 30 minutes. Kung may question po tayo, sige, you could unmute and ask the question.
Sir, question ko sir. Sir, di ba accredited kami sa ang pagiging safety officer accredited sa PRC po, sir? Meron po ba kaming ID noon na
Sige po.
oh,
Yung sa PRC po, ang kailangan natin yung certificate. Yung BOSH training certificate po natin.
wala pong ID na parang sa PRC ID po, sir. Ganun.
Magbibigay po si Dole once na naging accredited BOSH practitioner po tayo, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Being a safety officer, wala po tayong ma-receive na ID. Okay? Yung certificate lang po natin. And that alone, sir, pwede po nating i-file yan sa PRC pag magre-renew tayo. May questions po? Kasi we are early po ng 30 minutes.
Magbisaya sila sir.
Oh, okay. Kaya po siguro yung iba medyo hesitant. Tama ba?
nag, nahirapan sir mag-Tagalog.
English na lang po, English. Ilang units po ang OSH training pag final sa PRC renewal? So, hindi ko po masabi kung ilan pong points kasi depende naman po talaga yan sa assessor ng ating PRC. Sorry po, hindi ko may sagot ng rekta. Not just DOLE po, yan. Yung ibang government trainings, yan. Pinapasok din po sa PRC. Meron po bang mga nurses dito? Nurses? Yan, si sir pala. Yung sa ONAP po, kasi kung nire-require kayo magkaroon ng nurse sa inyong mga establishments, tapos nag-training tayo sa ONAP, that is 48 hours. I think ang pasok po doon ay 40. Parang ganun. So, with BOSH, which is hindi naman po ganun ka-related almost sa as nurse, yan, certain points lang po, hindi kumpleto tulad ng sa ONAP.
Sir, tanong po.
Yes po.
Sir, for example po, nasa work ka, tapos out mo na, sir. And then, yung officer mo po is nagpa-kwan po sa'yo, inutusan po kayo na magpagasolina. And then, after magpagasolina po is na-disgrasya po kayo pabalik na po ng branch. Paano
Okay,
po yun, sir?
Pinapagasolina po ay yung mismong company service po, gano'n?
Yung personal service po.
Okay, personal service tapos sinabi po ni supervisor na ipagas ninyo. Tama ba, ma'am? Sige ma'am, could you expand? Kasi parang it is highly unlikely that a supervisor would request you to gas your own vehicle. Unless meron kayong lakad for tomorrow. Okay, gagamitin yung personal service ninyo. Yes po, that could be.
Thank you po.
Kasi necessity po siya, hindi siya accessory no inyong trabaho. Okay, kailangan naman ng gas. Para bukas maaga na siguro kayo. Diretso na sa trip. Okay po yun. Pasok pa rin. Sir, if nawala po ang certificate, saan po pwedeng maka-email para humingi ng copy po? Okay, normally po, pag nawala ng certificate, you could email yung RBA. I don't know kung ano po ang setup with RBA, yung ating admin at si HR po ng Mercury Drugs. So kung nawala po siguro yung certificate niyo, you could get in contact with your HR para po humingi kay RBA. Kasi I believe this is a company-sponsored training. So the company has the right nga naman to not hold in a negative way, but they need to secure din yung investment nila sa inyo sa mga empleyado. Okay? Pwede kayong magkaroon ng agreement sa company. You need retention. Yung iba po kasi, empleyado, pinag-training ng company, after ma-receive ang training, sibat na. Okay? Kawawa naman si company. So I don't know kung ano po ang setup with Mercury Drugs, but should there be a loss of certificate, get in touch with your HR, or kung wala na po kayo, hindi na kayo connected kay Mercury, but still, nasa inyo na yung certificate at nawala, you could get in touch with RBA. Okay, and request for another certificate. Sir, may nagtanong if ang employee daw ay nabaril papauwi galing sa branch. May compensation daw po ba? Okay. In terms of ECT, pag nabaril outside ng workplace, hindi natin masasabing that is work-connected. Okay? Kailangan po ma-establish na merong connection sa trabaho. Okay, example lang po example, foreman sa construction, yan yung madalas pinagalitan or tinerminate yung isang empleyado kasi non-performing. Paglabas, inabangan, sinaksak, namatay. Okay, that is in relation pa rin sa trabaho. Yes, pwede po. Pero kung because of inold up siya, nanlaban, I'm not saying na manlaban tayo. Okay? Namatay, we could not have a causal connection with the work. Okay? So, hindi pwede pong ma-void. Depende kasi kung ano yung naging motive ng pagpatay. Kung personal, inold up lang siya, hindi pala nilalang ang hold up. Inold up po siya, nanlaban, namatay, walang work connection doon, hindi po may papasok sa ECP. Sir, once maka-retire na sa company, may benefit po ba kami sa DOLE na ma-receive if certain happens? Okay. Nag-retire tapos let's say nagkaroon kayo ng business, nagbabayad pa rin tayo kay SSS, yan, continue pa rin po. May nangyari, yan, yung kanina po, yung last part ng ECP natin. As long as we're giving contribution, sa ECP natin, may mare-receive pa rin. Okay, however, nag-retire tapos may nangyari, wala pong mare-receive na. Kasi wala na po tayong binibigay na contribution nga naman for the benefit that we should be receiving. Okay, rule of thumb, if kung may binibigay tayo, may makukuha. Pero hindi po may makukuha tayo pero wala tayong binibigay. Okay? May mare-receive retirement. Regarding sa retirement, may benefit po ang makukuha kay DOLE. I believe wala po, pero you should know how to compute yung retirement pay. I believe for every year of service sa inyong company or every minimum of 6 months, that is entitled sa 1 month pay. Okay?
Sir, tanong po.
Yes po.
Sir, for example, sa loob po ng, for example, sa amin sa Mercury, sa loob po mismo ng branch namin, sir, for example, may nagkaalitan between the employee and the customer. And then before po nung lumabas siya, nagbanta po siya na ganito yung gagawin ko sa iyo kapag nakita kita sa labas. For example, lumabas ka po, pauwi ka na, tapos may nangyari sa iyo. Paano po yun, sir?
And pwede pong mapatunayan na yung mismong nagbanta na customer na yon ay yung mastermind, if not siya yung gumawa. That could be work-connected po. So, pasok pa rin siya.
Thank you
Death of
po.
an employee because of work. Kaya magbe-base pa rin talaga yan sa magiging investigation po kung bakit pinatay. Pero wag naman sana may ganun tayong customer, Hindi mo ako binigyan ng amoxicillin dahil wala akong reseta. Kapag ka. Kaya madalas pag bumibili, reseta amoxicillin, cloxacillin, yan. Dati wala ngayon meron na. Yung iba kasi nagsa-self-medicate, tama po? Yan naman yung pine-prevent natin. So dapat nga naman may reseta yung mga ganyan. Self-medicate na. Cap zero po ba kailangan ng reseta? I'm just curious, kailangan ba? Kasi ginagawa yata mayroong addiction sa cap zero. Nauso yung ganun So do we require prescription? Di na. Since may time pa po tayo at mukhang walang question, I would not go straight sa next topic po natin kasi mabibitin tayo. Instead, bigyan ko kayo ng review. Okay? But let's make it fun. Check muna, baka ibang slide to. Tama. Please confirm sa ating chat box, nakikita po ba ang ating icebreaker / review kasi may exam kayo mamaya. The title is Post Your Answer. Okay, mabilis yung ating slide, yung ating chat box. Okay, sige, thank you for confirming. So the title ng ating icebreaker / review ay Post Your Answer. Wala tayong typo, ha? Tama yung nabasa niyo. Post, magpo-post kayo. May tanong po ako, hindi natin ita-type sa chat box. Wala pong magta-type sa chat box. Wala ring mag-unmute to say your answer. You need to post. Para meron kayong idea kung anong gagawin. Ayan po. Familiarize yourself with the techniques ng selfie. Perform good-looking selfies. And of course, to have fun. This is your last day ng ating training. Okay, para at least meron kayong alaala. Itong si RBA, pinagawa niya sa akin to. Okay? Sige po, I have a question. Sige po, this is the question. What is the legal basis brought the formulation of the Philippine Occupational Safety and Health Standards? Legal basis. Review. Tingnan natin. Yun sa OSH legislations natin. Wala pong mag-unmute, sabi ko Nakita ko na kagad si Ma'am Nawakan niya na yung mic. Wala pong mag-unmute. Okay? Wala pong sasagot verbally. Wala rin magta-type sa chat box. Ganito po ang inyong pagsagot. Taw kagad yung iba na sa mic Wala pong sasagot via voice. Wala ring sasagot via chat box. Ito po, ganito kayo sasagot ngayon. Okay? Kung ang sagot po natin ay PD454, hold your cell phone. T-sign. Okay? Yan ang gusto kong makita sa camera natin. If your answer is PD442, ay sakit sa ulo po. At kung ang sagot nyo ay PD224, yan. Siguro exemption po. Huwag nyo na tanggalin yung mask. Okay? So, sige po. Post your answer. Huwag po i-unmute. Pinumute ko po kayo. Okay? Post in 5, 4, 2, 1. Okay, let me see. Yan, si Sir Kenneth, nakita ko na. Si Ma'am Adeline, Ma'am Naomi, Sir Jonas, thank you, sir, for responding. Si Ma'am Melanie, how about the others? Si Ma'am Evelyn, Ma'am Jem, si Ma'am Cherry, di ko gano'ng makita. Si Ma'am Thea and the rest. So, ang sagot po natin ay PD 442 for the Labor Code of the Philippines. Okay, next po. What causes 88% of the accident? This is as per Herbert William Heinrich. Herbert William Heinrich. Is it acts of nature? May CNAT pose? Is it unsafe condition? Peace sign pose? Or is it unsafe act? Sakit sa ngipin pose. Okay, ready? Pose your answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? Yan, nakita ko si Ma'am Jem, Ma'am Evi, Ma'am Maria, Ma'am Judy, Sir Laser, ganda ng pangalan siya, Sir Mark, Ma'am Roslyn, Ma'am Michelle. The answer po ay Tangipin pose. Unsafe act, 88%. Okay? Sige, next po. How about the 10% ng aksidente? As per Herbert William Heinrich. Kanya puro babae ngayon, lalaki naman. Na pose. Is it 10% po or is it acts of nature? Ganito ang pose. Is it unsafe act? Pag ganyan pose. Or is it unsafe condition? Flex. 8, pose your answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yan, si Ma'am Rovena, nakita ko na. Si Ma'am Michelle. Ma'am Miriam. Si Ma'am Adelina. Sir Kenneth. Si Ma'am Lelit. Okay, the answer po ay, yan, si Sir Jonas, nakita ko na. Sige sir, yan ako na at nahihirapan na yata kayo. Yan. So the answer po ay unsafe condition. Okay. Next po. Refers to a situation caused by a condition or practice in any place of employment that could reasonably, yan, pwede pong mag-lead sa aksidente or serious physical harm. Ano kaya tong sitwasyon na to? Is it high risk? Pemburia pose? Is it imminent danger? O yung Coca-Cola pose? Or si unavoidable? Okay? Ready? Pose your answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sir Kenneth, nakita ko na. Si Ma'am Naomi. Si Ma'am Jem. Si Sir Jonas. Active. Sir Laser. Ma'am Jane. Ma'am Cindy. Ma'am Rowena. Si Ma'am Judith. Kaso, mali yung kay Ma'am Judy. Okay? So, imminent danger po. Coca-Cola. Oras po, we still have 10 minutes. Meron pa po tayong question. Okay? What is an overcurrent protection device that has internal parts that melts to disconnect the current from the circuit during an overload? Ngayon, explain ko muna. Kasi baka iba yung naging discussion ninyo rito. Ito po ay isang overcurrent device. Sumobra po yung kuryente. Ngayon, dadaan po siya doon at puputok. Okay? Pwede mag-burst or mag-melt para po ma-disconnect. Okay? Yung ating appliances doon sa power source. Ano kaya yung sumasabog or pumuputok? Is it A, fuse? Is it circuit breaker? Johnny English pose? Ano yan? Or GFCI? Yung high pose. Okay, ready? Pose your answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ma'am Evelyn, nakita ko na. Si Ma'am Miriam, Ma'am Cherry, Ma'am Cindy, Ma'am Judith, Sir Laser, Sir Jonas. Lagi ko nakita Sir Jonas kasi ang puti-puti nung gamit niya eh. So the answer po ay fuse. Okay? Fuse. Okay, bilang BOSH practitioner sa power plant, bigyan ko lang po kayo idea. Si fuse po yung pumuputok, si circuit breaker yung nagtitrip. Okay? Ngayon po, ano yung GFCI? This is the ground fault circuit interrupter. Nauso na rin po to. Yung may mga socket na may parang pindutan sa gitna or may parang ilaw. Okay? Especially sa mga bagong bahay ngayon. Ano yung GFCI? Yung saksakan po natin, 2 butas. Minsan 3. Yung 2 po, yung isa dyan, that is what we call the live or the hot wire. Diyan po pupunta yung ating kuryente. Papunta sa equipment. Yung isa po ay babalik. Yung isa po ay ground. Okay? When you say may GFCI ang inyong saksakan, i-compute niya po yung dadaan doon sa isa na ilang amperahe yun. Dapat po almost the same yung babalik. Okay? For example, 1 ampere, 2 ampere yung lumabas sa kanya, Pero yung bumalik lang ay nasa 1.8 ampere. So may difference po yun. Pag na-detect niya yun, i-stop niya na po. Ibig sabihin kasi, may tumagas na kuryente. Okay? May fault current. Baka may makuryente. So anong gagawin niya? I-stop po kagad yung mismong system. Okay? So yung fuse, yung circuit breaker, overcurrent protection device. Pero si GFCI naman po, fault current. Okay? Dapat po yung lumabas sa system na kuryente, yan din dapat almost yung babalik. Kung may difference po sila, slight difference, ititrip po niya yan. Kasi may lumabas na kuryente. Okay? May hindi napunta sa equipment. Baka po merong kable na nangat-ngat or naka-unground, pwedeng may makuryente. It would stop that. Okay? Sige. I think this is the last one. We still have 7 minutes. Ano po yung Act Strengthening Compliance with Occupational Safety and Health Standards and Providing Penalties for Violation thereof? An act. Ibig sabihin, Republic Act to. Okay? Republic Act or batas. Hindi siya department order. Okay? Is it RA 11042? Is it RA 11058? Or DO 198-18? Okay? Kung hindi nyo magaya yung bibig kasi nandyan yung mask, at least yung mata man lang o kung ano man yan. Okay? Ready? Si Sir Jonas, so pina-practice na eh. Ready? Post your answer in 5, 4, 3, 2. Si Ma'am Mary. Tama. Okay? Ready? Post your answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sabayan ko kayo. Okay? So the answer is RA 11058. So that ends our icebreaker. Meron na tayong 6 minutes. Do you have any questions? Question? If none, sige po, we could proceed na lang sa lunch break natin. Sige po, be back by 1 p.m. 1 p.m. po natin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Salamat, sir. Happy birthday, Kenneth Rodrigo.
Happy birthday, Naruto.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday, sir.
Happy na, birthday pa.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, burger.
Happy birthday.
Sila Marque. Rona, makanta ako ng balituto.
Dali, kamu di bro, food panda, bro. Sa Bangkalan, highway lang. Charot.
Okay lang ka natin mo Rona, oh.
Happy birthday.
Pagkala po tayo. Dali kami di karon pizza to. Kulit ka di sa sagay. Amon pa niya, kasi totoo kay net ko naman libre. Ay, joke lang.
Wow, wala kita ba? Nag-inom.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
Dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
Pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
Pamilya ang panalo.
Ang Republic Act No. 11058. Ano ba ang Republic Act No. 11058? Ang RA 11058 ay isang batas na nagpapatibay sa pagsunod sa mga pamantayan sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa trabaho at pagbibigay ng mga parusa para sa mga paglabag dito. Republic Act 11058. Nilagdaan ito ng batas ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte noong ika-17 ng Agosto taong 2018, punong may akda ay si Senador Joey Villanueva. Ang batas ay naipublish sa Manila Bulletin noong ika-22 ng Agosto taong 2018. Ang batas ay nagbigay sa Department of Labor and Employment ng 70 araw upang paunlarin ang IRR nito. Pagsapit ng ika-6 ng Disyembre taong 2018, nilagdaan ni Kalihim Bello ang IRR 2 araw ang layo mula sa anibersaryo ng DOL. Ang IRR, sa anyo ng Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018, ay naipublish sa Philippine Star noong ika-9 ng Enero taong 2019. Naging epektibo ang IRR noong ika-25 ng Enero taong 2019, 15 araw pagkatapos may lathala mula sa nasabing pahayagan alinsunod sa mga kinakailangang legal. Sino-sino ang saklaw ng batas na ito? Ang saklaw ng batas na ito ay lahat ng mga pribadong establishmento kung saan isinasagawa ang trabaho. Kabilang ang mga establishmento na matatagpuan sa loob ng mga espesyal na economic zones at iba pang mga ahensya sa pagsulong sa pamumuhunan ng Philippine Economic Zone PEZA, Clark Development Corporation, CDC. Mga kagamitan na nakikibahagi sa transportasyon ng hangin, dagat, at lupa. Sa ngalan ng tauhan ng OSHCREU 8.
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat. Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang implementing rules and regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspector ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na oryentasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subkontraktor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon, para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalipikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 8 oras ng a-advanced, dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ng karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 80 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po at ito ang inyong OSH CREU8 team. #ligtas ang maingat. #una ang kaligtasan. Salamat po at magandang araw sa lahat. Hi, magandang araw sa lahat at sa mga OSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL DO 198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalipikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL required mandatory training or course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 safety officer 2 o maaari ding isang safety officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH consultant o safety officer 4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer wala pang training at karanasan kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay isang safety officer 2. Ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o isang safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga safety officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng safety officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng safety officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod natin talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po, at ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSHCREU 8.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumapang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumapang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSH. Personal Protective Equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory Protective Equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
picture muna. Mga bata, picture muna. Picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo. Masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumapang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSA. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging OSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, so let's look ulit sa ating roadmap kung nasaan na tayo sa ating Day 5 training. Started the day sa Module 11. We have 2 presentations in terms of OSH legislations.
Sir, excuse mo, sir.
Yes po.
Mahina po yung boses mo, sir.
Mahina po ba? Clear or may problem talaga sa aking mic?
Medyo... Yan, sir.
How about the others? Clear po o malabo rin?
Clear po.
Clear, sir.
Clear.
Clear,
sir. Baka
signal. Clear na po, sir.
Okay. Sige po. Sige, going back. So, as mentioned kanina, yung Module 11 po natin, we have 2 topics. First is yung Yellow Book, the start of our OSH legislations, then followed by the DO 198-18. After that, we proceed sa ECP or the Employees Compensation Program. Then we finish around 11:30. Then we have an icebreaker, at the same time review na rin po. Ngayon po, we are at Element 3, OSH Program Development. To be followed by Module 11, which is COVID-19 in the workplace. So 2 topic na lang po. And I can say, marami tayong oras for that. So while waiting for the others, meron pa rin po nagpa-pop up sa aking screen na nasa waiting room. Okay? Let's have an icebreaker para at the same time hindi rin tayo ganong inaantok. And please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba?
Yes po.
Yes po, type natin na yes or no sa ating chat box. Dito rin po nakikita namin yung attention. Okay, o yung participation ng ating mga trainees. Minsan mabagal yung chat box, ibig sabihin, oops, inaantok sila. Mabilis yung chat box, oops, okay. Yung attentions pa nila maganda pa, refresh. So ito po, medyo mabagal yung ating chat box. Sige, ang ating icebreaker po ay pinakamagatang Island Survivors. Island Survivors. Sige, meron po tayong bibigay na situation, then later may mga predefined actions tayo. It's up to you kung ano yung gusto niyo i-prioritize, pero meron pong scoring later on. Malalaman natin kung sino yung may good strategy, good survival instinct, or sino yung ating magiging doombringer o yung magpapahamak sa grupo natin. At sa mga yon, meron po tayong punishment. So ito po ang ating icebreaker. Ito ang situation natin. Just imagine wala tayong webinar. Wala tayong online training. Instead, we're having this training face-to-face sa isang island resort. Tulad po niyan, nasa picture. Okay? Para mas mabilis natin imagine. We just finished eating our lunch sa restaurant. Suddenly, nagkaroon ng earthquake sa may Humalig, Quezon. Tayo po ay, let's say, nasa kabilang part, sa kabilang side para po wala tayong tsunami na i-concern. Let's say, nasa Zambales. Okay? Although walang tsunami, several of our structure ng island resort ay bumagsak. Kayo po, mga participants, just imagine you're one of them. Don't worry, kasama niyo pa rin ako, that's me. Very fair. Okay? Patas na patas, ano? Okay? We are trapped sa loob ng island resort. We could not get out. Okay? Kasi nga, yung port nasira. And some of us requires first aid treatment. Okay? But since we are trapped sa isang restaurant, yung pagkain, yung tubig, hindi natin problema. So here's the activity. I'll give you time para po basahin and analyze yung nasa pinaka-left column. Okay, this is the actions, the predefined actions from attempt to remove the rubble, divide the sandwiches and ration them over the next few days, light the candles so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you, so on and so forth, hanggang sa store water in containers from the water source. Okay? Sige, let's give siguro 6 minutes para dyan to read and analyze. Okay? Then later, you need to prioritize. Paano tayo magpa-prioritize? Type po natin, yan, lalagyan natin sila ng number. Example. Example po natin the first thing that I would do is divide the sandwiches and ration them over the next few days. Followed by locate and secure the water supply. Siguro ang goal ko rito ay pagkain, tubig kagad. Kaya 1 and 2 yan. The third is discuss long-term survival strategies as a group. Number 4, assign someone to monitor the radio and listen for updates. Hanggang 12 po yan. Okay? 12 is the last thing or the least that you would do in our given situation. Okay? I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. Tama po yung number 12. The last thing that you would do after an earthquake is to introduce an open flame, which is light the candles so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Okay? So, tama po yan. So, anong gagawin namin, sir? Para malaman ko rin po kung nagpa-participate tayo, you need to type sa chat box ang inyong sequence. Okay, just give me less than a minute para po i-type. Yan. If you will look sa ating chat box, ano yung tinype ni Sir? 11, 1, 12, 2, 10, 3, 9, 4, 8, 5, 7, and 6. Yan po yung pagkasunod-sunod ng number sa middle column. Di ba? Nakita ko po, ayan, may nagsulat dun sa ating screen. Yan po, pwede po, sulatan natin yung ating screen. Walang magiging problem kasi medyo nahihirapan kayo dyan eh. Okay, if you have paper and pen, why not? If you are using your cell phones, touch screen, you could put number. Okay? Sa tabi po ng mga predetermined actions kung siya ang inyong number 1, 2, 3, hanggang 12 po. Okay? Nagbigay ako ng clue The last thing that you would do is light the candle so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. So I am expecting the third number on your sequence is number 12. Okay? Tulad po sa akin, 11, 1, 12. Okay? Sige po, I'll give you 3 minutes to read and another 3 minutes to analyze. Kasi magdo-double reading kayo. So total of 6 minutes. Okay? Then another 3 minutes po to prioritize. Sige, the first 3 minutes po para po sa reading. Mabasa. Okay? Timer starts now. 3 minutes. At mamaya po, meron tayong expert rating. Itong expert rating, hindi ko po rating. Okay? Pinasagutan po natin to sa ilang mga taga-BFP na nagkaroon po kami ng fire drill. So according to them, ito yung 1 hanggang 12. Okay? So later malalaman natin. Puro drawing lang yung screen. Wala akong nakikitang number. You could put number po. Huwag lang drawing. If you think this is number 2, dilagay tayo number 2. Could write sa ating screen. 10 seconds. Okay. So I'll give another 3 minutes po to analyze. Kung meron na po kayong sagot, ayan, pwede pa ninyong i-review kung tama ba. Okay? 3 minutes starts now. One minute, 40 seconds. So far, we have 18, yeah, plus 1, 19 sequences. 23 out of 50. Sabihin na natin 50. Yeah, 24 pa lang. Yan, nagdagan pa po. 27. One minute, 18 seconds. $29 participants. 55 seconds. $33 participants. Okay, 37 plus 1, 38 participants na ang nakapag-encode sa chat box. Sige po, kahit hindi pa po na-encode, hindi pa naman po tapos yung ating icebreaker. Huwag lang po nating dayain kasi re-reveal na natin yung expert rating. Okay. According to our expert rating, the first thing that we would do after an earthquake is to shut off all utilities. Okay? Yan yung number 1. Patayin po lahat, kuryente, tubig, gas. Patayin ang kuryente, linya ng kuryente kasi baka may naputol na kable. After an earthquake, baka mamaya may madikit tayo doon, makuryente. Okay? Gas, patayin natin, LPG. Kung may linya tayo ng LPG gas lines, patayin natin, baka magkaroon ng fire at ng explosion. Okay? Patayin din natin yung tubig muna. Kasi baka may broken pipes, sayang naman yung tubig. Okay? Shut off all utilities. Number 2 po natin, check for injuries and administer first aid. Okay? Kung na-secure na po natin yung safety ng ating sarili at ating kasamahan because of shutting off all utilities, yung welfare naman, yung health, let's check kung sino may sugat. Kung meron, gamutin. Okay, that is the second. The third one, we should assign someone to monitor the radio and listen for updates para may info tayo how massive or how extensive yung pinsala. Okay, may picture na tayo. Kung sinabing matindi-tinding earthquake, magnitude 7, 8, 9, or 10, expect na wala kagad na rescue. Number 4, locate and secure the water supply. Tubig, kailangan natin ng tubig prior to pagkain. Number 5, develop day and night signaling techniques before tayo mag-discuss sa ating grupo. Yeah, number 6 po natin, discuss long-term survival strategy as a group. Okay, pinontest namin to before. Pero sabi, dapat meron ka nang i-discuss sa grupo mo. Then, kailangan nyo muna magkaroon ng discussion prior sa paggalaw ng pagkain. Okay? Kasi baka mamaya ikaw safety officer, alam mo yung gagawin, biglang kinuha mo yung pagkain, baka sabihin nila hino-hoard mo. Okay? So, dapat discuss it muna with this as a group. Discuss long-term survival strategy as a group. Saka ka mag-divide. That is number 7. Divide the sandwiches among the survivors and consume portion of the stocks para may energy. Huwag ubusin, kumain lang ng onte para may energy. Number 8, Store waters in containers. Store water in containers from the water source. Okay, nakita na natin yung water source, ilagay natin sa mga bottles. Para kung may makontaminate man, hindi lahat. May magagamit pa rin daw na tubig. Number 9, nasa na? Pound the pipes with steel wrenches para malaman kung may survivor pa. Sa kabilang side. Number 10, divide the sandwiches and ration them over the next few days. Kung baga kanina, dinivide among the survivor, ay naman, i-divide natin based sa tingin nating days bago tayo ma-rescue. Next po, 11 and 12, very dangerous to. Kung safe, saka lang pwede mag-proceed, attempt to remove the rubble, and the light candles you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Yan po yung dalawang pinaka-last. Okay? 11 and 12. But the most dangerous, mag-introduce ng open flame. Okay? Kung clear na talaga lahat, we are sure na safe, dun lang tayo gagamit ng kandila or any open flame. So sir, paano namin malalaman yung score namin? Okay, meron tayong mathematics muna. Yung first number po ninyo, example, yung nasa pinaka-left, i-deduct nyo ngayon sa first number ni expert. 11 minus 11, 0. Yung second number po, 1, deduct nyo sa second number ni expert, 10. Should be na negative 9 sana, sir. Disregard negative sign, retain nyo po yung number. So 9 lang dapat yan. Wala tayong negative, ha? Tanggalin yung negative sign lahat. 12 minus 12, 0. Fourth number, 2. Minus 4, negative 2 sana. Again, disregard negative sign. So 2 lang. Fifth number, 10. Minus 7, 3. Okay, so gawin po ninyo hanggang sa pinakadulo. Okay? So once you get the differences ng inyong rating at kay expert rating, i-add lang po natin lahat. Okay? Example, ha? Nakuha ko na lahat. Ayan, nasa right column na. 0 plus 9, 9. Plus 0, 9. Plus 2, 11. Plus 3, 14. Plus 3, 17. Plus 0, 17. Plus 1, 18. Plus 6, 24. Plus 4, 28. Plus 2, 30. And plus 2, 32. So that would be my score at itatype ko sa ating chat box. Okay? Sige, let's give... no, wala tayong time limit. Okay, basta po maka-receive tayo ng 40 respondents. 40 scores. Talma, marami po tayong time for 2 more topics. So we have 1, we have 2, 3, 4. Diyan tayo magbe-base kung sino yung top notcher natin at kung sino po yung dome bringer. We have 10, 30 na lang. Eighteen na scores. Huwag pong tayain, ha? Para at least alam natin, mag-gauge natin yung pag-assess natin sa sitwasyon. We have 29 scores already. So 11 na lang. We're waiting for 11. At least 11. You have 36 scores. At least 4 more. Meron po ba rito? Mercury from Naval Biliran? Meron ba?
Wala, sir, wala.
Wala.
Mm. Bakit po, sir? Doon ako naka-assign before.
Doon, ma'am.
Oo.
So yung Biliran geothermal namin, doon, ma'am eh.
Ay, oo.
Then that's the hometown of my wife, Biliran.
Saan po banda, sir?
Ang Mercury Drugs, di ba, sa Naval, ma'am?
Opo, sir.
So, sa Bato po.
Ay, doon.
Kasabuti ka magwaray, sir. Bisaya.
Konti lang. Kamay lang.
Moday, nagamit ka bitaw ganina.
Bitaw? Konti lang, Tagalog, pero a few words will do. Yung first punta namin sa Biliran, yan, more on context clues lang kami. Kung ano yung, ayan siguro sinasabi niya, word by word lang. Kumbaga barok lang kami mag-Bisayan. Oh yan, okay. We have 44. 44 scores. Tingnan natin kung sino yung pinakamababa at pinakamataas. We have 16 yata. Si Ma'am. Note natin para kung ice break sa yung Doombringer hindi makapagkaila. Si Ma Besanes. Hindi kasi makita yung buong name. Besanes. Okay. We have so yan, may pruweba tayo kung sino yung mga Doombringers. Score nyo nasa chat box ha. Okay, sige let's reveal yung ating scoring. So how well do you do Survivor? Okay, if your score is 0 to 10, yan, 0 to 10, pwedeng na-interchange nyo lang pero hindi ganun ka-major. Okay, or sakto talaga. So sa sagot ni expert survivor. Okay, magaling kayo mag-analyze ng sitwasyon at ng actions ninyo. Or baka alam na ninyo tong icebreaker. Kapag attend na kayo ng previous lectures ko. Wala yata naka-0 based dun sa chat box. 11 to 16, ayan, si Besañez. Sorry po, hindi ko makita yung full name Kaya I don't know if it's ma'am or sir.
Judith po, sir.
Si Ma'am Judith. Yan. Ang score niya ay 16. So siya po ang ating top notcher, above average survival skills. Maganda yung analysis niya sa sitwasyon.
Si
Okay?
Sir Mark Holton.
Ma'am? Sino ba yung isa? Sorry medyo ang bilis ng pasok kanina May 10 ba?
Si Sir Mark 10, sir.
Oh, Sir Mark. Saan Sir Mark? Miranda? So, siya ba si Miranda? Saan ba si Sir Mark? Sorry po, yung chat box ko, ipilido lang yung nakikita Ayan, okay, in-extend ko. Tama, si Sir Mark, 10 pala. Okay, sorry sir, na-overlook ko yung score ninyo. Congrats. Okay? So safe na kayo, sir. Hindi na kayo gagawa ng ating parusa. Okay? So 17 to 25, good survival skills. Pwede tayong reliable member. Kumbaga si Sir Mark, pwede na siyang magsulo. Okay? Bahala na kayo dyan, sabi ni Sir Mark. Tapos si Ma'am Judith pala is, nasa ba? 14. Hindi pala 16. So siya pwede maging leader.
16 po yun.
16.
Nagkamali po yun. Opo.
Okay. But still, pasok pa rin, ma'am. Kayo ang leader. 70 to 25, reliable members. 26 to 35, sige, okay pa. Okay, sige. Pasok pa rin kayo sa grupo. May go-contribute pa. Pero kung kayo ay 36 and above, naku, napakarami po. Yung pagkaila, nasa chat box po natin yan. Kayo ang ating doom bringer. Kayo magpapahamak sa grupo kung kayo yung susundin natin. Okay? At dahil kayo po ang doom bringer natin, lahat naman nakikita ko sa camera. So ito po ang punishment ninyo. Gagayahin nyo lang yung nasa picture na ipa-flash ko. Madali lang. Kahit bata kaya ang gawin. Okay? So kung kasama nyo po nandyan, sige, please ready nyo ninyo yung cellphone. Kung gusto nyo siyang picturean, pang blackmail. Okay? Okay, sige po. Ito yung punishment, mga icebreaker ha. Susundin natin, gagayahin natin si Totoy. Okay. Nasaan na yung doom bringers natin? Okay, ready? Pose in 5, 4. Si Sir Robert, nakita ko na. 5, 4, 3, 2, and pose. Si Sir Jonah, so very good. Mid-matching facial expression pa. Si Ma'am Vanessa. Dumbbringers, nasa yung mga dumbbringers natin? Si Ma'am Miriam, Ma'am Sharon, Ma'am Rowena, Ma'am Rima, Ma'am Michelle, Ma'am Thea May, si Ma'am Stephanie, Ma'am Cherry. Dami natin dumbbringers ha. Okay, so that ends our icebreaker. I hope you enjoy. I hope nagising tayo. At kanina, birthday pala ni Sir Kenneth ba? Yung may nag-announce eh, Sir Kenneth. Naman si Sir Kenneth?
Dito?
Number 21, sir.
21, asan si 21? Sir Kenneth Rodrigo. Okay, bigyan natin siya ng emoji. Reaction type. Click nyo yung reaction, tapos may party popper yan. Sige. Let's greet Caesar with our emoji. Sir, happy birthday. Yan, gusto mo i-print screen mo, Sir Kenneth, para may remembrance ka sa ating webinar na we greeted you. Okay. Sige po, let's proceed sa next topic natin. We only have two. Our Occupational Safety and Health Program. Yan po yung magiging manual sa ating implementation ng safety pagdating sa ating workplace. Hindi po natin di-discuss kung ano dapat yung nakasulat. Instead, we would be discussing what are the core elements. Kasi depende po sa organization kung ano yung gusto nilang i-implement. Ito po ay kung ano lang yung sections, yung basic core elements ng isang BOSH program. So, how much kung wala tayong BOSH program sa ating workplace? 40,000 pesos penalty. So ano ba yung BOSH program? It is a plan or outline of activities prepared to promote safety awareness among the management and workers in order to prevent, minimize, or eliminate accidents or illnesses in the workplace. Ibig sabihin, ito yung mismong Bible, manual. Okay? Biging basis natin for OSH implementation. We have two types. Of course, nakapaloob dyan yung OSH Occupational Safety Program and the Occupational Health Program. What are the key elements po nila Pag sinabi nating safety program, that is the accident prevention and safety promotion. Pero pag nakita natin yung isang programa pertains to health protection and maintenance, may health awareness and promotion, yan po ay isang health program. Okay, safety program prevents accidents, injuries. Health program po promotes health, prevents illnesses. Okay? So what are the key elements? Yan, dapat po merong statement of commitment to comply with the OSH requirements. Sir, meron kaming ganyan sa head office. Pwede na po ba yun? Hindi po. Per area, per workplace po ang ating OSH program. Okay? Sige, ano ba yung statement of commitment to comply with OSH requirements? This is just a draft. Okay, pwede po nyong ibahin, walang problema. Ito po ay parang nangangako. Binibigay po yung commitment ng highest official na siya po ay susunod. I or we, the highest official, by accomplishing this safety and health program, do hereby commit and bind ourselves to comply with the applicable requirements of the occupational safety and health standards. Okay, kumbaga nanunumpa siya dito sa document na to, na susundin niya, susuportahan niya po ang OSH implementation sa ating workplace. Okay, hindi po yung pipirma ni safety officer, the highest official. Next po. Yan. So you could consider yung mga numbers natin, yan, number 2, chapter 2 or section 2, sorry, section 2 ng ating OSH program. Section 1, statement of commitment. Section 2, this is your general safety, which is your HIRAC, and health programs, yung ating health surveillance. First is the HIRAC. Could someone tell me what is the meaning ni HIRAC? Acronym lang yung HIRAC eh. Meron po ba? Someone could raise their hands. Ano po ang HIRAC? What does HIRAC stands for? Okay, that is hazard. Yes, sige po, go ahead.
Hazard Identification Risk Assessment Control po, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Miriam. Exactly. Okay, tama-tama. That is the hazard identification, risk assessment, and control. So, ito pong table, lahat na makikita niyong table ay galing po sa template ni Dole. Okay, ginaya lang natin para po ilagay sa PowerPoint. So when you say hazard identification, so what are the tasks? Ano yung hazard? For example, task. Sa amin sa planta, magpalit ng fuse. That is the task. The hazard identified, ano po yan? Mga live lines. Risk description po natin, saan po ba makikita yung mga live lines na yan? Mismong sa, let's say, sa control panels. Risk assessment. Ano na may risk assessment? Ito po yung, is it low, medium, or high risk? Po, yan. And the controls, paano po natin mape-prevent or ma-mitigate yung hazard na na-identify natin. Okay, kung nakalagay kanina sa amin, live lines, may energize po yung linya. Control measures, di shutdown. Okay, perform, lockout, tag out, try out. Okay, I think na-discuss sa inyo yan during day 3, the Lotto to procedure, lockout, tag out, try out. Dati Lotto lang eh. Okay, so lahat po ng task natin, isusulat natin. This is for us to justify kung low, medium, or ma-determine kung high-risk industry po tayo or high-risk establishments. Hindi natin pwede sabihin, low-risk establishment kami, sir. Pero pagtingin sa priority, sa risk assessment po ninyo, mayroon kayong high-risk na activity. Okay, next po. Yan. Kumbaga ito yung sa safety. Ito naman po yung sa health, which is the medical surveillance. Why do we need medical surveillance? Early detection and management ng occupational safety and health as occupational and work-related diseases. Sorry. Lahat po ng companies required yung pre-employment examination. Bakit kaya may pre-employment examination tayo? Kasi po, every year, meron tayong annual medical examination. We would know kung, oops, nagde-develop ba yung isang occupational diseases. Ito po, baka hindi lang po natin alam. May right po ang worker natin na nagre-resign na mag-request ng isang medical examination. Okay? This is what we call separation medical examination as per Rule 1967, 1967 ng ating Yellow Book. This is also free of charge, by the way. Okay? Bakit kaya binibigay yan sa ating mga nagre-resign na workers na? Para po ma-identify kung nagkaroon sila ng occupational disease during their service sa kumpanya. Example, pre-employment, wala siyang hypertension. Okay? So after 5 years, nag-resign. Pag-resign po, binigyan siya ng separation medical examination. Nasa 160/90 na. Okay? So yan po pwedeng gamitin ng empleyado na yon para po masabi na nagkaroon siya ng occupational disease. Okay? Which is hypertension. Clear po tayo, ha? Of course, dapat wala po yung paninigarilyo. Okay, clear tayo sa medical surveillance. Kailangan po may medical examination tayo for the employees. What are these medical examination? Pre-employment, na-mention na natin. Transfer medical examination. For example, meron kayong, Mercury Drugs, walang field works yata. Correct me if I'm wrong. For example lang po, nasa head office, ngayon magkakaroon siya ng field works. Before siya ipadala as field worker, may medical examination. Okay? Separation medical examination, we mentioned that. At meron din po tayong return to work examination. Dito po sa section 2 rin po, we aim to answer kung meron po ba tayong medical treatment room. Okay? Ilalagay natin sa section 2 that the company will provide what? Is it clinic, first aid treatment, or magpo-provide tayo ng hospital talaga? Okay? Based po yan sa kanina, yung nabasa natin. Pag 1 to 50, first aid treatment room. 51 onwards, mga kailangan na po tayo ng clinic. If we exceed 1,000 workers, wala naman siguro sa inyong branches, magre-require na tayo ng hospital. Okay? Just in case, wala kayong clinic, but meron po tayong affiliated hospital, talagay natin kung anong hospital po yan. Okay? Next po, yan. Section 3. Promotion. Section 4, prevention naman. Okay. Section 3 muna tayo. Promotion of the following health domains. Dapat po may nakapaskill sa atin ng drug-free workplace. Required yan sa lahat. Okay, nakalagay, this is a drug-free workplace. Required talaga po yan ni Dole. Plus, dapat po meron tayong health program on how to prevent such exposure ng ating mga empleyado sa mga illegal drugs. Are we to conduct random drug testing? Yan, lagay natin. Yes. Describe po ninyo ano yung mechanics ng random drug testing ninyo. Gano'ng kadalas? Sino po? Paano yung selection natin? Kahit random po yan. Ano na may giging treatment natin? Should there be a positive sa ating test? Okay, what are your policies? Next po, ano ang programa ng ating kumpanya in terms of mental health ng ating mga empleyado? Okay, ano ba yung programa natin to promote mental health? May open forum ba tayo every week? Every other week? May pupunta ba ang psychologist? Kung wala, ayun, at least meron tayong open forum. Okay? Just to express kung ano yung nararamdaman natin. Okay? Hindi expression of love. Kumbaga, meron tayong di pagkakaunawaan, ma-resolve sa pag-uusap. Okay? So, nasa company po yan. Paano niya i-resolve yan? At yung healthy lifestyle. Okay? Sa amin po, we have exercise. Meron po kaming free martial arts training every Tuesday and Thursday. Sa kumpanya po, meron po ba? So, depende po yan sa organization, sa inyong resources, at sa number of persons. Okay? May pa-Zumba ba? Section 4 naman po, this is the prevention naman ng mga sakit. Okay? First is HIV and AIDS. According sa RA 8504. Okay? Yes, we know AIDS, HIV, hindi siya occupational disease. Pero, pwede pong dumami within the workplace. Especially sa mga construction at dun sa may mga housing na kumpanya. Tulad ng manufacturing. Bakit? Okay, aside from sexual intercourse, pwede pong matransfer kasi through blood. Okay? Yung HIV and AIDS. Tuberculosis and hepatitis B. I believe meron tayo. Yan, meron nga. Saan natin makikita yung guidelines for tuberculosis prevention? Nasa Department Order 73-05. Okay, mahaba po to. So, hindi natin i-discuss fully, kasi marami pa pong sections ang ating BOSH program. Okay? As in general, Department Order 73-05 mandates all private establishments, workplaces, and worksites to formulate and implement a TB prevention and control policy program. Okay? So, katuwang natin yung ating mga doctors or nurses. Kung wala po, since first aider lang ang requirement sa inyo, don't worry kasi si Dole po mismo sa kanilang website, meron na pong template. Okay? Download lang po natin, then we change some details. Okay? Yun lang po, kailangan natin sundin kung ano yung nasa template if we are not to construct or formulate our own health program. Okay? Later po, after this, I could show you the website at kung saan po ita-download. Okay? Next po, Department Order number 102-10. This is the guidelines for the implementation naman po sa HIV and AIDS prevention and control. Okay? There shall be collaborative effort from the management and the workers' representative in the development ng implementation ng policy program. Employers shall be responsible for providing appropriate and accurate information regarding HIV and AIDS. Okay? Again, this is not an occupational disease, pero we are to prevent AIDS at HIV sa ating workplaces. Kasi aside from e-health, pwede rin merong discrimination. Okay? Just in case meron pong empleyado na may AIDS or HIV or AIDS. Okay? Aside from health, discrimination ng kalaban. Dapat maintindihan niya ng bawat empleyado through our health program. Okay? Workers shall not be discriminated against from pre to post-employment, including the hiring, promotion, or assignment, kahit may AIDS or HIV po yung isang empleyado. Okay, kung kaya dapat siya i-promote po siya. Workers shall not be terminated from work if the basis the actual, perceived, or suspected HIV status. Kailan po tayo pwedeng mag-terminate lang? Kung pasok siya dun sa nabanggit natin kanina. Article 283 ng Labor Code. If you would recall, yan po yung habitual negligence, commission of a crime, fraud, okay? Serious misconduct, gross negligence, yun lang po pwede. But kung may AIDS, bawal na bawal po yan. Okay? Next, regarding sa confidentiality naman. Hindi po pwedeng i-disclose po yan. Kung sino yung naging positive sa AIDS or HIV. Ang makakaalam lang po yung ating mga healthcare professionals, occupational health nurse or doctors. Kung dinisclose po nila yan, pwede rin silang kasuhan. Okay? Kasi isang medical malpractice yung pagdi-disclose ng information regarding sa kanilang patients. Next po, FAB. Nasa Department Advisory 5, 2010 po yan. The same with HIV, tuberculosis, yan po. Mandatory sa lahat ng private workplace na magkaroon ng policy regarding sa HEPA-B. Okay, dapat po mag-provide yung company natin, yung establishment, ng information regarding hepatitis B. Discrimination, dapat po wala. There shall be no discrimination of any form against workers on the basis of their hepatitis B status. Okay, lahat naman po siguro ng sakit, dapat walang discrimination. Ganon din po, confidentiality. Bawal po i-disclose yung kanilang health conditions sa ibang empleyado. Sir, paano yan? Nagpa-announce kami na magkakaroon tayo ng screening sa hepatitis B. Yun po pwede ninyong ilagay sa bulletin board. But the result, yan po ang huwag ilalagay. Okay? Strictly confidential po yan. Next, drug-free workplace. It shall be mandatory for all private establishments employing 10 or more workers na magkaroon po ng drug abuse prevention and control programs. Okay? If less than 10, ang word is encourage. Enjoin lang. Hindi pa mandatory. Ito yung nabanggit natin. Mandatory po na meron tayong signage na nakalagay. This is a drug-free workplace. Let's keep it this way. Okay, according pala yan kay Department Order 53-03. Employers shall require their officials and employees to undergo random drug testing, regardless of their ranks or position. Okay. Kung sinabing random, lahat, halo-halo. Supervisory, rank and file, managerial, dapat po meron. Okay? Sino po ang gagastos for this test result? All costs of drug testing shall be borne by the employer. This is according din kay Rule 1967, 1967 ng ating yellow book. Okay? Di pwedeng i-mandate si worker na magpa-drug test tapos siya ang bahala sa gastos. Kung siya man, dapat pwedeng i-reimburse. Initially, sige, pero pwedeng ipa-reimburse. Wala na dito. Sir, what if kung may mag-positive? Okay? What if kung may mag-positive po na empleyado sa illegal substance or drugs? Okay. Ina-encourage po lahat ng kumpanya na tulungan po. Okay? Mag-assist, pero hindi po gumastos mag-assist para po maparehab yung kanyang empleyado. After rehabilitation, na-satisfy po, magkakaroon naman ng certificate and encourage ang company to rehire yung empleyado. Okay? So, pinaperceive ni Dole na yung paggamit ng illegal drugs, not just as a criminal act, but it is also a disease. A disorder, sorry, not a disease, a disorder. Dapat non-discriminatory din. Next po, yan, Section 5. Ang nakasaad po dun sa DOLE template, yan. Specific name of project and name of owner. Since tayo ay nasa established na po, lalagay lang po natin yung ating company, location, not na project, but location ng ating store. And sino yung mga officials. Estimated number of personnel sa ating workplace. Working hours. Ano yung mga shift? Wala naman tayong heavy equipment, I'm sure. Kung ano lang po yung applicable sa inyo. So ito po ay pwede rin gamitin sa construction. Sa construction, napakaraming details ang kailangan. Pero sa atin, kung sa Mercury Drugs po, yan, name ng highest official natin, location ng ating establishments, ilan ang ating workers, and yung ating working hours. Kung may shift po, ilan per shift. Section 6. Nakalagay po ang composition and duties, okay, ng ating Health and Safety Committee. Tulad po ng na-discuss natin sa DO 198-18, ex officio po, by virtue of their position, the highest official, siyang chairperson, secretary, safety officer, members po, physician, nurses, first aider, or kung meron tayong dentist, kasama rin. Member din po si supervisor at isang workers representative. Okay? So dito po, aside from the composition, kailangan din po ng duties nila. Hindi po yung taga-ubos lang sila ng merienda during BOSH committee meetings. Yes po, may question? Uy, na-mute. Sorry, Ma'am Miriam. Na-type na click ko yung unmute sana ni Ma'am. Okay. Paki-mute lang po. Si Ma'am. Ayun. Okay, thank you, Ma'am. Sige, going back. Ito po, compositions and duties. Saan po tayo magkakaroon ng idea regarding sa pwedeng duties ng ating BOSH committee? Anong rule po yan sa yellow book? What rule ang ating BOSH committee? We could copy that at ilagay na lang natin yung section 6. Yan po yung rule 1040 kanina. Okay, we explained yung duties and responsibilities ng BOSH committee. Mute ko lang po. Okay, next. Section 7. Ito po yung BOSH personnel and facilities natin. Of course, you need to attach ang inyong Safety Officer 2 training certificate. At gagawan po tayo ng list. Yan. Table to. This is from the template ni Dole. Sample lang. Name ng safety officer for the establishment. Si Arman Dominic Zingapan, 40 hours BOSH. Marami pa pong trainings, lagay lang po natin. Para malaman ni Dole kung safety officer 1 or safety officer 2 siya. Or safety officer 3 or 4. Okay? Kung nakalagay dyan, 40 hours BOSH training, SO2. Kung nakita ni Dole, may LCM, may safety program audits, more than 48 hours yun, okay, pwede siyang SO3. Okay? Section 8. This is the safety and health promotion, training, and education. So dapat po naka-reflect ano po yung company policy natin pagdating sa pag-o-orient ng mga workers. Okay, nabanggit natin kanina, workers BOSH orientation, ilang oras? 8 hours po yan. Hindi po pwedeng bawat may new hire, kailangan mag-conduct ng ganun. Okay, what if kung Monday isa? Second day, dalawa. Third day, isa ulit. E di kawawa naman si safety officer. Yun na lang ang ginawa niya from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just to orient for employees, new employees. So pwede po tayo mag-create ng policy na every Wednesday lang po yung training natin. Or kung magko-conduct tayo ng 8 hours, 2 hours lang po siya every day para hindi naman maapektuhan yung ating operations. So nasa inyo po yan, how to implement yung mandatory BOSH seminars for workers. Okay? I-reflect lang po natin dito. Every Wednesday, every Friday. Kasama na po ba siya sa work orientation? Why not? Next, dapat meron tayong policy rin po pagdating sa pagtitrain sa mga tao on how to conduct risk assessment, evaluation, and control. Kung safety officer lang po mag-hierarch, mauubos po ang kanyang oras. Okay, kawawa si safety officer. Should be conducted also by the supervisors. Okay, why? For example, sa amin sa planta, yung mga live lines, hindi ko kabisado lahat yan. So it is the operations manager to fill up the hierarch. So we conduct our own hierarch training for them. Okay, what are the policies? Kung kailan kayo magko-conduct ng mga ganong training, i-reflect natin sa Section 8. Also, Section 8, ito po, ma-maximize ng safety officers to. Continuing training on OSH for OSH personnel. Required po kayo at least 16 hours per year. Okay? At least 16 hours. Kalagay yan sa Section 14 ng DO 198-18. Okay? Section 14. So, pwede nating ilagay dyan. Okay? So, pag na-approve po ito ni Dole, kailangan sumunod si company. If yung ibang safety officer, gusto nila ma-maximize, nilalagay nila 40 hours per year. Why not? Okay? Pero at minimum, we need 16. Kung meron tayong work permitting system sa mga high-risk activities natin, yan, what are the mechanics ng work permit system? Section 9, this is your toolbox or safety meeting. Meron din job safety analysis. Sinong gumagawa ng job safety analysis or job hazard analysis? What are the policies sa pagkoconduct ng toolbox meeting? I'm sure si Mercury Drugs ginagawa na itong toolbox meeting. Hindi nyo lang alam na toolbox meeting niya. Probably. Okay, ano ba yan? Before mag-start yung inyong day shift, yung shift po ninyo, mag-uusap-usap kayo. Ano yung mga concerns ng bawat empleyado? Ano yung na-expect ninyo magiging trabaho for the day? Before kayo mag-start. Siguro may ganun po sa inyo. Hindi nyo alam, hindi lang siguro na term as toolbox meeting yun. Okay? Every morning, papatawag kayo ni branch manager. Ito po yung ating concern. Ano yung gagawin natin for the day? That is an example of toolbox meeting. Okay? Ngayon po, i-formalize lang natin. Kung di naka-attend ng toolbox meeting, what will be the policies? What will be the penalties? Or kung nagko-conduct nga kayo ng ganun, wala lang safety topics, as safety officer, you are encouraged, no, you are mandated to insert safety and health reminders there. Okay? Mag-input ng safety and health reminders or topics. Section 10, ito po, you could screenshot kasi ito na po yung mismong ilalagay ninyo. Unlike sa mga iba pong sections natin, kung saan si company po ang bahala sa mga policies regarding this one, sa Section 8, ano yung policy natin sa orientation, sa toolbox meeting. Pagdating po sa Section 10, standard po yan. Any dangerous occurrences, major accidents resulting to death or permanent total disability shall be reported by the company to Dole Regional Office within 24 hours from the occurrence using the prescribed form o yung ating WAIR. Okay? So ito po, non-negotiable. Basta meron tayong dangerous occurrence, major accidents, kung saan may namatay o yung nagkaroon pa ng permanent total disability, that is 2 or more body part or body function ang nawala, 24 hours report kagad kay Dole. Okay? Ito po mismong section na to, you could reflect it sa inyo, section 10, kung gagawa kayo na BOSH program. After the conduct of investigation, the company shall prepare or submit a work accident report using the prescribed form, which is due a year. E what if kung hindi po siya nag-result sa death, permanent total disability, permanent partial lang, o temporary total, re-report po yan within 30 days. Okay? But because of the memo last March, re-report po siya end of the month. Okay? For example, before ito this is 2019 standard. Before po, let's say nagkaroon ng aksidente ng August 20. Pwede nyo pang i-report yan ng September 10. Example lang. That is within 30 days pa rin eh. Pero ngayon po, nagkaroon ng memo si Dole nung March kung saan kailangan i-report po yan end of the month. Kung nangyari yan ng August 20, report kagad yan na August 31. Nangyari ng August 30, the following day, kailangan i-report. Okay? So, hindi na po within 30 days. This is 2019 pa po kasi. Na-supersede na siya na memo issued last March. Next po, Section 11. Ito po, table naman. This come from Dole pa rin. Simple lang ang Section 11. Lalagay lang po natin lahat ng PPEs na sa tingin natin na applicable sa ating workplace at for how many employees. Example po mercury drugs, meron tayong mask. I'm sure di nyo kailangan ng hard hat. Okay, safety shoes. Okay, but yung mask po natin, we need. So lagay natin PPE. Face mask, how many numbers, how many employees, sorry. We need gloves, baka nag-handle tayo ng chemicals. Sige po. Chemical gloves, for how many employees? Ilan po ba yung sa ating housekeeping? Ilan po ba yung hahawak ng chemicals? So if this one is approved by Dole, so wala nang sa AC company, pwede bang 10 na lang instead of 20? Well, nakalagay po kasi dito 20. We should follow it. Okay, dapat pong budgetan mismo ni company. Section 12, mga safety signage po natin. The company needs to attach samples of the safety signage. Okay, following the standard color, standard color, which is reflected dun sa Rule 1060 natin, Table 2 ng ating yellow book. Remember, yung red, green, orange, yellow, purple, at blue. Okay? Section 13. Meron po ba tayong mga policies kung may magtatrabaho sa matataas na lugar? Yan. Magko-conduct ng electrical works, gagamit ng power tools, mag-excavate, protection of the public and workers, especially sa mga construction industry, exposure to vehicular traffic, employees exposure to falling load, hat works, or compressed gases. I'm sure si mercury drugs, halos wala dito. Okay, so ano na lang po yung mga policies natin regarding sa magiging minor repairs sa ating workplaces. Okay, example, magpapalit po ng bumbilya. What are the policies no? Electrical equipments, not just bumbilya. Let's say electrical equipments mismo. Section 14, another table provided by Dole. Workers' welfare facility. So, is the company will provide for adequate supply of drinking water? Sir, self-serving naman yan. Just say yes, 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 yes. Okay po, you could write that. Pero once na nag-inspection si Dole, yeah, take note, dapat in place po yan, hindi lang naka-check dito. Okay? Adequate sanitary and washing facilities, we mentioned this. Magkaiba yung male and female. We gave some standards based po sa sanitary code natin in terms of industrial hygiene. May suitable living accommodations po if applicable Separate sanitary and washing sleeping facilities for males and females. Lactation stations, may ramp, railings, and the likes. Yung ibang store ng Mercury, nakikita ko po meron to ramps and railings, especially sa mga clients natin na naka-wheelchair. Yan. So check dito sa yes. And other workers' welfare facility. Just in case, require tayo magkaroon ng shuttle service. Ano ba yung standard natin, sir, pagdating sa ganun? Require ang isang company to provide a shuttle service if the total assets of the company reach 150 million pesos. Yeah, require po sila. Lower than that, they are only encouraged. Okay, ibig sabihin, hindi siya mandatory. Next po, section 15. Ito, medyo madugo kasi wala si template si Dole. Unlike sa mga health programs natin, meron. Okay? Pero kay emergency and disaster preparedness program, a response plan, kailangan po meron tayo niyan. Okay? Gagawa tayo from scratch. May standard po ba tayo ng emergency disaster preparedness and response plan? Wala po. Nagdedepende yan sa resources, manpower ng bawat organization. Okay? What will you do if nagkaroon ng medical emergency, fire emergency, earthquake? Okay, what are your responses? If we have time later, I could show you, I could explain paano tayo magko-construct ng emergency response team. Okay, if you have time. Next, yung screenshot mismo sa document ni Dole, sa template niya. What are the types of drills that we would be participating? Sir, fire drill, earthquake drill. Date, kailan po yan? At least twice a year po tayo dapat nagko-conduct ng drill. According kay Rule 1948 ng ating Yellow Book. 1948. At least twice a year. Date, sir, kailan? Wala pong sinet naman sa ating standard. Pero yung una, kino-conduct yan sinasabay sa Fire Prevention Month. Tama? Fire Prevention Month, which is March. Yung isa, kayo po ang bahala. Okay? And who would be the responsible person sa pag-organize ng mga drills? Of course, the safety officer. Gusto nyo, si branch manager. Section 16, dapat meron tayong solid waste management system. Meron po ba kayong pollution control program? Kung meron man, sino yung pollution control officer na gumawa po niya? Okay, dapat po kasi considered yung different laws pertaining sa waste management. Example, Rule 6969, RA 6969, that is dangerous. I forgot, dangerous substance. Okay, mga chemicals. Section 17, Control and Management of Hazards. Yan. Kung comprehensive po, minsan nawawala itong Section 17. Pero kung okay na po, kumpleto naman yung inyong hierarchy, pwede pong wala na si Section 17. Okay? Kasi magiging redundant. If you would recall, HIRAC stands for Hazard Identification, Risk Assessment, and ayan po, Control. Section 17, Control and Management of Hazard. Redundant na. Section 18, yan. Dapat po meron tayong prohibited acts and penalties for violation. Okay? Note ko lang, according sa DO 13, Department Order 13 ng DOLE, compliance with health and safety rules should be considered a condition of employment. Rules must be explained during health and safety orientation po sa mga new workers, and pwede nating ulitin yan just in case ma-transfer sila. Mute ko lang po ha. Okay, next. Ano po ba to? Ito ay listahan ng mga OSH violations na sa tingin natin na mako-commit within our establishment. Example, sa planta po, we call it disciplinary code. Hindi sila nagsuot ng prescribed basic PPE, hard hat, safety shoes, eye protection, and reflectorized vest. First offense, 1 day suspension without compensation. Second offense, 3 days suspension. Third offense, 1 week. Fourth offense po, pwede silang ma-terminate. Okay, hindi pa po ba madudoli tayo niyan? First place, this is DOLE approved OSH program. And second, according nga sa Article 283, okay, Article 282, habitual negligence is a ground for termination. Okay, so naka-4 na beses na siya, hindi sumusunod. Habitual na ang tawag dyan. Okay? Kayo po, nasa inyo po, hindi kailangan suspension or termination kagad or umabot pa sa hanggang 4. Depende po sa organization. How would you tolerate such offenses? Yan, I think patapos na tayo. Section 19, this is the cost of implementing company OSH program. This is the annual estimate for our OSH program implementation. Okay? They are not limited sa OSH orientation ng mga workers, safety officer, purchase ng mga PPEs, first aid medicines, medical supplies, and lahat pwedeng gamitin para sa implementation ng OSH program. Paano yan, sir? Yan, ito, table na naman from DOLE. So, a simplified table will do. PPEs, magkano yung estimated budget natin? For example, mask. Okay? If your organization, example lang po organization, mag-aalat ng 300,000 for the mask. OSH training, magkano sa tingin natin ang estimate? Sir, nasa 70,000. Safety signage, painting sa mga mga tarpaulin, yan, magkano? Machine guards, medical examination, pwede nating isama yung ating COVID testing, antigen or RT-PCR, at yung ating medical supplies and medicines. Others, kung meron. For example, mag-install kami ng additional workers welfare facility. Okay? Sa aming job site. Tulugan ng mga tao during sa lunchtime. Why not? I think that is the last component. Hanggang 19. Last part of our OSH program presentation, what are the core elements ng effective safety and health program? Kasi document lang po ang OSH program. Pero kailangan pa rin po ng management leadership. Okay? Hindi yung participation lang nila ay pirma dun sa section 1. Statement of commitment lang. Hindi po. We need our leadership, their leadership. Pag sinabi natin kailangan isuspend yung isang official dahil naninigarilyo sa ating establishment, the management should approve. Okay? Minsan kasi, kailangan natin siya sa ating operation. We could not suspend him just because nanigarilyo. Okay? So, kailangan po maging firm din yung management sa pag-i-implement ng OSH program. Kailangan din po mag-participate yung ating mga empleyado. May policy nga tayo, may OSH program, approved ni DOLE. Wala namang gustong sumunod. Okay, so magkakaroon pa rin po ng aksidente. Next, okay po si management susuportahan sa safety, susunod din ang ating mga workers. The question is, how could we identify the hazards? Okay? So dapat meron tayong hazard identification and assessment. There should be a procedure in place to conduct job hazard analysis. Na-introduce po ba sa inyo yung job hazard analysis? Yes or no? First column, lahat ng trabaho, lahat ng task. Second column, yan po yung ating hazards. Third column po, mitigating controls. Yun yung job hazard analysis natin. Kung dito you identify the hazard, of course, you need to control those hazards. Prevent and control the hazard. Okay, note ko lang dito, management and employees work together to decide, implement best method of eliminating, control, or preventing identified workplace hazard. Dito po, maganda yung risk assessment natin. Okay? For example, sa workplace natin, maraming hazards. Identify natin kung ano yung low risk, yung acceptable, so no need for further mitigations. Kung medium risk, medyo dadagdagan natin ng budget, dadagdagan natin ng resources. Lalo po kung high risk activity po yan, pwedeng may mamatay or masaktan, dapat yung resources natin nakafocus po dun sa high risk compared po sa low risk lang. Okay? Baka mamaya magbigay tayo ng mga resources kagad, budgetan natin yung isang hazard pero low risk lang. Mauubos kagad yung pera ni safety. Okay? So dapat marunong tayo lumaro ng resources. Next po, education and training. Management employees should all be properly and effectively trained to understand why and how the safety and health program works, as well as how to implement them effectively. Okay? So, isama po natin dun sa mga workers orientation seminars natin yung mga napag-uusapan during our trainings. Dapat malaman din po nila yung standards. Next po, may safety and health program na tayo. Is it effective? Question mark. So we should have a program regarding evaluation and possible revision to improve our OSH programs. Next, we should have communication then and coordination kung magkakaroon po tayo ng contractor. Okay? Maganda nga yung safety program natin, pero kung yung contractor natin, hindi po alam yan, hindi talaga sila makakasunod. Magkakaroon pa rin na aksidente. Okay? So we should have communication and coordination with them. We mentioned evaluation ng ating program. So why do we need to evaluate kahit DOLE approved na yan? Yan, to know if changes or revisions are necessary. To check areas that have to be prioritized. Mas maraming nagiging aksidente dito sa area na to. Bakit? Sir, dahil marami siyang welding. So baka kulang yung policy natin regarding hot works. So, we need to revise. Monitor the performance of the program. Paano natin masasabing effective ang safety and health program natin? Kung pababa lahat po ng number of accidents, yung cost po ng aksidente, at yung time loss. Okay? Kasi bawat aksidente po, we are losing safe man-hours. Okay? Procedures. This is the last slide. Procedures sa pag-file po ng ating OSH program. Where to file? Application for processing evaluation of OSH program shall be filed with the Bureau or the Bureau of Working Condition through the DOLE Regional Office. application po na marireceive ng regional office. Re-reviewin po nila yan for 7 days. After po, i-endorse na nila kay BWC, Bureau of Working Condition. Sila naman po yung last review. Okay? If sa tingin nila okay na, so approve. Sir, what if kung bagsak, nagre-reject po ba sila? Hindi naman. Papadalhan pa kayo ng letter kung saan po yung kailangan i-revise. Okay, hindi yan outright na, oops, denied ang inyong OSH program. Ulitin ninyo. Sa DOLE po, ipapaalam nila kung ano yung kailangan nating i-revise. Kung ano pa yung kulang. Yan na nga yung last. Okay, so do we have questions po regarding our OSH program? Kung wala po, yan, please look sa screen. Ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina. Tinutulungan tayo ni DOLE. This is the DOLE NCR website. Download forms. May safety and health program na po. Yan, this one is for the construction. BOSH program templates. Okay, so you could download it. Yung mga forms na binabanggit po natin, ayan, the annual work accident illness report, annual medical report, o yung ating WAIR, nandito na rin po. Health program, drug-free workplace, hepatitis, TB, ito na rin po. Okay? So we just download it, basahin, intindihin, kasi kailangan po natin i-implement yan. Ha? So hindi na po tayo mahirapan. Ang kulang na lang, emergency response plan, plus yung ating solid waste management program. Any questions po? Question? None so far? So nasa na po tayo? We just finished the OSH program development. What are the core elements ng OSH program? We finish. Ang oras po natin ngayon ay 2:33. So last topic po natin ay COVID-19. COVID-19 and the workplace. Sige po, I'll give 5 minutes para po makapag-unat-unat kayo. If you want to get some coffee, bladder break, tubig, sige po, 5 minutes. Okay? Then we'll proceed sa last topic natin. Okay? Thank you. Okay, let's resume po. 5 minutes lang yun. Okay, sorry for the delay. Ayaw kaninang bumukas. Luckily, may backup. Okay, for the last time, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Okay, yan, medyo bumilis. Thank you for confirming. Let's discuss our last topic. Topic is COVID-19 and workplace. Okay, what are the COVID-19 protocols na dapat po in-implement pa natin sa ating mga workplaces? Module objectives, discuss the transmission, risk factors, prevention and control ng COVID-19. And discuss po kung ano po yung COVID-19 policy requirements ng DPWH, DTI, DOLE, and the DOH. Before it was called, COVID-19 was called novel corona. Okay? Bakit kaya novel? Meaning new. Hindi pa nalilabel. Corona, that is the family ng virus, has caused severe pneumonia in several cases in China and has been exported to a range of countries and cities. New viruses and diseases were unknown before the outbreak na nagsimula po sa Wuhan, China noong December 2019, kaya po nga COVID-19. Last February 12, 2020, the WHO announces that the novel corona disease is officially called COVID-19. Okay? The virus po, ang tawag ay SARS-CoV-2. Ang sakit, ang COVID-19. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, ha? Hindi po virus ang COVID-19, yan po ay sakit. Ang kanyang virus, ang tawag SARS-CoV-2. Screenshot po ito sa DOH COVID-19 tracker natin. September 2, the latest data nila, we have more than 2,400 positive cases. Okay, which is high kasi bumababa na nga po tayo dati. Around 400, 300 lang per day. Ngayon po, more than 2,400 na. Okay? So, tinitingnan po ni DOH, ang factors na bumababa po yung nagpapa-booster shot. At the same time, yung mga nagpa-booster shot na po ng February, okay, may 6 months na po ang nag-lapse, pwedeng yung efficiency po ng vaccine na yun, bumababa na rin. Currently, we have 23,703 active cases. Incubation period ng COVID-19. According po sa WHO, the current incubation period of COVID-19 ranges from 1 hanggang 12.5 days. Bakit kaya 14 days nung una, sir? It is because ang SARS-CoV-2 nagmula sa coronavirus family. Okay? Same po yan sa Middle East Respiratory or yung MERS at yung SARS. Pare-parehas po silang nanggaling sa corona family virus. Their incubation period po ay 14 days. So baka po ma-misinterpret, kaya lahat na lang po sa coronavirus, MERS, SARS, COVID-19, 14 days na. What are the signs and symptoms? Serious COVID-19 symptoms, this which requires immediate medical care. We have the shortness of breath and difficulty in breathing. So ibig sabihin, affected na po ang kanyang lungs, pati yung mga alveoli. With the decreased oxygen sa body, decrease yung aakyat na oxygen sa brain, what happens? Yan, nagkakaroon po ng confusion. Okay? Deprived na po yung utak natin ng oxygen. Magkakaroon na rin po ng chest pain since nandyan yung region ng ating lungs. At the same time, if our heart receive less oxygen para po ma-consume niya, magkakaroon din po ng myocardial infarction. Most common symptoms, fever. Fever is a symptom. Hindi po yan sakit. Minsan naka-lip form. Bakit? May sakit. Ano ang sakit? Fever. Hindi po siya sakit. Isa siyang defense body mechanism. Okay? I-raise yung body temperature para hindi maging conducive doon sa virus or bacteria. So, signs of infection, may fever. Yan, may cough, another reflex mechanism ng katawan natin. May foreign body, ibig sabihin sa ating airway. Kaya po tayo naubo. Tiredness because of decreased oxygen sa ating mga muscles. At meron po tayong loss of smell or taste. Ngayon po, hindi na nagiging common yung loss of taste na yan. Before, nung malakas-lakas po yung COVID-19, hindi pa Omicron, yan po yung madalas nila symptoms. Less common symptoms na pwede naman po na meron sa ibang diseases such as sore throat, diarrhea, headaches, rashes, baka po dengue, not just COVID-19. May aches and pains, red or irritated eyes. Who are people at risk of exposure? We could say everyone, almost everyone, kasi nagta-transport po tayo, nagko-commute. But pinakamataas po sa mga healthcare providers natin, mga doctors and nurses, death care, nasa mga funeral parlors, laboratories na nagpo-process po ng mga blood samples, body fluids, airline operators, border protection, solid waste and wastewater management, since sila nag-handle ng ating mga waste materials, not just paper cans, but also yung mga face mask natin. Mode of transmission, yan, disease spreads primarily from one person to person through small droplets from the nose or mouth, which is expelled by the person with COVID-19 pag umubo, nag-sneeze, or nagsalita. I'm sure everyone is very familiar with this one. So kaya po, very important pa rin yung 1 meter distancing. Okay? Social distancing. Who are considered close contact. Okay? Hindi po dahil nakausap. Kausap ko lang kanina yung nagka-COVID, nag-positive. Considered na bang close contact? Mayroon po tayong mga criteria. First, nagkaroon ng interaction with a person with COVID-19 within 1 meter for more than 15 minutes. Okay? Baka mamaya may inabot lang na papel. May sinabi lang, tapos umalis na. Okay? Baka po close contact agad ako. Make sure close contact kung less than 1 meter ang inyong interaction at tumagal po ng at least 15 minutes. Okay? Kung wala po, yan. Yung next, had direct physical interaction with probable or confirmed COVID-19 case. Baka mamaya, inakbayan, shake hands, worst, beso-beso. Yan. Kahit hindi po 15 minutes, considered kagad siya as close contact. Next po, had interaction with a person with COVID-19 without wearing protective equipment. Ito, madalas po ito sa canteen or sa pantry. Bakit? Kakain, makipagkwentuhan. Of course, you need to remove your mask para po kumain. Okay, tapos makipagkwentuhan, it turns out ang kakwentuhan ay may COVID-19, yan, considered na po kagad na close contact. So what if kung close contact po tayo? Get tested. If you tell your barangay health emergency response team or yung BHERT. At this is to inform your next step. Mag-undergo po kayo ng COVID-19 testing. At kung wala po kayong sariling bathroom, kitchen, and room sa inyong mga bahay, yan po. I-refer po kayo sa temporary treatment and monitoring facility. Kung may symptoms, moderate to severe, pwede pong padala sa ospital. Okay? But inaalaw po naman ng ating mga BHERT if our house could accommodate yung ating isolation. Basta po may sariling kwarto, CR. What test will be used? Yan. Gold standard pa rin. Most accurate yung ating RT-PCR test. Antigen, it only measures yung antibodies sa ating katawan. So, hindi naman po nire-recommend. Pero, pwedeng gumamit ng antigen if we want to delineate kagad. Na nagkaroon ng COVID positive sa ating workplace, marami tayong workers, kailangan pa magpa-schedule for RT-PCR test just to have a grasp regarding kung sino yung possible na infected. Yan, pwede tayong magpa-antigen. Yung mga magpa-positive sa antigen, pwede po sila kagad yung i-subject natin for RT-PCR testing. But of course, sabi ko nga, gold standard pa rin, RT-PCR test. Antigen, kailangan ka pong i-confirm. Okay? What's the difference between quarantine and isolation? Madalas na i-interchange to. When you say quarantine, this is the period to monitor well-being after being identified as close contact. Ngayon po, yung isolation, ginagamit po yan para sa, yung term na yan ginagamit para sa mga confirmed or meron pong symptoms ng COVID-19. Okay, close contact, quarantine. May COVID-19, isolation. Prognosis. Okay, yung progression ng sakit. How is it deadly? Not so much. 80% ng ating mga patients recovers without the needing for hospital treatment. Okay? So that is 4 out of 5 patients. Kahit po walang medical attention. Well, SARS-CoV-2 is a virus, and kung may medical professionals dito, viruses are self-limiting organisms. So they could resolve on their own. Sample, flu. Okay? With or without medicine, symptoms lang, for the symptoms, mare-resolve na kagad yan. The same with SARS-CoV-2. Pero yung 1 o yung 20% or 1 out of 5 persons, pwede pong lumala. Especially kung they are older people. Meron pong high blood pressure, heart and lung problem, of course, kasi nga unang tinitira is yung ating respiratory system. Diabetes, Reduce po yung flow ng blood because of the viscosity of the blood, less yung oxygen, mas mataas po magiging effect ng COVID-19. Uunti na nga yung oxygen, mabagal pa. Okay? At yung ating mga cancer patients who are receiving treatments kasi po bagsak po ang kanilang immune system. People of all ages who develop severe symptoms should seek medical attention immediately, regardless kung meron silang pre-medical conditions prior to COVID. Self-isolation for people of all ages who develop minor symptoms. Inform natin yung be heard to monitor for those symptoms. Next. This is the strategy po being practiced globally at inadapt na rin po ng ating DOH. Increase physical and mental resilience, reduce the transmission of COVID-19, minimize the contact rate, and reduce the infection from COVID-19. Okay? Inadapt po yan ni DOH. Nakapalob yan sa DOH Administrative Order 2020-0015. Guidelines on the risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. DOH shall set minimum public health standards to guide the development of sector-specific and localized guidance on mitigation measures of its COVID-19 response across all settings. Okay, so I heard yung news yata, I think sa Cebu, wherein tinanggal na po yung mask. So medyo may debate regarding that procedures. But being an occupational safety and health advocate, mas safe pa rin po yung mind mask. Although it is voluntary lang naman, pwede pa rin magsuot ng mask. Pero yung ibang tao kasi medyo matigas pa rin ang ulo. Kaya hindi nagsusuot ng mask. We're giving them right not to wear mask. Anyway, increase physical and mental resilience. Okay, sabi natin, ito yung first, di ba? Out of 4. How do we increase the physical and mental resilience? We eat nutritious and well-cooked food. Drink plenty of fluids. Kasi kung may fever po tayo, nababawasan because increased body temperature, mag-open ng pores natin, mababawasan po yung fluid because of evaporation. Okay? Have adequate rest and at least 8 hours of sleep para po makapag-recuperate yung ating mga cells. At especially yung ating ATPs or the adenosine triphosphate. Provide referrals to workers needing counseling or presenting with mental health disorders. Kung parang agitated na siya, maya-maya mainit ka agad ng ulo. Probably nai-stress na po yung mental health po niya ay nako-compromise because of the constant bad news brought by COVID-19. Diba? Kailangan niya ng professional help or kailangan i-discuss po, i-express niya. Enjoin companies to provide free medicines and vitamins. When I say enjoins, this is just encourage. This is not mandatory, but encourage the government. Okay? If the company keeps his or her workers healthy, of course, walang mag-a-absent, mataas ang productivity, profit pa rin yan. So, very advantageous pa rin kay company. And we should exercise regularly. Okay? Para yung blood flow natin gumanda because of constant body movements. Okay, let me just share yung info material ni Dole para po dun sa second and third and fourth yata po ng AO Administrative Order ng DOH. Okay? So ito po yung galing kay Dole. How do we reduce the transmission of COVID-19 sa loob ng ating workplace? I'm sure you are very familiar with this one. Yung mag-disinfect po every 2 hours, especially dun sa madalas pong hawakan, tulad ng mga doorknobs, telephones, counters, yan, calculators. Provide sufficient clean water and soap in all washrooms and toilets. Encourage workers to wash hands frequently and avoid touching po yung ating mga mukha. Provide sanitizers in places na kung saan hindi pwedeng makapag-actual hand washing tulad ng corridors, conference areas, elevators, stairways. Practice physical distancing of 1 meter radius. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang po sa gilid, ganun din po sa harap at sa likod. Okay? Communal eating is discouraged. Ibig sabihin, yung maramihan sabay-sabay kumain. Kung po pwede po, maintain pa rin natin yung social distancing. If kung masigit po yung canteen natin, we could imply administrative control. How? Changing the time ng ating lunch. Instead of all workers magla-lunch ng 12 to 1, pwedeng shifting na po. May magla-lunch na ng 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30, at 12 to 1. Yung normal lang po. So we have 3 shifts. Hindi po magsasabay-sabay. Ensure that physical distancing is maintained if eating in dining areas. And we should dispose our waste properly, especially yung ating mga masks, especially when soiled. Hindi siya kasama sa normal trash. Isa siyang biological hazard kasi may body fluids. Clean and disinfect regularly the canteens and kitchens. Now, how do we minimize the contact rate? If feasible, yeah, adopt an alternative work arrangement tulad po ng work from home, kung po pwede lang. Discourage prolonged face-to-face interaction. As much as possible, less than 15 minutes. Otherwise, considered na close contact kasi. Kung ahaba po ng 15 minutes, ensure na lagi pong suot yung ating mask. Kung meetings po, baka pwede naman pong gumamit ng mga video conferencing apps tulad po ng Zoom. We could arrange our tables to maintain proper physical distancing. 1 meter. Design workstation layout to allow for unidirectional movement sa mga aisles, corridors, or walkways. Ito, madalas natin makita na sa malls. Meron pong mga arrows na. The question lang is, nasusunod ba? Limit the number of people in enclosed spaces, tulad po sa mga elevators, comfort rooms, and locker rooms. How do we reduce the risk of infection from COVID-19? Meron po tayong COVID-19 suspected co-employee. So si infected or suspected employee shall immediately proceed sa designation isolation area natin. Okay. Never remove his or her mask. Kung wala po tayong designated isolation area, we could coordinate sa ating BHERD. Yung mag-cater sa ating mga infected or suspected employees, tulad ng mga nurses natin, should wear appropriate PPEs, not just the face mask, but yung medical grade gowns, overalls. PRC testing shall be done and results reported to hospitals, by hospitals to DOH. Okay? So we discourage yung paggamit ng self-test, yung mga kayo na po ang bahala maglagay, mag-administer ng rapid antigen test kits. Kasi po, sa tao po, normally, if we get hurt, bubunutin natin yan. So kung gagamit po tayo ng test kit, tayo po mag-administer. Pag nasaktan, i-atras na natin. Tapos okay na. Okay, that could give a false negative. Dapat po sakto. Okay? Mas swab po yung sa mga sa loob-loob pa po mismo. Employer must advise the worker to take prudent measures to limit the spread of communicable diseases. Stay at home, sorry. Stay at home and keep away from work or crowds. Kasi po, sabihin na natin, hindi po siya COVID, pero nilalagnat siya, may symptoms na test, negative po sa SARS-CoV-2, nakipag-interact sa crowd kasi negative nga siya. Baka po ma-infect po siya ng COVID-19, pero this time, may false assurance siya kasi nagkaroon siya ng testing before. Okay? Na-test na ako ng negative, so interact ako. Ngayon, kung napag-contract siya ng COVID, nagkaroon pa lalo ng symptoms, may false assurance siya na negative pa rin. Take adequate rest and plenty of sleep, and practice personal hygiene to prevent the spread of diseases. And kung nagkaroon po ng lumala po ang kanyang sakit, nagkaroon ng persistent fever, nagkaroon ng DOB or difficulty of breathing, may body malaise or body weakness, yan, dapat po magpa-consult na siya, seek medical attention immediately. Kung meron po tayong pulse oximeter, yan, magandang po yan. Cheap but it's a good way to monitor the oxygen saturation sa ating blood. Okay, so ano ang minimum natin? 95%. 94, yan, medyo cause of concern na yan. Pero kung nag-below 90 po yan, dapat po meron na siyang oxygen. What are the duties ni employer? This is according kay Joint Memorandum Circular 20-04. Sorry, ilan nakatype. JMC, Joint Memorandum Circular 20-04. Joint Memorandum po ni DOLE at ni DTI. Okay? Duties, provide the necessary company policy for the prevention and control of COVID-19. Of course, in consultation po ito dapat ni worker. Kasi i-restrict po natin yung kanilang freedom in terms of performing their jobs. Provide resources and materials needed to keep the worker healthy and the workplace safe. Yan na po yung ating mga face mask. We mentioned this, paulit-ulit. Face mask is a PPE. Should be free of charge sa ating mga workers. Libre dapat, meron tayong soap, disinfectants, other PPEs tulad po ng medical grade gowns for our nurses, and yung ating testing kits. Dapat din po magkaroon ng designated safety officer to monitor the COVID-19 prevention and control measures. Okay, pag sinabi po ni IATF na 50% lang po ang po pwede sa ating establishment, sino po ang magdedetermine ng 50%? Si safety officer. Pag sinabi 75%, so safety officer, compute ka. Ilan po ba ang 75% ng tao ng inyong establishment? Next, the employers should provide shuttle services or decent accommodation or near-site location to lessen yung travel and people movement when feasible, kung po pwede, kung may service po. Again, less than 150 million total assets, encourage lang po yung ating mga companies. But more than that, they are mandated to provide shuttle services. DOLE and DTI also enjoins the company to hire from the local communities para maiwasan po yung travel. Okay? Tatrabaho po sa Ortigas, manggagaling pa sa Quezon City, that's 2 or 3 hours travel time. Okay? So why not hire na lang mismo sa Ortigas? Put up a COVID-19 hotline and call center for the employees. Kung may nararamdaman po sila, nagdadalawang isip kung papasok ba o hindi, at least meron pong pwedeng tawagan. Next po, comply with all duties of the worker pala. complies with all workplace measures in place for the prevention and control ng COVID-19. Kung kanina, magbigay daw ng mask si company. So, nagbigay naman. So, trabaho po, duty ni worker, suotin ng tama ang ating face mask. Observe physical distancing. Nagbigay din po ng pang-hand wash si company. Mag-frequent hand washing si employee. Observe proper respiratory etiquette, especially when sneezing. Okay, wag sa kamay, but sa folds ng ating arm. Dispose the tissues properly and disinfect hands after tayong umubo or nag-sneeze or humawak sa different surfaces. Who are the most at risk workers or vulnerable groups? Yan, may mga edad po above 60 years old, may comorbidity at may pre-existing illnesses tulad ng asthma, hypertension, cancer, diabetes. Yung kanina sa prognosis natin, they are the 20% na pwedeng mauwi sa severe case ng COVID-19. Work arrangement should be developed to details the workers' deliverables, and there shall be no diminution in wages or benefits. Okay, just in case mayroong work from home tayo na empleyado, dapat meron po tayong gauge if they are performing their duties. Okay, baka work from home, pero may hiningi tayong document. Tumawag tayo, sir, naka-work from home kasi ako kaya hindi ko po ma-submit sa inyo. But that's not work from home, that's vacation from home. Okay, so dapat po malinaw ang deliverables. DOLE and DTI shall extend assistance and technical support sa mga workplaces natin. And in complying, sorry may typo, and in complying with the guidelines na binibigay nila from time to time. The employers, typo na naman, shall provide DOLE through its regional office, copy furnish yung DOH natin, monthly reporting of illness, diseases, and injuries, utilizing DWAIR, or the Work Accident Illness Report. Before, this was the form. Okay, I think it started ng September 2020. Ito po yung ginagamit para mag-report kay DOLE. With or without COVID cases, ito. However, yan, nagkaroon po ng memo nung March. To be specific, March 16. Ayan, sa baba. Hindi na po gagamitin itong form na to. Okay? Instead, online na. https://reports.dole.gov.ph. Okay? Sir, walang COVID case sa amin. Magre-report pa rin ba dyan? Yes po. With or without COVID case. Next, DPWH guidelines. Sa mga construction po, hindi po pwede ang below 16 years old at 60 years old and above. Okay? Sa mga construction site. Unless kailangan po sila, such as yung ating mga project managers. Yan, may edad na. Hindi nga naman gagana, hindi mag-work yung construction team without their leader. So with that, kailangan po nila ng additional requirements. Okay, kailangan po sila may RT-PCR test. Next po, at saka vaccine of course. Next, hindi pwedeng i-deploy kaagad sa site. Kailangan po mag-quarantine muna ng 14 days. Pag fully vaccinated, 7 days. Sir, kailangan na sila sa construction site. Kailangan po mag-RT-PCR na lang. Okay? Para ma-fast track, hindi na sila magkaroon ng quarantine period. Okay. Yung dati po, may incubation period pa daw. So, kung nagkaroon ng COVID, 14 days before makabalik sa trabaho. That is before the vaccines and the boosters. So naglabas naman po si DOH ng Department Memorandum 2022-013. This is the updated guidelines in quarantine, isolation, and testing for COVID-19 response and case management sa Omicron variant, which is the dominant variant ni COVID-19. Hindi ko na po babasahin, medyo mahaba. Explain ko na lang kagad. So if our employee na nagkaroon ng COVID ay asymptomatic but they are fully vaccinated, yan, bibigyan lang natin lang sila ng 7 days na isolation period. Okay? Saan po magsisimula yung 7 days na yan? Example, nagkaroon ng simptomas ng Monday. Nagpa-test lang po siya ng Wednesday. So, ang day 1 po niya ay yung collection day. Yung Wednesday, hindi po yung Monday. Okay? Kung isang linggo na siyang may simptomas, absent po siya, tapos saka lang siya nagpa-test after 1 week ng ganon, yun lang po yung day 1 niya. Sayang yung isang buong linggo. Okay? Ideally po ba, sa testing natin, para po hindi magkaroon ng ng false negative yung ating RT-PCR, at least mag-alat po tayo ng 3 to 5 days following the symptoms. Hindi po yung parang sinisipon lang magpa-test kagad. Okay? So, at least 3 to 5 days para hindi magkaroon ng false negative result. Okay? Clear po tayo, 7 days. Start yan sa sampling date, collection date. Next po, all individuals with symptoms and suspect, probable and confirmed cases presenting with mild symptoms who are fully vaccinated shall be isolated for at least another 7 days. Okay? Example po, close contact, nagpa-test, positive, ilang days daw po since asymptomatic and fully vaccinated siya, 7 days. Okay? Sa 7 days na yan, ika-4th day po niya, nagkaroon siya ng symptoms. 3 days na lang sana, laya na. Okay? Pero ika-4th day, nagkaroon siya ng mild symptoms. Magdadagdag ulit tayo na 7 days. So mag-e-extend pa po siya na another week. Clear po tayo, ha? Yung unang 7 days po, asymptomatic. Kahit any days po, na symptomatic siya, tapos nagkaroon ng symptoms, magre-reset po tayo. Okay? Magdadagdag ulit tayo na 7 days. Okay, what if kung asymptomatic pero ayaw po magpabaksin noon or hindi na kumpleto yung 2 dose except for the kay Janssen? 10 days po ang ibibigay natin sa kanila. Okay? 10 days. Sir, ano ba yung sinasabi nyo? Fully vaccinated, asymptomatic, 7 days. After po nun, pwede nang pumasok without RT-PCR testing? Yes po. Okay, ganon din po rito. Asymptomatic, pero they are partially or unvaccinated po sila. 10 days po yan after they could report back to work without the requirement ng RT-PCR testing. Okay? The same po kanina. Kanina 7 days, asymptomatic, nagkaroon ng mild symptoms, another 7 days. Ganon din po sa individuals na partially vaccinated or unvaccinated talaga. Sabi natin initially 10 days na symptomatic. Pero let's say on his or her 8 days ng isolation, nagkaroon siya ng mild symptoms. Mag-extend ulit po siya ng another 10 days. Clear po tayo, ha? So extend lang ng extend, depende po sa kanyang nararamdaman. Next, nagkaroon po ng moderate symptoms na. Ito na po yung persistent fever. Okay? Cough. Kasi clear indication na, oops, COVID nga yan. Lumalala na po. So regardless of his or her vaccination status, additional 10 days po yan. Okay? Clear po tayo? Another 10 days. what if, sir, naging severe or critical symptoms po? Okay, severe. May difficulty of breathing na, sir. Drop na yung kanyang blood oxygen level. So that is at least 21 days. Kung dati, sir, 14 days, okay na. Pasok na kagad. Ngayon, kung may vaccine ka, 7 days, hey, umiksi. Pero kung nagkaroon ka ng symptoms, may extend po na, may extend. Tatagal ng tatagal din. Okay? To summarize, fully vaccinated po, 7 days asymptomatic, additional 7 days pag nagkaroon ng mild, 10 days naman po pag nagkaroon ng moderate, at 21 days pag naging severe. Okay? Pag partially unvaccinated or wala talagang vaccine, 10 days asymptomatic, additional 10 days pag nagkaroon ng mild, 10 days pag moderate, 21 days pag severe. Okay? Magkakaiba lang sila yung merong vaccine at yung wala or partially unvaccinated sa asymptomatic at mild. Pero kung nag-moderate at severe, parehas po sila ng isolation period. Summarize, coronavirus disease or the COVID-19 disease is the infectious disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2. Okay? Hindi po virus si COVID-19. Siya ang sakit. Ano ang virus niya? SARS-CoV-2. The best way to prevent and slow down transmission is to be well informed about the disease and how the virus spreads. Yung kanyang transmission. Designate a safety officer to monitor the implementation ng COVID-19. This is according po sa JMC 20-04. Okay, that ends the discussion pala. Okay, sir. May question po ba before I say something? Question? None? Okay. Baka sa ibang batch may nagtanong, sir, what if yung empleyado po ayaw magpa-vaccine? Pwede po ba siyang i-terminate? Of course not. That is discriminatory. Pero po, may dagdag siyang requirement. Kailangan niya pong magpa-testing ng RT-PCR every week. Kanino po i-charge yung testing na yan? Sa kanya. Magkano po ba yung RT-PCR testing? Before, yung saliva RT-PCR po, pwede po yun. Endorsed din po yan ng Red Cross. Nasa 1.5 yata. So kung times 4 weeks a month, that is 6,000 po. Shoulder yan ni unvaccinated employee. Okay? So dapat po hindi terminate or i-discriminate si unvaccinated, pero i-require po siya ng weekly RT-PCR testing. If hindi po ma-comply ng employee ang RT-PCR, sir, pwede bang grounds na yun for termination? Okay, that is willful obedience. Okay, kasi hindi lang po yan policy ni company para sa kanya, it is the policy of DOLE. So that is willful obedience under Article 282 nga ng ating labor code. It's a ground for termination. But of course, you need to get through the process. Bigyan po siya ng demand letter, notice to explain, bigyan siya ng opportunity to justify yung kanyang actions, baka wala nga naman pera. Okay? So you could mitigate. Kung meron naman po siyang means para magpa-testing at ang reason niya is ayaw niya lang, masakit sa ilong, okay? That's the time pwede tayo mag-file ng termination. But of course, you need to submit a letter kay DOLE na iti-terminate tong taong to because of willful obedience. To be specific, yung RT-PCR requirement since siya ay unvaccinated. Okay, may HR po ba rito? I think si ating moderator din, HR.
Yes, sir.
Yan. Okay, ma'am. Yun lang po. Yung regarding sa termination kasi. Correct me if I'm wrong dun sa naging procedures natin. If you are going to terminate someone, we need to express it. Magbigay tayo ng notice to explain sa kanila. And kung ito terminate man, kailangan po inform si Dole. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Meron naman po tayong guidelines doon, sir.
Okay po. Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions po? We still have 5 minutes para po sa 3:30. We are scheduled to end kasi ng 3:30. May 5 minutes pa. Sir, yung nag-quarantine at nag-isolate due to pwede yung mag-file sa ECP. Yan, very good question po. By the way, we forgot to mention this. Kanina, yung ECP po, Employees Compensation Program, we are discussing it based on the normal circumstances. Ngayon, sir, how about COVID-19? Could we consider that as an occupational illness? Remember, yung sa ILO 2010 po, sabi nga natin, the frequency dapat po is above, the frequency rate should be above the rest ng population. Workplace natin, may COVID, environment, meron din po. Kaya before, it is not considered an occupational illness. Noong 2020 hanggang early part ng 2021. Ngayon po, pasok na. May special consideration si Dole, napapasok nga naman si worker, ma-expose ngayon siya sa pag-commute sa COVID-19 just to work. So, pwede na po siyang ipasok sa ECP natin. Ngayon po, kailangan po ma-determine natin kung nagkaroon kayo ng disability. Sabi nga natin, it is not the injury or yung illness, sabihin na natin, that is being compensated, but the disability, the inability to work. Kung kayo po ay nagkaroon ng COVID, na-isolate, nawalan po kayo ng kita, pwede po natin i-file sa ECP. Sir, may ganyan pala noong 2021. Papaano yung nagka-COVID ng 2020? Pwede bang habulin nila? The answer is yes. Remember, meron tayong prescriptive period of 3 years to file your ECP. Okay, nakita ko si Ma'am Floren Condia. Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, pwede po, kung sino yung nagkaroon ng COVID, you could file for ECP. So, aside from yung kaninang requirements natin, fill out the form, your duties and responsibilities. Ano pa bang nakalagay doon? Hospital records. Kailangan nyo po ng positive RT-PCR test result. Okay? Hindi pwede yung antigen. Kasi sabi natin, hindi po yan gold standard. Antigen only measures the antibodies sa ating katawan, but not the SARS-CoV-2, the causative agent ni COVID. You need RT-PCR test. Whether saliva or swab po yan, basta RT-PCR test, pasok. Okay po, I hope I answered the question, although it's a lengthy one. Sad to say, kung close contact po, yan. Wala naman pong positive RT-PCR test result, kaya wala po, hindi pwedeng i-file sa ECP. Kahit pina-isolate, pina-quarantine po tayo. Okay, instead, we need to consume yung leave natin. SSS benefit, pwede ba ipasok doon, sir? Yan, hindi ko po masasagot. Sa SSS na yan, more on HR. May questions pa po? We still have 2 more minutes. I hope I answer your question, sir, Ernie. Regarding sa isolation niya. Okay. Question. Okay. Since wala na yata, let's check kung na-discuss po natin. Ulit, Module 11, we discuss yung yellow book natin from PD 442 hanggang Rule 1960, followed by DO 198-18. Read na natin. Next, we discuss the ECP, Employees Compensation Program. Next, TM session po, meron tayong icebreaker. Then followed by the OSH program. Okay, OSH program development. Then we just finish yung ating COVID-19. Okay, oras po natin, 3:30. Okay, with that, next po, meron kayong 15-minute break to be followed by post-test, re-entry planning, general evaluation, and closing. Okay, sige po, sundin natin, 3:30 to 3:45, 15-minute break. So balik po tayo 3:45. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon po. I was instructed by the RBA admin, i-discuss ko muna po daw yung re-entry planning natin. Okay, let's wait for the others. Mukhang wala pa sila. Okay, yan. Dito na lahat. Almost lahat. So aside from yung evaluation form daw, your post-test, another requirement po natin ay yung re-entry planning. Okay, ito po, yung naka-word format. You need to fill this up po, i-accomplish natin. First, yung ating name, company, date po, yung date ngayon, and location kung saan branch po tayo. Ngayon, yung pinaka-body po ng re-entry planning ay ito po. First, we need to identify hazards and risks. Okay, for example lang po, let's say, nakaangat yung tiles. Okay, uneven tiles dun sa ating store. Yan, pwede natin ilagay. Corrective actions. Paano kaya natin i-correct yung uneven tiles? Reinstall yung tiles. Yan. Okay, tanggalin. Tanggalin, tapos ibalik natin. Lagyan na po ng grout. Okay, para maging even ulit siya. If you need to replace the tiles, okay, replace the tiles. Sample lang po to, ha? Okay, next. Responsible person. Of course, hindi gagawin yan ni safety officer, ni branch manager. Sino po? Example, meron tayong utility or engineering department. Utility, kung sila po ang gagawa dyan. Target date po natin. Okay, let's say, ang petsa po ngayon ay September 3. So, by September, let's say 1 week, September 10. Okay? Remarks. Yan. Let's say informed po. The engineering team. Okay. Next, pwede rin po tayo magbigay ng health hazards tulad po ng COVID-19. Okay, may COVID-19 pandemic, SARS-CoV-2. Yan po ang ating hazard. What are the corrective actions sa tingin po ninyo na meron or dapat pong i-implement? Responsible person to monitor those mitigating controls. Tulad po ng pagsusot ng mask, yan yung corrective actions natin. Responsible person, sino po dapat ang nagmo-monitor? The safety officer. Okay, sino po dapat ang nagbibigay ng mask naman? Depende po. Siguro may purchasing department kayo, may HR. Kayo po, admin. Target date, ito po ay tapos na. We started the wearing of face mask since ganitong date. Remarks, done. Okay? Mas maganda po siguro kung hindi pa nagagawa. Pero kung wala na tayong maisip dahil lahat po ay na-mitigate na natin, why not? Okay? Pwede natin i-reflect dito sa ating re-entry planning. Okay? Meron po kayong broken handrails. Yan, pwede nilagay natin. Identify hazard. Corrective action. Ayusin po, repair yung broken handrails na yan para walang ma-aksidente. Responsible person, utility, welder kung meron tayo, target date, kailan po dapat natin matapos. At remarks, nasa inyo po yan. Okay, is it ongoing? Is it pending? Or is it done already? Okay, clear po ba yung ating re-entry planning? Tatlong hazard lang po. Whether safety hazard or health hazard siya. Okay, this is one of the requirements po before maibigay yung certificate. Okay? Sige po, we could proceed na ulit dun sa ating training evaluation. Yung link po nasa may chat box. So we are just waiting for our admin. Okay, kasi po dalawa yung batch ng participants natin from Mercury Drugs. Nasa isang branch pa daw siya. Isang batch, sorry. Okay, so for now, fill up muna natin yung ating training evaluation.
Hello po. Yung re-entry planning po natin, isasubmit nyo po sa rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Bigyan ko po kayo ng time hanggang 8 p.m. Doon po sa iba na ang gamit lang ay cellphone. Okay na po ba tayo sa evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Okay na po ba?
May tanong si Ma'am Ivy.
Hello, ano po yun? So kung okay na po sa evaluation, mag-send ko na po yung ating mga post-test. Hello po. So, i-play ko na po yung sa certificate presentation natin. Paki-check po yung mga spelling. Tama po. So, kahit po na-play na namin itong certificate, kailangan pa rin po na ma-submit niyo yung sa re-entry natin. And then masagutan po lahat yung post-test. Okay po, paki-check naman po. Okay, may corrections po ba?
Meron po, sir.
Yung sa inyo po? Pwede pong pakitype na lang po yung sa may mali po.
Hello po, may nag-direct message sa akin regarding sa concerns po nila sa certificate. Hindi po sa akin. Ida-direct message kay Sir, ano po, sa ating admin, sa RBA, THS, CTS. Okay po, hindi po sa akin ha.
Pwede po paulit.
Hello po.
Yes po, sir.
Hello po, Ma'am Erica.
Yes po, sir.
Ma'am, kukunik ko na po kayo sa kabilang batch po.
Ay, okay po.
Okay po, patapos na rin po sila sa kabila.
Sige, sir. Thank you po.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am Erica?
Yes po, sir.
Okay po, ano na po sa kabila. Screen share na po. Medyo delay nga lang po ng ilang seconds po doon.
Okay po. So, pwede na po akong mag-start po ng closing.
Yes, ma'am. Opo.
Okay po. So, a pleasant day to everyone. So, above all else, okay, so on behalf of Mercury Drug Corporation, HRD Training and OD, I would like to extend my gratitude to all our guest speakers po who have exerted their utmost effort throughout the 5-day virtual training ng BOSH. And of course, syempre po, we would like to acknowledge RBA Environment, Health and Safety Consultancy and Training Solutions by spearheading the sessions for almost a week. Okay, so they are able to exemplify their basic principles on providing quality in the field of environment and safety to all our employees. And I can say with confidence that the training was very effective in achieving its objective of empowering our employees with fundamental knowledge and skills necessary to identify hazards towards their health, safety, and well-being na hindi lang po related sa trabaho, kundi for their daily lives. And to our employees po sa Visayas and Mindanao, the training po we have provided was not merely for the purpose of imparting knowledge. It was also designed to improve your totality as a person. So I hope po na nag-enjoy kayong lahat sa ating 5-day program ng BOSH and sana po lahat ng employees natin marami pong natutunan. So thank you everyone and have a great weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, I hope po na nag-enjoy kayong lahat sa
Okay po. From RBA, maraming salamat din po sa inyo. Doon po sa may mga...
Thank you po.
Thank you din po, ma'am. Doon po sa may mga corrections pa, i-check ko na lang po ulit yung mga certificate ninyo. Siguro po nagkamali lang sa presentation. Pero okay naman po doon sa sa mga na-print na. So doon po sa exam, kung na-save niyo po kung na-save po ninyo yung mga link, pwede niyo pong sagutan. Hanggang 8 PM din po, kasabay po ng ating re-entry. Yun pong form ng re-entry, mag-send din po ako sa inyo. Pero actually may na-send na po kami.
Afternoon po. April po ito from HRD, Sir Louie. Correct or not? Sige po. Sir Louie, in case po kailan po ba ninyo ipapapirma yung mga certificates po?
Hintayin ko lang po si Sir Relly dito, ma'am, para dun sa firma ng mga certificate. Ito-double check ko na lang po ulit base po dun sa mga pinadala niyong list po.
Yes, sir. Bali, meron naman po kami doon, aside from the directory of
Yes, ma'am.
participants na Excel
Opo.
na sinend namin, may isa pa kaming file po na binigay sa inyo, sir, na purely names lang po nila.
Yes, ma'am. Sige po.
Apo. Baka pwede doon na lang din po tayo mag-base.
Ito-double check ko na lang din po dun sa may mga naka-attach nilang ID.
Yes, sir. Apo.
Opo,
Yes,
sige
sir.
po. So, yun lang po.
Sir, link, sir.
Dun po sa mga link, sige po, mag-send po ako ulit.
Yun po. Evaluation and cost test po. Feedback po na nasagutan na rin po para sa RTA. With that po, Derek, yung ating session. Again, Sir Louie and the whole RTA, maraming salamat.
Hello po.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, dun po sa may mga concerns dun sa corrections po sa mga certificate, i-double check na lang din po namin. May i-double check po namin base po dun sa mga isinend po ninyo ng ID. Yun lang po. So, hintayin ko na lang po yung information nyo ng re-entry, tapos yung mga exam, then evaluation. Kung wala na pong ibang concerns, Sir Arman, maraming salamat po.
Thank you rin, Sir Louie. At thank you po, mga ma'am and sir po ng Mercury Drugs. Thank you po sa inyong, alam ko po, it's very tiring. Almost 8 hours tayong nakaupo, nakikinig, nagmo-monitor sa ating presentation. Thank you po, mga ma'am and sir. And ingat po lagi.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you po, sir.
Sir.
Sir.